We are live. This is the Code Breakers. This is Paradox. It is August 17th, 2024. So we have been told. Today we're going to touch on some politics, of course. And we're going to do the main thing about this show. I think I'm going to touch on the Jordan Peterson and Kamala, some of his conversation that he had with Mark Halperin on Mark Halperin's new show. I want to play that probably last. I'm probably going to touch on Fetty. I'm not Fetty. Some of the people on the right talking about Kamala and on Fox News, Fox Business, and I'm probably going to play a little bit of some other stuff. We'll see how we're feeling. There's some other things out there that I want to maybe play, just to have it out there on the record or whatever. But before we get started, I'm going to play a little bit of intro, and then we're gonna get to going here.
Mickey on the track.
Yeah, baby. Baby, won't you come my way? Got something I want to say. Can I keep you on my bed? But first off, I'ma start by saying this. All headshots, if you think you can take my bitch. And I'm too tough when I shoot, swear I won't miss. Baby, won't you come my way? Baby, won't you come my way? Baby, this is something you should know. I don't ever chase no hoes. Spotted you had that girl. Watch me pull out all this dough. Take you where you want to go. Flexing on your ex, I know. He ain't never take you out. Barely even left your house. How dare that nigga run his mouth when his pocket's in a drought? The last single he put out didn't even make it out. And he dumb as hell, and I swear his eyes don't think. And he disrespect 2 shots and I won't blink. Never really care what the fuck these niggas think. I got deep pockets, I swear my shit's so sick. And he mad as fuck, big Sue up all she sing. And he mad as fuck, big Sue up in her dreams. He mad as fuck when they sexy scream for me. Big Sue up what these niggas should be. Baby, won't you come my way? Got something I want to say. Can I keep you on my bed? But first off, I'ma start by saying this. All headshots, if you think you can take my bitch. And I'm too tough when I shoot, swear I won't miss. Baby, won't you come my way? Baby, won't you come my way?
Baby girl, you can stay the night to the morn. All this ice on my arm. What you like, what you want, and I might put you on. Bitches mine, can't you see? And I rock 17, all these knots in my jeans. Me and Zoo turning up, got your boo in the cut, and she suit, cause it's looking like the roof going up. Counting all this bread, I don't talk to fans. Tryna take my bitch, you gon' take 2 to the head. Cause baby, you the baddest. All this money, I'ma cash in. And I'm swerving all the traffic. While I'm trapping out the mansion. And I'm moving through the tri-state. Do 200 on the highway. And I'm swerving in my eyes. Baby, you should come my way.
Baby, won't you come my way?
All right, all right, all right. Let's get going. A little bit of Fetty Wap. I love that. It's catchy. Very catchy. Very, very catchy. I hate that he's locked up. A lot of talent. Got a lot of hits, but you know, it is what it is. So we're gonna do a little bit of this Tulsi Gabbard. I haven't watched any of these except for the Jordan Peterson, which is the one I really want to focus on, but that'll be later on once we get through some of this other nonsense. But I want to see what Tulsi's talking about and how she's angling herself to get her the attention that she wants. She always comes off. I'm a fan of Tulsi, but she always comes off as, you know, I hate people who stay in the media, stay on podcasts, stay doing interviews, but at the same time act like they hate it, act like they too good or better than things. It's just weird to me with her on some of that stuff. But anyway, let's get going. Let's see how Kamala is a threat to our democracy.
Lip service from a lot of these politicians. And they'll talk about liberty and then they'll vote against liberty. I realized today as I landed here this afternoon, I hadn't gone and looked at the book definition, the dictionary definition of liberty recently. It's a good reminder. It is the condition of being free from confinement, servitude, or forced labor. It is the condition of being free from oppressive restriction or control by a government or other power. It is a right to engage in certain actions without control or interference by a government or other power. Words are powerful, and they mean things. And right now in this election, as you very well know, there is nothing short of freedom and liberty on the line. We can look through the laundry list of examples of how increasingly our government is becoming more and more tyrannical and taking more and more of our freedom away. Oftentimes it is cloaked in, well, we have to do this in order to keep you safe, or we have to do this because we know what's best for you. But even now we are seeing that they're not even making excuses anymore. The brazen abuse of power and power grabs that are ongoing. We look at the last 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration, and I thought as I look through all these examples, and I talk about them very often so that we are reminded of the truth about what's really going on. How many of you saw Kamala Harris's first ad? Her latest campaign ad? A few of you. So for those of you who haven't seen it, the two words that she is using in that ad and that you will continue to hear for the next 3 months is freedom and our future. She is promising to be a president who will champion our freedom and who will bring about a bright future. Don't forget this, because you know the power. We're already seeing the big propaganda media machine in full speed. They are trying to revise history and trying to create this image of Kamala Harris that is not based on reality. And she is using these words very intentionally, that she will fight for our freedom and our future. Know this, because you guys are the soldiers who are out on the streets, who are the truth tellers. And this is what we are going to be confronted with on every front. And the best way to combat their propaganda is with courageous and strong voices of truth. The irony and the hypocrisy is so rich here because, again, she will say these words that are powerful words, that have a powerful meaning, to all of us as Americans and to those of us who have volunteered to serve our country, when we take that oath to support and defend the Constitution, it means something in a visceral way. So it is rich to hear these words coming from a person who was charged with the serious task of securing our borders, lied to us for the last 3 years, telling us the borders are secure. Shouldn't even have to go to the border because there's nothing going on there. She's all. And so what are they saying now about the border? Oh, that was never her job at all. This is coming from someone who outright rejects the Constitution. If you remember when she was a senator on the Judiciary Committee, she was questioning one of Trump's judicial nominees, Brian Boucher, and opposing him and attacking him because he had the audacity to be a devout Catholic and a member of the Knights of Columbus. That disqualified him in her view. She should read the Constitution, perhaps, and take a look at what Article 6 says, that there shall be no religious test. As she touts freedom, she does not believe in free speech, and she stood right alongside Joe Biden in calling for standing up our modern day ministry of truth to tell us what we are allowed to see, what we are allowed to say, and what information we must be protected from because a woman who does the Mary Poppins dance says it is so. This is coming from a person who talks about freedom and our futures, is also a person who not only doesn't believe in our Second Amendment rights, has said over and over and over again how committed she is to taking away our guns. She doesn't believe, she touts being a prosecutor president and that she's tough on crime, but she doesn't believe in our right to defend ourselves and our loved ones. She doesn't believe in the right our founders gave us with the specific intent of recognizing that it's up to us to stand up against the abusive power of a tyrannical government. She doesn't believe in our civil liberties and our fundamental right to privacy, our right to be protected from warrantless search and seizure by our own government, joining with Republicans and Democrats in Congress over and over and over again to extend and expand things like the secret FISA court and our government's authorities to violate our Fourth Amendment rights. She is someone who doesn't believe in the rule of law, fairness, and justice. And for those of you who watched my debate with her in 2019, so you've seen it. Got it. She claims to stand for criminal justice reform and true justice and equality for all, and yet she fought hard to prevent DNA evidence from being presented to a judge that would have exonerated an innocent man who was sitting on death row. And you heard Sean talk about this earlier, and many others. She rejects the right of parents to raise their own children, rejecting the right to say, hey, I know what kind of education is best for my child. I should have the freedom and right to say that and to make that decision for ourselves. Fundamentally, when you look at what is the through line through all of these examples, and there are many more, fundamentally at its core, and this is one of the main reasons why I left the Democrat Party, because she's not alone in this, is they reject freedom. They reject freedom. And that is what's at the heart of this. They believe that they know what's best for us more than we do, and that they and they alone should be the authority that can dictate to us how we must live our lives, what we're allowed to think and read and say and believe. By rejecting freedom, they reject our Constitution and must not be allowed to be in power. So we have our work cut out for us. These next 90 or so days are going to be tough. The propaganda machines are already working overtime. I saw a post yesterday that someone sent me that MSNBC had up for a little while, taking clips from a Joe Rogan conversation with Michael Malice and splicing it together to make it sound like Joe Rogan was endorsing Kamala Harris to be president, number one. But the funny thing was that the splicing of words that they took, I posted this on my social media if you want to take a look, because it really made me laugh. They took things that Joe said about me and made it sound like he said them about her, to include, hey, she deployed to Iraq 2 times. She served in a medical unit. She has seen the cost of war. The brazen propaganda, this is just the tip of the iceberg. We got to know what we're up against, because we have to be the strong and courageous voice of truth. We're up against the big propaganda media. We're up against big tech. We've seen how the algorithms are already working hard to both try to erase the fact that there was an assassination attempt on Donald Trump's life. And they're trying to erase Kamala Harris's egregious record of every single public office that she has held, and doing everything they can to bolster this new narrative and this new persona that they're pushing, working hand in glove with the Democrat elite. I don't know what that means. I'm going to say no comment on that one. But here's the thing. A lot of people have been saying, okay, well, if the Democrats just launched this coup and they took out Joe Biden and they put in Kamala Harris, and Democrats didn't really even get a say in it. Apparently today in a virtual meeting, some of them did. But the thing is, you look back to 2016. I was the vice chair of the DNC back then. I left that position as I saw they were rigging that Democratic primary for Hillary Clinton.
Let me just say this for Tulsa Gap. You are a former Democrat. I don't trust you anyway. So that in itself is funny. You got expelled out, or you didn't get accepted, or you didn't like what you like. So you still sound like you're bitter. I don't really know, but I don't trust you anyway from the right's perspective. And again, I've noticed that what's about to happen, y'all gonna notice this in the next, especially if Kamala wins, what you're going to notice is the propaganda machine. They're already starting to work the propaganda machine. Now, I don't like a lot of that stuff, so that's the only reason I'm playing this video, because once you start, these rabbit holes on the internet are going to be deep. So the number one narrative you're going to be hearing is there was a coup. The Democrats overthrew Joe Biden and put Kamala in charge. That is what it is. Spin it how you spin it, right? But you're gonna hear that nonstop. That will be number one. I bet if I went to go play Alex Jones right now, it'll all be about some secret dark organization that got Joe Biden. These are the same people who said the man was dead for the last 4 years. Now all of a sudden it was a coup. And the thing is that you don't fear, you adapt, you adjust, you improvise, you overcome, right? That's like a military saying, right? I think the Marines or something, right? So I don't understand what the whine is for. She's ex-military. Why are you whining about it? Just adapt to the situation and then start to go out and attack the Democrats. But trying to push conspiracy, that's why I hate the internet in a lot of ways. Because it's just a big giant, it's pornography and conspiracy based. Those are the two driving forces of the internet. If you don't feed one of those two beasts, then I guess you're not really relevant. And she's already doing it here. I mean, the thing is that when you say reject freedom, and the Democrats don't let you do what you want to do. Now, I'm not here to defend Democrats, so I'm not going to do that. But from the right's perspective, the Republicans don't put in things to target and hurt our freedom. The Republicans is pushing absolute freedom from the right. What is she talking about? Is this a totally different group of people that she's talking about? Or some other party that I don't know about that exists? Republicans and freedom? I don't know. Maybe the far right is using those words, but I mean, Christian, white nationalist Christians, black Christians, evangelicals, Christianity, Catholicism. There's no freedom in that. What are we talking about? I mean, it's freedom in religion, constitutionally speaking, but there's no freedom within those belief systems. Those belief systems is about doing what you're told, control. So I don't really understand that part of our party. So I don't know about that. But anyway, I don't want to talk about that too much. But let me get back to it, and then we can get on up out of here on this one.
Forward to 2020, Democratic primary. I was in that Democratic primary and experienced firsthand about how they worked hand in glove with the big mainstream media to pick and choose which candidates they wanted you as voters to be exposed to, what they wanted you to know. And for the rest of us, they did their very best to smear and destroy, undermine credibility, black out, and completely cancel so that people would say, oh, you're running for president. I've never heard of you. The examples are great about how serious the powers are who are launching all that they possibly can against us and against our freedom. It's discouraging, honestly, because I hear from a lot of people who express how hopeless they feel in this moment. that the powers seem so dark and so great. How do we lift our voices and break through the noise? Here tonight, when I got here, I talked to a few people asking, how do we break through? How do we, just little old American people, how do we break through this gridlock of noise and power and propaganda that is being thrown at us? By standing together, recognizing that while we may not agree on every issue, we come together around our foundation, our core, this foundation of liberty and freedom, and recognize that we forget sometimes our founding fathers had some pretty fierce and strong disagreements with each other, and they battled it out in private and in public. Some of them absolutely hated each other, but ultimately, what did they do? They recognized the imperative of that moment in time and the mission, the no-fail mission they had before them. Well, we are facing a no-fail mission today. We cannot afford to fail. We cannot afford to stand on the sidelines and think, okay, well, somebody else is going to go out there and make this happen. We can't afford to sit back and say, hey, good for you. I'm glad you're running for office. I'm going to stay at home. Good job. Keep up the good work. It is going to require every single one of us, whatever your party affiliation may be, whatever your feelings on one issue or another, or how do we solve this challenge or that challenge, the reality is that unless we stand up and defend freedom today, we won't have a vibrant open marketplace of ideas where we can debate how we best tackle and solve the challenges we face in healthcare or in housing or the role of government as a whole. We will not be able to have these debates unless we live in a truly free society. So we have to be vigilant.
We live in a free society. That's why you're standing there talking. There's nobody putting up in black vehicles, snatching you and taking you away. What are you talking about? I don't know. That's when you go down these rabbit hole of conspiracies, man. You're fighting for freedom all the time, right? You're trying to maintain a homeostasis within the society. Of course, things are being pulled in all different directions. But just to flat out say that we're living in communist China or the Soviet Union, which is what she's really trying to allude to, in my opinion, it's fear tactics, it's scare tactics to get you to respond. The right does it, the left does it. I just don't like it, but maybe it's the only thing that's effective that actually works. I mean, I don't know. But here we are, right?
We've already seen over these last 3.5 years how divisive it has become, the brazenness of the abuse of power. Be vigilant and stand strong and be tireless in our defense of freedom. There's a quote that I want to share with you that was quite jarring to me when I read it. And it's a quote from President Lincoln that he delivered on January 27th of 1838 in a speech to the Young Men's Lyceum of Springfield, Illinois. He said, quote, "At what point then is the approach of danger to be expected? I answer, if it ever reach us, it must spring up amongst us. It cannot come from abroad. If destruction be our lot, we must ourselves be its author and finisher. As a nation of free men, we must live through all time or die by suicide." That is the seriousness of where we are as Americans and as a country. Those who are in power.
1838, a nation of free men with freed slaves, right? Yeah, okay.
In our country today are leading us and our great nation towards this suicide that Abraham Lincoln warned against. This threat to our freedom and our liberty is coming from within. And if we don't take action, then we will look back on this moment when it's too late with regret, but we won't be able to say that we weren't warned, that we didn't see it coming. There are many people throughout our nation's history who have sacrificed everything in defense of our freedom, in defense of our liberty. And so I encourage you to remember them. I know people, I've served with people who I carry in my heart on those days where you might feel a little bit tired, on those days where the attack's kind of strong, not being deterred when people call you names, or even when people close to you challenge you or criticize you, or maybe they stop talking to you altogether, simply because you are living up to your responsibility, our responsibility as Americans to be defenders of freedom and liberty. Stand strong. It's going to take hard work, a lot of door knocking, phone calls, social media, going out and doing the good.
Yeah. Has she endorsed Trump? I don't know what she is, to be honest with you. Yeah, Trump is speaking live today. He's speaking live today, and he's back. He's going back to Pennsylvania, and I think they're going to put up bulletproof glass for him, from what I heard last night. Let me see. I had something up I want to go through. Let me see. Just sit tight with me for a moment, folks. I want to play. We're gonna go through some. I want to do some Fox Business and some other stuff I want to see about Kamala's economic plan and how it's going to be processed on the right. Let's see here. Some of our good weekend Fox Business reporters.
His economic policies are either one, carbon copies of President Trump's are just god awful. And even sadder news is that her ideas are about to spread through the Democrat Party like wildfire.
It's really not at the grocery store level. This is at the corporate level. They've been making record profits. We've never seen the kind of profits in corporate America the last couple of years. And the government, the power to and opportunity to fight back.
In Chief Steve Forbes himself. Steve, you've been around for a little while. We had a problem with inflation. And it seems like the Kamala Harris plan is either let's price fix or let's give money away. In your experience, how is that going to work?
Well, you don't have to have a personal experience. Just look at the history books.
Right.
I'm old enough, though, to remember Richard Nixon, how well those price controls worked and the great inflation of the 1970s. Look, whenever government creates a big problem, and this inflation problem is government created, government then says, you got to give us more powers, more control to deal with the problem we created. And that's what we see unfolding here on groceries. Everyone's now pointed out 1% to 2% the margins is hardly price gouging, but they want to have the power to determine whether your prices are fair. That's a Soviet-style system. They want to introduce the income, universal income, starting with the child tax credit, $6,000 a year. And so when you look at housing, the idea that government's going to help housing, God help us, we'll all be living in caves. Look what they did with EV chargers. About 8, half of them don't work. So now they're going to solve the housing problem. I want to live in a house, not on the sidewalk.
Yeah, the billion set aside for broadband to rural America, there hadn't been one shovel stuck in the ground because of that. We've had
And that's an opportunity. Unspent money, let's return it to the taxpayer. Oh, I can't do that.
But you have to explain why on planet Earth would she go out, and even Senator Bob Casey, who's running for re-election, why would they act like that this is a good idea? Who would put her up to price controls of all things, knowing that they are a failure? Is she so intoxicated with her own awesomeness that she thinks she can sell food shortages and bare grocery store shelves?
That's right.
Well, I'm going to go to a new form of publishing, ration books, because that's what this would lead to. And
right.
They know
Well,
price controls, they know people are upset by rising prices. So they say, we'll lower them by government fiat. And they make it sound like if you just say it, sign an executive order, it's done. So they can lower the nominal prices. But as they said in the Soviet Union, it's free, but you can't get any.
You know, Steve, it's very simple. We've talked about this a lot on the bottom line. Basic supply and demand. You have this administration that has targeted farmers and ranchers. You look at the Central Valley of California, it is a breadbasket. A lot of farmers are there and they're shutting off the water. So the farms are going out of business. They're attacking ranchers. Well, if you attack our food supply, prices are going to go up. And so the answer is get rid of your bad policy. Let farmers and ranchers grow.
As President Trump said yesterday, get rid of the barriers to building houses.
Yes.
Why does a development in Texas take a few weeks to get underway and years in California? And on water in California, talk about agriculture there. Half of the rainfall, average annual rainfall, is flushed out into the Pacific Ocean. Flushed out, either for environmental reasons, crazy ones, or they just can't build reservoirs. So it's not a water shortage, it's government shortage.
But to put an exclamation point on this, they believe that profits are evil, and they're going to decide what a company or a small business gets to earn.
Just so y'all know, that's a shot at DC right there.
And this is the path. She is further left, way further left than what we've seen in the last 3.5 years.
Yeah, this is cronyism. They decide who gets money and who doesn't. And by the way, they'll have to put profit in the endangered species by the time they get through. And where are you going to get the investment to get this new technology, to get the new housing, to get the infrastructure? It doesn't grow on trees. It comes from people creating resources. If you don't have an environment where people can create resources, government money printing ain't going to do it.
Was it
That's right, Steve.
10 scariest words in the English language? I'm from the government, not 10, but I'm from the government. I'm here to help. Ronald Reagan's old line. We should be afraid
bring
that
it all
Kamala
back.
Harris thinks that she has
this is tyranny. Her presentation today, very cheerful, nice crowd, warm smile and all of that. Really bad face, a good face on the most radical leftist, Stalinist policies in American history. This would
Radical,
be a unmitigated
leftist,
disaster.
Stalinist policies.
Thank you.
You hear that, DC?
Good to see you.
Thank you, Steve. Always a dose of common sense with Steve.
We coming, baby.
Do you like having a P.O. box but are tired of wasting time and money driving to the post office?
Okay, you know, if they were price gouging, wouldn't the profit margin be 30% instead of 1.2%? I mean, this whole thing is absurd. The Washington Post directly cited communism about this in its story, saying it's hard to exaggerate how bad this is, that it's going to lead to shortages, black markets, and hoarding. Let's bring in for his reaction, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors, Kevin Hassett. Kevin,
fear.
Always
More
wonderful
fear.
to see you, sir. When you saw this plan, what was your reaction?
Honestly, I was horrified. This is incredibly chilling. You know, a lot of the sort of reasonable Democratic economists, like my good friend Jason Furman, are out there saying, well, they're not really going to do it. But if you look at Kamala Harris's record, you know, she's for Medicare for all, doing so you can't have your health insurance. She wants everybody to have a guaranteed job. She's got all these socialist policies that she's been walking back over the last couple of weeks. And now they come out, you know, now you know why they don't let her speak in public. She comes out with the craziest, silliest, and most economically illiterate proposal in the history of presidential politics. And honestly, if she wants the government to set prices, and she really wants them to. That's the chilling thing. If she becomes president, this is going to be policy. You're going to go to the grocery store, and then it won't be there, or if it is there, the shelves will be empty. That's what happens when the government sets prices. I actually wrote a chapter, the economic report of the president, or my staff did, when I was in the White House, that showed that when the government starts setting food prices, then that's when people start having famines and stuff, because the people who produce food can't afford to do so because the government pays them less of the cost. It's just terrible.
I mean, it's being called remarkably, absurdly idiotic, breathtakingly idiotic. And it took her 4 years to come up with this. I mean, this is after her running mate, Tim Walz, called socialism, quote, neighborliness. You know, she's copying Senator Elizabeth Warren, you know, Bernie Sanders. Kevin, the irony today is grocery giant Kroger just promised to cut prices by $1 billion after its merger with Albertsons. Let me back up. Let's watch Catherine Rampell of the Washington Post on this and listen to former President Trump. Watch this.
What that would mean, which basically says, like, it's not going to be markets, it's not going to be supply and demand that's determining how much your grocery store charges you for milk or for eggs. It's going to be some bureaucrat in DC, which seems like totally unworkable, first of all, for the FTC to be deciding like how much Kroger charges for eggs in Michigan. But it also would be very bad for markets. We've seen this kind of thing tried in lots of other countries before: Venezuela, Argentina, the Soviet Union, et cetera. It leads to shortages. It leads to black markets, you know, plenty of uncertainty.
Now Kamala is reportedly proposing communist price controls. She wants price controls. And if they work, I'd go along with it too, but they don't work. Right. They actually have the exact opposite impact and effect. But it leads to food shortages, rationing, hunger, dramatically more inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act, by the way, was a disaster. It's what caused the inflation. Their Inflation Reduction Act was a con job. They actually admitted that it wasn't really for inflation that they did it.
Yeah, it was for climate change. You know, price fixing is already illegal. You know, Kevin, what's next? Price controls on car insurance, baby food, pet food. Sure. I mean, all are up double digits under Biden and Harris.
Right. Well, the fact is that Harris's proposal is modeled after a proposal by Elizabeth Warren that's so open-ended that the government could basically set the price for everything. And so if you think that this is just, you know, something that's going to take the far left people and make sure that they're ready to vote for her, no, this is a serious proposal. In fact, while she's out there talking about this price gouging, she's also bragging about the price setting that the government has done in the prescription drug space. And my colleague Thomas Phillipson wrote an article in the Wall Street Journal a few days ago that showed that because of the price fixing of the Biden-Harris administration, then millions of seniors are going to lose their drug benefits. You could go through that article and see about how that works. But she's bragging about having fixed other prices, and she's you know, copying a bill that wants to fix every price.
Well, you know, she wasn't picked by Democrat primary voters, so this is what the party is stuck with: absolute abject stupidity. Kevin, if you could please just stay with us for just a bit more. We got to get to this story. Okay, coming up next, turning to this. Harris also said the government should subsidize housing with even more of your money. Didn't that get the U.S. into the banking and financial crisis, triggering the Great Recession in 2008? More of this same poison? It's so dumb. Grady Trimble standing by live in D.C. with more. Grady.
Hey, Liz, Vice President Harris says this plan she laid out today will help get 3 million homes built in the next 4 years to bring down the cost to buy or rent a home. Here's some of what's in that plan: a tax incentive for building starter homes, a $40 billion fund to spur housing construction. She wants to cut red tape, stop Wall Street investors from bulk buying homes, and she wants to help with first-time home buyers' down payments.
While we work on the housing shortage, my administration
could do more government spending and maybe more inflation, according to some folks, including investor and author David Bahnsen. Here's what he says: giving people $25,000 to buy a home does not make a home price cheaper. It makes a home cost, well, about $25,000 more. points out the housing affordability crisis is on the supply side, feeding more demand with increased deficit spending, he says, is the opposite of what this situation calls for. And at his press conference last night, former President Trump said he'll tackle the housing crisis by opening up federal lands to build houses, getting rid of unnecessary regulations, and improving supply chains. And by the way, Liz, the Harris proposal also includes opening up federal land, so maybe some bipartisan support there, although Republicans are blasting the rest of it. Liz.
Thank you, Grady Trimble. Okay, let's welcome to the show the CEO of American Majority, Ned Ryan, and we're welcoming back Kevin Hassett. Thanks, gentlemen, both. Ned, your reaction to that new agenda of Harris?
Well, apparently we're not going to address what caused all this inflation in the first place. Obviously, they're out of control government spending, printing up money like it's monopoly money, the rising cost of fuel because of their obsession with the global warming hoax. And their response to all of this is, we caused inflation. We're going to try and fix inflation with more things that caused inflation. Liz, it's absolute insanity. But I guess this is what you get when you have two neo-Marxists at the top of the ticket. The crazy part to me, Liz, is we literally have two neo-Marxists at the top of the Democratic ticket. And I'm sitting here wondering, why did we even fight the Cold War if we're going to accept these ideas, this ideology is legitimate as though it belongs in U.S. politics? But incredible to me that Kamala Harris hasn't done anything for 4 weeks since this political coup to take out President Biden as their nominee. And her first and best offer is her economic offer, and it's communism, plain and simple.
Yeah, what Ned just said. Kevin, let's listen to Kamala Harris today. Yeah, admitting, inflation did take off on their watch. They hit the gas on $2.7 trillion in new spending. She was a tie-breaking vote in the Senate on that. The spending is more than double Barack Obama's 2009 spending bonanza, the Journal says. Watch this.
Spend that money.
A loaf of bread cost 50% more today than it did before.
All right, now let's head down to the lot where Tom Brady is trying to track down our Hertz customer.
I'm here, Vaughn, but...
She's admitting it. What do you think? And now she wants to let $3.4 trillion in Trump's tax cuts expire next year. What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think that she understands what causes inflation. But to go to the housing thing, she promised that she would build or help subsidize the building of 3 million new homes. Well, one of the things that's been driving housing inflation up so much, it's actually gone up more than overall inflation, is the open border. So there are 5, 6, 7 million people who need a place to stay who are moving into places all over the country and driving up prices. And so if you think about it, the 3 million that she wants to build won't even cover the 5 million illegals that she's let across the border. She absolutely doesn't understand what causes inflation. And the way to think about it is that there's this balloon inflating because of the runaway government spending. And she doesn't like this part of the balloon, so she's putting her finger in it and pushing it back in. But, the balloon's still growing. It's just terrible, terrible policy. But this is going to come back to bite them because this is so obviously stupid. Even Joe Biden knows that this doesn't make any sense. Okay. Yeah. And everybody on the left that has a brain is going to back away from this thing because this is sheer
waking up the right, baby. Thank you to the left. Y'all waking us up.
Obama's top economist, Jason Furman, said this makes no sense, what she's talking about.
He's a good man.
We got it. Yes, he is. We got to move on to this other story, Ned. For the first time ever, House Oversight is probing a vice presidential candidate. Oversight Chair James Comer sent a letter to the FBI asking for information on the 30 trips that Kamala Harris's running mate Tim Walz took to China since 1993. Now, China paid for some of these trips. He also, they're saying he set up an LLC to do these trips to China. And Walz was also a fellow at the Macau Polytech University. Ned, that's a Chinese front that says it has a devotion to the Communist Party. And he spoke alongside the president of a Chinese organization, the State Department exposed as a Chinese friend, too. This is a deeper story than we realized.
Correct. I mean, there's a very close relationship between Tim Walz and the CCP, including, by the way, something called Minnesota Global that has ties to Walz, that has ties to the CCP, in addition to everything else you mentioned. I think it deserves all of the Oversight Committee's attention to expose whatever might be happening. But the fact that...
Yo, I love Fox Business, man. They got Tim Walz, they got the Chinese military, and they just pumping it too, man. It doesn't get better than this.
Tim Walz is this closely tied to the existential threat to our standing on the international stage should be deeply troubling to everybody.
Yeah, the first time I think in history we've seen a running mate probed. Final word, Kevin.
Yeah, I think that what we're going to find is that...
I'm going to say it. Tim Walz is a Chinese spy.
His connections to China are very similar to Hunter Biden's, and I don't think that's a coincidence.
Ned Ryan, Kevin Hassett, you two gentlemen were terrific tonight. Thanks for joining us this Friday night.
Oh, that's funny.
Now is former senior advisor to President Trump, Kellyanne Conway, along with Stagwell CEO and former Clinton advisor, Mark Penn. Great to have you both here. Thank you so much for being here. And I want to begin on these polls. It's surprising to me, given the lack of information we have around Kamala Harris's policies, that Trump is only leading by 1 point, Kellyanne. Why such a tight race? What do you think's behind it?
It's a tight race because of what President Trump just said, Marie, which is people don't know Kamala Harris, which is completely confounding. She needs to eat and own the entire Biden economic agenda. She's been there. And let me say something about this price gouging nonsense. This isn't about price gouging. This is what happens when you spend money that we don't have on things we don't need as a federal government, when you tax and regulate and legislate small businesses, moms and pops.
Yo, where is DC at? Right? We don't have the money, DC. I'm sorry. We can't be doing all these programs, bruh.
And moms and dads into oblivion, when you have supply chain shocks for most of the first part of your administration. This is a man-made economic crisis in our country. And Kamala Harris speaks like somebody who's never held office before. She wants to fix all the current problems, folks. She created the current problems. And that really is the message here. So this is a very simple binary choice on the economy. You either want record wage growth, household wages, low unemployment, lower inflation, lower interest rates, higher morale, higher savings, swelling portfolios under President Trump that we already had, or you want the performance of Trump or the promises of Kamala Harris. And look, if you lose the Washington Post and even the New York Times and your price gouging nonsense, you got trouble. Last point, Kamala Harris's economic measures so far are some odd combination, Maria, of either copycatting Donald Trump. He did the insulin at $35.
Kellyanne, we need you back in the campaign right now.
There was a Rose Garden ceremony. People pull the clips in May 2020. He did that. Yeah. He's doing no taxes on tips. Or some moderate centrist voodoo stuff by her that simply doesn't match her votes in office all along. So she really can't get away with it. I think she needs to eat and own every bad policy.
Well, after all, Mark Penn, she was the deciding vote for at least two of these massive packages, the Inflation Reduction Act and the Fiscal Responsibility Act, that totaled about $2.5 trillion of the $7 trillion in spending. She was also a big proponent of the climate change agenda, which we expect to continue. And that included green energy tax credits, et cetera, more spending here. Can she get away with, distancing herself from the Harris-Biden or the Biden-Harris administration and all of its policies this entire cycle ahead of the election, Mark?
Well, that's going to be the job of the Trump campaign. The Harris campaign has been successful so far in step one. Bring together the Democratic Party, bring back a lot of the voters who gotten super wobbly because they just couldn't stick with Joe Biden for another term, given the health and age and other issues. And so she reestablished, I think, the 50-50 nature of the country, Democrat versus Republican, that we saw in the last congressional race, and brought back all those voters. Now, I think it's a relatively uninformed electorate. They don't know that much about Harris, and the Harris campaign plans to keep it that way. Put out some popular targeted tax proposals, emphasize the benefits of those proposals on housing, on childcare, on food, and skate above it. That's the plan. And so far, that plan has not been knocked off its pedestal.
So uninformed electorate, meaning they don't understand what her policies are and how they're going to affect their family, even though we just saw it in the last 3.5 years. Kellyanne, J.D. Vance this week slammed Harris and Waltz for avoiding reporters. Watch this.
The Harris campaign is not running a political campaign. They're trying to produce a movie. She never stands before the American people without a script. She never talks to voters unless a teleprompter is right in the middle of them. If you are afraid of a friendly media, and the media has been very friendly to Kamala Harris, then how can we possibly trust you to represent us on the world stage?
Yeah, and Kellyanne, nothing on her schedule yet as President Trump rallies over and over again. He's rallying in Pennsylvania this weekend after holding a press conference on Thursday where he spoke.
Do you ever wonder how Nectar can offer such an incredible deal for their adjustable bundle? This bundle includes the Nectar mattress.
Businessman and author of Truths, The Future of America First. Vivek, as always, welcome back. Just want to get your take on this big media event with Elon Musk and also Trump's return to X, which some people have been advocating. All right, he's on. He's got 89 million some odd followers. A whole lot of people listened to the interview last night. I know there were technical issues, but they seem to have gotten straightened out. Vivek, all this internet, social media, substantive stuff is right up your alley. What do you think about it?
I think it's great. I think it's a great chance for Americans to see Donald Trump in long form. That's what we should want of our presidential candidates. And Larry, I think it is pathetic that Kamala Harris has not sat down for one serious interview, long form or short form, with the media of any kind. I think it was smart of Elon, and he was correct in extending that same invitation to Kamala Harris. I doubt she'll take him up on it. But if she does, I'll give her credit for that, too, because that makes the country stronger. One of the things that was most remarkable to me about it, Larry, though, was how threatened certain people were by the existence of that interview. Kamala Harris's team was criticizing things Donald Trump said, even as she refuses to sit for those same interviews. And then look at the EU's censorship demands ahead of that interview to Elon Musk. That is, I think, arresting. When you think about the United States of America having foreign countries worried about an open conversation with a U.S. president in the United States of America, that should be setting alarm bells. And I think that dimension was not discussed enough, if you ask me.
Actually, we'll put it into the RIF. It's a great point. We'll put it into the RIF of the EU, which has some nerve. Was there hacking at the beginning of this thing? Where I don't know what the story was. And even if I knew, I probably wouldn't understand it, Vivek. What do you think?
Look, hacking or some type of attack or cyber attack that stopped people from joining. That's what Elon signaled via his tweet. I don't think the technical details matter for what happened at the start of that. That would be like the equivalent of if our interview glitched and we spent 10 minutes talking about it. It's a boring subject. What I care much more about is the content of what was discussed. And if we focus this election on sealing the border, growing the economy, staying out of World War III, and reviving national pride, that's what I heard in that conversation yesterday. I think we win this thing handily. The more we focus on policy and our vision for the future, the more successful we're going to be. The less we focus on that, the less successful we're going to be. That's the bottom line on this election. And just on that point about even foreign interference, when I think about this yesterday, Larry, that sent chills down my spine ahead of this interview or this discussion that Elon Musk had with Donald Trump. If that was Russia telling a mainstream media news outlet that ahead of them talking to Kamala Harris, they had to abide by the EU's perspectives on that discussion, imagine what the reaction in this country would be. You know what? Our reaction shouldn't be any different when the same shoe fits the other foot. And so I do think that was one of the more alarming things that happened yesterday that escaped notice.
I roughed out some of the topics. It's a very long interview. I think it was over an hour and so forth. Actually, might have been closer to 2 hours. But from your own, I don't know what you heard of it from the RIF tonight. Does it sound like Mr. Trump is now moved back on message? That's the key. I had Kellyanne Conway on the show last night. We were going back and forth. We are very dear friends, she and I, and we both agreed, let's have insights, not insults. And it just seems like the speech in Montana by Mr. Trump over the weekend and this interview with Mr. Elon Musk sounds like he's really kind of back on important messaging. Do you think that's correct?
Well, look, I talk to President Trump pretty frequently, and one of the things I love about him is he is always himself. He's authentic. Voters are hungry for that. They don't want a candidate who is managed by the advisor class around them. That's what you get with Joe Biden. That's what you get with Kamala Harris. They're really just puppets for a system that sits underneath them. Donald Trump is different in that way. And I think that the best Donald Trump is the true Donald Trump, somebody who's actually showing voters who he is. At the same time, I do think he believes that a focus on policy is the way to win this election because Kamala Harris has served up a policy record that's really, frankly, so easy to go after. You don't need to go after her personally because the stronger insults are actually the insults of her policy record. You think about somebody, despite what she says now, has favored a single-payer healthcare system, nationalization of U.S. healthcare, something the GOP has not talked about enough, Larry. You want to talk about somebody who favors the Green New Deal so much so that she co-sponsored the legislation and said that she would end the filibuster to ram it through. Somebody who actually favors a tax on unrealized capital gains. That means many small business owners across this country will literally have to owe taxes that they don't have the cash to pay. That's a formula for a market crash and a second Great Depression. She leaves a lot for the picking to say that if that's what you want, go with Kamala Harris. If not, come our way and vote for Donald Trump. And I think that's what's going to win us this election.
Let's go back for a second. The wealth tax on unrealized capital gains, which is so crazy. And, it would kill, retirees would get killed. Farmers would get killed. Ranchers would get killed. As you said, small business people would get killed. I think that one probably deserves a special place in hell. I think it deserves more discussion, just how bad that would be. Look, only markets, this. An asset is worth only what somebody's going to pay for it. And you're going to set up some IRS bureaucracy that's going to make valuations on sales that were never even completed. You're literally taking money out of people's hands and out of their wallets, literally pulling it out one by one. That's crazy. It's totally un-American.
It would also trigger a stock market crash because you have a lot of Americans sitting on long-term, sometimes decades-long capital gains that they would then have to sell, which creates a technical effect. That's a formula for a stock market crash. That hurts everyday Americans, retirees in their 401k accounts. Then you think about landowners and farmers. They're illiquid. They don't have the cash to pay what the government says their land or their business is worth. So this is one of the issues. I think there's two things, Larry, that Republicans need to focus on that we haven't yet. It is Kamala Harris's support for nationalizing the U.S. healthcare system, which would decimate all healthcare innovation in this country, and her focus on an unrealized capital gains tax. That is a formula for economic calamity. If you want that, you got your candidate. Kamala Harris is sitting right there for you. But if you want to go the direction of economic growth and prosperity and lifting up all Americans,
prosperity
the
and
choice
freedom,
could not be
baby.
clearer. Donald Trump's the way to go.
One more related to the nationalizing of healthcare and so forth. Ending private insurance, which she has said several times.
Yes.
There's last I looked, 150, 160 million, maybe more. Most Americans get their health care from their employers, okay? Or they have a kind of co-payment employer-employee, as they do with the stock market. But that's private insurance. That would all be about 150 million. I don't know, maybe more, maybe closer to 200 million people would lose their health insurance if you abolish private insurance. She's for that. I haven't heard her change her mind. And anyway, if she flip-flops, nobody's going to believe it.
Yeah, look, she was on a Democratic debate stage where they asked a flat-out question. This was not some sort of wishy-washy extrapolation. They said, raise your hand if you would abolish private health insurance. She raised her hand. She has been crystal clear on this issue. She was the co-sponsor. She didn't just support nationalizing U.S. healthcare. She was the co-sponsor of the bill with Bernie Sanders to actually do it. She even said that in certain cases for the Green New Deal, which also included one-time national healthcare, she said she would end the Senate filibuster to pass it through. So whatever she says in the next 3 months doesn't matter because her actions speak louder than her words. And I do think you have a real choice here for what direction the future of the country is going to take. Single-payer healthcare reduces health choice for all Americans, requires a massive bureaucracy to administer. And if you like your private health insurance plan right now, anybody's watching this, if you like your private health insurance plan, you better believe and bet that that is gone if Kamala Harris gets her way. Now, maybe some people want that gone. That's great. Vote for her. If not, you have a different candidate. And I think that that choice on policy is about as stark as we've had probably in the 21st century between two candidates of very different visions. Now it's up to the voters to decide which one they want.
You know, this came up when the original Obamacare came in, the idea of abolishing private insurance, which is, again, most people get their health care insurance from their business. And it was vastly unpopular. Anyway, last one, because a lot of people don't understand that Trump does want to limit government and cut back unnecessary and inefficient spending. We have some tape on what Mr. Musk and Mr. Trump talked about with respect to Government Efficiency Commission. Take a listen, please.
I think it would be great to just have a government efficiency commission that takes a look at these things and just ensures that the taxpayer money, the taxpayers' hard-earned money is spent in a good way. And I'd be happy to help out on such a commission.
I'd love
if it were formed.
Well, you're the greatest cutter.
There you go. You're the greatest cutter. This when I was a young pup working for Reagan, that Peter Grace, the famous businessman, headed up the Grace Commission, and he did a fabulous job. I mean, he could have saved a couple $1 trillion if there had been any follow through from Congress. But this is important, right? Put Elon on some government spending commission, some government efficiency commission. That's the first we've heard of Mr. Trump talk about that. I think that's progress, Vivek. Give you the last word.
Yeah, look, Elon is a brilliant guy. He and I have talked about this very idea as well. The reality is we don't need 4 million federal bureaucrats in Washington, D.C. That's the second mass deportation we don't talk about. Mass deport those federal bureaucrats out of D.C. to the rest of the country so they can get real jobs in the private sector. And I think, Larry, this is a moment for clarity for Republicans. We do not want, and we should not want, to replace the left-wing nanny state with some right-wing nanny state. We want to dismantle the nanny state. We don't want to replace the left-wing regulatory state with a right-wing regulatory state. We should want to dismantle the regulatory state. And I am glad that's what draining the swamp actually means. If we're being honest, there has been some debate around this. And even in conservative or Republican circles, I come down on one side of that question, shut it down. And if we take that approach, both the government inefficiency and the bureaucracy, we're going to save our country.
Vivek, thank you for your wisdom. Count me in. Sign me up. I'm all
Thank you
for it.
the
We
wisdom.
appreciate it very, very much.
Sign me
Vivek
up.
Ramaswamy, thanks so much.
I tell you, Vivek got it, boy. Too bad he's too brown. Cause he definitely got it. That was good stuff right there. I knew once they gave us something to work with. Fox and that Fox bubble that everybody's living in on the right is just gonna go to town. I mean, they're gonna literally. It's like I could just. It's so typical because the system can only go so far out, and so every single talking point is every single classic attack on Democrats. The moment that economic plan came out, it's like boom, panels to control food prices, control all prices. We're going to become communists. Venezuela, I mean, like, it's just coming. Venezuela, Russia, Soviet Union, it will not work. You're going to destroy our country. And I'm going to tell you something. This works. Middle class people, upper class people, people in the middle, suburban people, a lot of folks start thinking twice if I can convince you that we're coming after your money. It doesn't matter what's going on in the country. It doesn't matter how bad you might sell things that people might need as a whole. It's my money. It's effective. It has been effective for generations. So I just hate that the DNC is on Monday. And so really we'll see if they can eat on it. We'll see if it will penetrate. I don't know if it's going to penetrate because the rating's going to be so off the charts for the DNC. for the next several days. So I'm not totally sure if it's going to be able to, to bend its way into our psyche. But what else did I want to look at? I got some short clips I want to play real quick, I think, too, if I can find them. I just had them up. Let me see. We got a little bit of media news on Saturday and Sundays. I didn't even realize that. I didn't realize that even shows like Morning Joe. I think they're running 7 days a week now. Which I didn't realize that. But the media bubbles are still real. I see. Let me see. And I wonder, has CNBC had anything to say about her plan? Economics. Let's see, can I find something on them before I go back to Fox? I don't know. Let me see. Which one do I want to play? These are some short videos we're going to play real quick. Let's see what's going on. Share.
It would be $6,000 for folks. Continue this conversation. Manhattan Institute senior fellow Allison Schrager and Ben Harris is the director of economic policy at Brookings. Good morning to you. Listening to that report and just even thinking about the child tax credit, I don't know how bipartisan that child tax credit would be. $6,000 for folks, families making under $100,000. It equates to about $500, obviously, a month.
Come on, America, get that money up.
Well,
you're not giving it up.
I mean, these are not policies that, a lot of economists would support. I feel like what's missing in all of them on both sides,
it's not going to happen.
Isn't any real interest in growth. What we're just seeing is, ways to sort of give a lot of give outs. There's no concern about debt, as I said, let alone talking about if we really, really want to bring down inflation in a sustainable way, we want to think about productivity and innovation. And I just don't see anything like that there.
Let's go, business community. Let's get them.
Yeah, so this is just a partial plan. I would expect that the vice president will come out with other details around innovation, around productivity, but this is aimed squarely at household costs. I think I would disagree with the assertion that economists aren't going to get behind this. I mean, economists have recognized the housing shortage as a major driver of inflation over the past 4 or 5 years. So, the vice president coming out with a plan to add 3 million new homes to the market should certainly be welcomed by, I think, most economists across the board.
Yeah,
Allison, go ahead.
But she is also putting like increasing demand more, but with all these credits. And, just because she says 3 million more units are going to be built doesn't mean they are. If we want to.
No, that's right.
Has come for decisive action that will break the vicious circle of spiraling prices and costs. I am today ordering a freeze on all prices and wages throughout the United States for a period of 90 days.
Well, it didn't work. That was a conservative president, Republican, trying to get inflation under control back then.
It's not going to work, guys.
The problem it is now would later get to be a huge problem.
I do not want to be Russia. I'm sorry. I don't want to be China. I know a lot of you clowns love China for some stupid reason.
For good or ill.
But we're not going back.
Prices move of their own accord, and you can't clamp them down or have the government force the issue. You can for a little while, but that was a failing effort. And now, of course, it's being brought up again. Kamala Harris is very keen on doing that. John Taffer, the Bar Rescue host, on whether that would work. John, what do you think?
Well, Neil, I've been thinking a lot about it. Think of a shrimp. The
The fisherman needs to keep his costs the same. His gas can't go up. His maintenance can't go up. Then the processing plant, their prices can't go up. Then the distributor's price can't go up. Then the company that retails it can't go up. Then when a restaurant gets it, his prices can't go up. If anything loses control along the way, the guys on the back end of the chain lose money. And this is what we've seen last time. You know, we saw landlords not rent apartments because they would lose.
So all I would say in
who is this talking? Who is this?
Who you think this is, man? Do I sound different on this?
You're good. I got your voice now.
Okay. So all I would say, I have a new headset, so I'm trying to try
We
it
back,
out.
baby. We back. Capitalism, big business, baby. Let's go.
All I would say,
all you leftist commies, we ain't doing it, baby. We not told you this yesterday.
All I would say,
baby.
All I would say is from the scene of I know people don't like the movie, but I think what is it the Last Skywalker? What is it called? The last one. What was the Rise of Skywalker? Not the Rise of Skywalker. What was the last one called? It is the Rise of Skywalker, right? Is that the last one? It just came out. Anyway, from Lando Calrissian, Lando was like, he said, no, I think it's the Last Skywalker, And anyway, they were fighting the Empire and everything, and then he was just like, "Yo, it's just too many of them. It's just too many of them, right? You know, you listen to these people speak." And then Lando come through with the Millennium Falcon. You know what I'm saying? Always coming to say today. And he's like, "Yo, there's more of us. There are more of us," and that's what you gotta stand on. These people are talking like everybody's an entrepreneur and the so-called upper class. Everybody's making money. Everybody got businesses and stuff like that. I mean, I got it. You know what I'm saying? I understand. That's a perspective, but you know, that's not for you. It's not built for you. So that's all I'm saying.
Hold on. I'm trying not to do it. I'm trying not to do it. I let you eat last night.
It's more of us in the lower,
I let you and your communist friends eat last night.
In the lower class.
You know, I gave you Marxist 5 hours last night. Now I'm trying to still chill and let y'all eat. I know the DNC is coming. I know you guys are anti-capitalism, but all y'all got jobs though. All y'all working though, but then you're mad. I mean, come on now. What are we doing right now?
I am looking out for the people that need it the most. That's what I'm thinking about.
I am not an activist. I'm an American.
I'm not an activist.
I believe in freedom.
Exactly.
Freedom to operate your businesses.
Exactly.
You know, freedom to trade with one another. That's what we believe in.
Exactly. I believe in all of that too. But if the hand got to be off of all of this, if everything has to go privatization, like what Vivek said earlier, if you're gonna get your hand off of it, you got to get your hand off of it on both sides. I agree with him when he says both conservative and the liberal side policies have to let go of playing both sides, where we get a little bit of, you know, some of the government subsidies and then we don't. So like if somebody fails, like a bank fails or one of your large grocery chains fail because they had bad practices throughout the year, then they fall apart. You know, you don't get help from the government because that's the decision that you decided to do to go that particular route. We're making your decisions. Sometimes you're profitable, sometimes you're not. Now, I don't see that America to exist. That America don't exist to me. But I mean, if you want to carry that out, then that's perfectly fine. That's the argument. But if you're going to make an argument to just save some and then leave others behind, then they got the right to make the argument to kind of get the help that they need also. That's all.
Why are you trying to pull me into this? I'm trying to like stay out of it.
I'm not pulling
you keep saying trigger words. You keep saying trigger words.
You just sat up here. You just sat up here and said, "We back, baby. We back. We, you know, big business." You know what? I'm not triggering. I'm just presenting the other side. I'm not even saying what you're saying is a bad thing. It's cool. You know, big businesses or bosses are not supposed to like unions. Who do unions who do unions particularly piss off the most?
The company, of course.
That's what I'm saying. But they work together.
Unfortunately, until they become corrupt and start working with the corporation, that's a whole other conversation.
There you go.
Rabbit hole.
So that's what I'm saying. So then you get the union leaders. They shake hands.
Get too much
with
power.
The CEO. Hold on, they shake hands with the CEOs. They're going golfing together. It's like, well, hold on. Now you all of a sudden, yeah, I'm walking across the picket line. Now all of a sudden, you guys going on golf dates? And y'all got pictures? You got pictures of so-and-so in your office? The union leader? See,
I don't want to get too much into the weeds on that. I don't want to get too much into the weeds.
But that's what it leads to. That's the corruption part. That's the power. That's the money. If we're going to regulate, let's just regulate. Let's make it painful for everybody. Not just painful for some. Let's make it painful for everybody. It's painful. It's a painful process to govern. It's painful. This is government, right? That we're talking about. We're talking about politics.
We're talking about government. We're talking about systems. I don't want to get too philosophical. I know we're talking about systems.
I'm not getting philosophical.
I know that when you're doing streams and stuff, it's so easy to start getting into definitions and philosophy and academia. What's the true sense of it? Well, corporations, they also need the government. I know we can start I know what you want to do, and I do get it. I don't want to give it to you, but
no, let me give you a real example. We're walking into our building, and people are giving us handouts talking about union stuff, right? We get an email. We get an email the same morning. You know, hey, look, you know, about that same particular handout. It's not other. That's real stuff. I'm just saying that at the end of the day, people are going to look out for their best interest, and the people at the top. That's what they're supposed to do. They're doing this.
But I'm not trying to convince you to be. I'm not trying to convince you.
I'm not trying to convince you to be anything
pro-business, pro-freedom, pro-constitution,
I know you're not.
pro-gun.
But you can't.
I'm not trying to bring you. I'm just telling you what it is over here, and then you can tell me what it is over there. I'm not trying to sell you on anything.
I'm not either.
Trying to demonize the left.
I'm just presenting. I'm not demonizing the right or anything of that nature. I just said
nobody's stupid. I love what you guys do, and you bring things to the table. You know, guess what? If I fall on hard times and I need to go to Social Security Administration and get Medicaid, hey, I appreciate the struggles that y'all put in place to help.
So let's go with the raw numbers then. Are there more poor people in this country, or are there more rich people in this country?
Oh, sorry. Say that. My bad. Say that one more time.
Are there more people?
I didn't think I was gonna be able to pull you out on Saturday. So I'm still trying to, you know, I had my whole program structured today. You kind of, you know, throwing me off a little bit. It's almost like somebody was calling your name on the live or something. You just popped up.
All right, I'll fall back, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, I called on you. No, I thought you heard me say, "Where you at, DC?" I thought you may have heard that.
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't hear that?
No.
I've been trolling you. I've been trolling you for the last hour.
You've been trolling me for the last few days. I've been nice, really, to be honest with you. You know, I've been nice on this whole thing. You know, I love going down this rabbit hole, because when you go down this rabbit hole,
I'm not going down the rabbit hole. I'm not going.
I'm
trying to stay on the surface.
We went down it plenty of times, and it's a cabinet hole, by the way.
Like you
it's
said,
like
we were told we're surface people, so let me just stay on the surface, right? We're gonna stay on the surface. We're not gonna dig into Keynesian economics, right, or Austrian economics, right? We're not gonna mess around with none of that stuff.
Well, all I'm saying is the reason why I think that this is the reason why I think she should hold position, because there is there is an audience that feel like they're being ignored, right? Now this goes
remember something. I don't
want those so-called rich white liberals, which don't have this lifestyle, by the way. They're not the ones.
I don't want to give you too much.
They're not the ones suffering. They're not the ones suffering. Hold on, I'm just saying. This points out.
I can tell you a secret about America if you don't know it. I can tell you something about this country if you don't know about it. Now I thought you was gonna catch it last night, but you still talking like. I don't want to say it though, because if you don't know it, I don't want to give it to you because you're on the left, right?
I'm not
Go ahead,
on the left.
but go ahead and finish.
I'm
Go ahead and
not.
finish.
I don't. I consider myself moderate.
Don't
Moderate.
run now. Don't run.
Moderate left. No,
You
I'm
get two
serious. Moderate
sides.
left. Because
If I can't be a
if left,
libertarian, then you can't run from the left, right? If I can't
I
run from the
never
right, I
call.
gotta take all the arrows for the Klan, for the racists, for the white supremacists. If I gotta take if for
No, you
the
don't.
what is it? Jews don't replace us. People on both sides are good people. If I gotta eat all that, if I eat all that Trump MAGA stuff, then you gonna stay your ass right there on the left.
How you eating the Trump MAGA stuff and you condemn them? Like I can't.
Yeah,
No, that's not. That don't make sense.
people aren't that bright to understand the differences and nuances, bro. You know that.
Yeah, but I mean, to be honest with you, I'm okay with the discussion in the sense of would I be coming down more so on the liberal side as far as like my ideals and things of that nature? Then yeah, of course. But I mean, am I so-called blind lefty to kind of like say that everything, especially like I say, like these arguing talking points about different things that doesn't matter at the end of the day, like these identity politics and stuff like that. To me, the economic side, what Harris did is a demarcation about governing or managing the group of people that are so-called below the middle, or so-called what they call the imaginary class, middle class. I don't think there's a middle class. The imaginary line that they deem.
Right.
No, I do not. I do not believe her.
Okay. Okay.
Here's the thing. It forces action either way. It's not for me to believe her because I believe that the bureaucracy of it all is going to basically come into play. People are going to protect their interests at the end of the day, and that is bottom line. I know that reigns supreme over everything. That reigns. We're governed by a small minority group of people in this country. And if you talk about people that have
which
the
we elect.
information, yeah, if people have the information beyond the information, which means that the people that really knows how the sausage is made, that's even more of a minority of a minority. So you got people that's even on the inside of working and doing these things that may not still have a clue about what they're fighting or what they're actually doing. They're just so busy working on the smaller details of what they're working with or what they're doing. They never take time to really figure out, okay, this is the overall aspect of everything.
And
You see
also,
what
I
I'm
think
saying?
you should. Well, also, I think you have to define your role because that's why conspiracy theories I think are so prevalent because people don't know their role, and I don't like to
Yeah.
give people too much. Right? There's people who have power in all over the world, and how the world moves and how human beings move is that people have obtained power from various things through family, through businesses, through relationships, through college or whatever, and they get put in powerful positions. It gets passed down to people, right? Or they create something. And the thing is that you want to know your particular role and where you actually are so you don't get lost, right? So I'm not overly concerned about people who are 3 and 4 layers back that's pulling strings and stuff. I don't really care, right?
Right.
I want to focus on what I can understand, what I can actually deal with and I can actually see. And maybe go 1 or 2 layers back. But once we start getting into the Bilderbergs and stuff, I'm out. Right? I'm out. I'm good on those. It's a lot of YouTube channels that have that conversation. I'm good on that stuff. I want to be in this reality. I want to live in this reality and deal with what I can actually understand. I mean, we live in those places, of course, right? But I'm just trying to like leave that over there as much as possible, and not get too crazy with it.
Well, you know how you can help with that. You just have to remove your ego. Like I try my best to remove my ego and know that I'm really no one in the sense of the power dynamic, right? That the power dynamic is going to move or keep going besides what my actions are, my inactions are, just being the station that I've been born in, right? So I have that idea already transfixed in my head. My thing is trying to understand it from a level of how the power works, because like I say, the bad news helps with my frustration. So the more that I became aware of the power dynamic, the better my mind was able to deal with my station in life, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? What I'm saying?
Do you remember?
Because like a lot of people, a lot of people get frustrated and they're denying it, and they create an alternative, which means that they'll look to Egypt, they'll look to 3,000, 4,000 years ago to say we're this, we're that, we're this great people. I think that's important as an acknowledgement.
Right. Or
but I don't
Hillary
look at
Clinton
that
or Hillary Clinton eats babies. You don't even got to go that far back. You can go right now. You can do it right now. The internet loves that stuff. And I don't know what these people do, but even when you look at what was that movie? What was that TV show that was really popular with about the president and the fixer lady? I forget the name of it.
Was it a movie or a show?
No, it was a real hit show that came on Thursdays, I think, before How to Get Away with Murder, with my girl in it. And
you talking about the president?
Scandal.
Right. And you remember her father? Yeah. In Scandal. Did you ever watch Scandal, DC?
I couldn't take it, but yeah.
I tell you what, you should.
I'll tell you what you should. I'm gonna tell you, in my household, I was forced to kind of watch it on certain days. So
I was obsessed with it. But I would say this: if you ever take time out to get to the later seasons where her father shows up.
It reminded me of people that I was around. No, I'm saying when I saw him at Morton,
right,
when he was walking around, how he talked about black people. It reminded me of the discussions that we had on numerous times of dealing with people that's like him. You know what I mean? Like we talked to him. I can't. I don't like those kind of black folks.
Right. But my point is that her father, the way they wrote that character, and I don't know who wrote it. Where they got the information from, of course, but it's interesting. I mean, I know. I'm not even trying to do that. I know, of course. But I'm just saying, I'm trying to keep it what it is. My point is that, right. My point is that those people, I'm good, right? Like I don't want to be confused by that. That's where it's at, and that exists. And it's no different than people that we know who are in agencies that do things like we were talking about before, who would never get credit for. And that's what keeps everything sort of together. And it's really hard you kind of have to buy into that, right? It's really kind of hard to understand that. Even when you're close to it, it's anyway, not to even talk about that too much, but it's even more crazy, obviously, right? And so when you're trying to understand levels of power, it does put you in a strange place, and you can kind of be taken advantage of, especially by internet people who are pretending that they know things, and they don't know anything. They don't have access to anything, right? They're just making up stuff or whatever. What they go listen to somebody else on the internet somewhere and just take their information, just regurgitate the stuff, because you're kind of seeing that kind of, and it does run and trend online. But again, I don't want to talk about that too much more. I'm just saying that I want to try to keep it I want to just keep it where it's at, right? Because like you said, everybody won't know everything, but you don't have no access, no power, you have no control. Right. But all of a sudden, because the internet gives you the window to talk crazy, and now you're not the crazy dude at the family reunion, read a few conspiracy books, and you talking to your youngins and trying to put them on something. Now the internet has given you a huge thing to talk about, and those folks have all now kind of organized together, kind of, when you really look at it, how I follow it, they've all kind of organized together, and they're just pushing fake, nonsense, irrelevant distractions, right? All day long on the internet. And it's profits tied to it, so the drive is there, right? Because there's money tied to it. If there was no money there, it wouldn't exist, right? It's all about selling books, selling clicks, selling views. And I hate it because it distracts you from focusing on the real people that you can actually deal with at the end of the day, in my opinion.
Wait, Paradox. I got a clip I posted in the back. You don't have to play the whole thing. If you want to share that one, that'll correct some of the
I don't know if I want any of your propaganda stuff on here.
Oh, okay. No, it also
49 minutes.
No, you have to play all 49. You only play about first maybe 5 minutes of it. It'll just set the
Oh, you want your balance, you want the balance on.
It's not even towards you. It's
today. Now we're not balancing day today. It's time to go at the Democrats today. Now.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Go ahead, man.
So what I was going to say is that
we're gonna. By the way, DC, we're gonna strangle y'all with these plans that she's going to put out, right? Just so you know that. So be ready for it.
No. That's
strangle y'all.
No, this is what I wanted. I wanted the contract.
You about to find out. You about to find out where you really live at if you've forgotten. You may have forgotten.
Well,
but you said it's 2024 and then we going somewhere. So we're gonna see if we're gonna go where you said we're gonna go. I got you on record. I got you on record. Maybe you were sleepy last night. Maybe you were sleepy last night. I don't know.
No. There's a reason. What's your biggest frustration with the left, Paradox? Why are you so frustrated by the left?
I'm not. I'm a happy conservative. I've been a conservative for 25 years. I'm good, baby.
No. What I'm saying is,
I'm good.
I'm
bound in my system. I'm good. I don't move.
You know what I'm talking about. I'm saying like the hiding, the gaslighting, the saying something that you don't really mean, or trying to act like you just
see, we and you both know the federal government, the state government is big, giant, slow moving machines. They're not going anywhere. They're here, and they gain more and more power all the time. And it is what it is. And politics is playing within that system, not outside of that system. And so even though we're pushing left and we're pushing right, we're doing the politics of it all, which I know is very conflated, very hype, very over the top, right? But when it gets down to it, the Republicans aren't getting rid of the government and the Democrats aren't getting rid of the government, right? So we can just put that to the side, right? We can put that to the side. That's irrelevant. We're not even talking about that, right? We're talking about the game, the fight, the play is where I'm at. And you know that's where I live. That's all. So it is. Now we start talking about what the Republicans keep saying that they anti-government. Then why don't they get rid of? Come on, man. We're not.
Paradox. You don't think there's an element in that? You don't think there's an element that wants to do it, would love to roll back?
There's people in this country who want to destroy America. I mean, what are we talking about right now? There's people in this country. There's people who want to end America. Left, right, center, whatever. Like there's people in this country who hate this place. They want to bring it. They want to burn it to the ground.
No, I mean,
are in politics, by the way, who are pushing propaganda through politics.
No, I mean some of the real power players. Because you have to. One of the elements of the right is people who never liked the New Deal.
There ain't the right to both sides.
They never liked the whole idea of the Great Society. They'd be perfectly cool with, hey, kids working in basically child labor. Like, hey, you don't need to go to school. Go ahead and go work in this factory. You lose a hand or wrist, something like that.
There's men right now in this country. There's men right now in this country
big deal.
who want women not to be able to read. Who want them to be barefoot in their house, and you're friends with them. So what are we talking? What are you really asking right now?
No, they'd love to go back to Saudi Arabia. They'd love to take that, turn it back to that if they could.
Right. So what are we talking about right now? People got all kind of crazy ideas and thoughts. People want to go different places. Let's go talk to some Muslims and see what they believe, or some Christians for that matter.
Yeah. No, but
you got Democrats anyway. I'm not gonna do it.
Go ahead.
So I mean, if you want, I can give it. No, I'm not gonna do it.
Go ahead.
You don't. Nah, I'm good. Yeah, you're not gonna pull me. You're not gonna pull me out. I'm good. Because what you're trying to tell me is that something is wrong with the right because you've been propagandized by the left.
No.
So instead of you telling me what you actually believe and what you actually think, you're telling me what they're telling you to tell me. I'm good with that, bro.
No, well, I'm saying
because if you think that the left isn't anyway, I'm not gonna do it.
It's got its own level of nefariousness, but it's a different view of the world. I can say it that way. Like it's a different view because in general, you will admit, like if you're usually when you see people who are fundamentalists, either whatever religion they're in, they tend to have a rightward bend. Like not even just America in general. Like you talking about Sharia law, all of those things. Those are going to be very restrictive towards rights. Very, hey.
There's people on the left that's trying to protect what you're talking about. Right, left doesn't really matter at the end of the day. People have agendas. People are moving people in all type of ways for their own personal things, or maybe for more of a systematic thing. But there's people who are on the left who protect a lot of crazy stuff from people who they quote unquote supposedly disagree with.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference in the sense of it's one thing to protect someone's ability to do it versus, hey, this is how I want everyone to function, if that makes sense.
Repeat that again.
I think there's a difference between sort of a live, let live, like, hey, if he wants to operate like that, that's fine, versus
hey, hell no. I
want everyone.
Democrats do not let in. No, we not. What are we talking about right now, man? You really gonna pull me off what I'm trying to do? Let me get back focused on this, because if you're sitting here telling me that Democrats are not trying to control people around this world, then I don't know, what are we really talking about right now?
No, I'm saying
not, if they're not implementing systems all over the world for control from a Western perspective, I don't know what we're talking about right now. I can show you left-wing empire if you acting like it don't exist, and you're trying to spin this conversation and make it sound like it's a right-wing thing. I can talk about left. No, you're not saying that.
No, I'm talking
That's
about.
What it sounds like you're really trying to say.
No, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about religions.
Go ahead.
No, I was just talking about in the context of religious fundamentalism, because we were talking about the whole, hey, people pretty much want some people chained up. They want to take away all these rights to the certain extent. Now, I'll give you this. You are right in the sense of, you're talking about empire on a global stage. There are things where it's like, hey, if you are going to be, a country that is not toppled, you will have to integrate X, Y, and Z.
I do not like American Democrats or Western socialist societies front in front of my face and sit here and spin to me and act like we not what? I don't even want to have this conversation, DC. I want y'all to live in y'all fantasy. But I want no, you Negroes want to live in your fantasy. And I want you to live in your fantasy. Can I get back to my program, please? Because I'm trying to be nice to Democrats. Right? I'm trying to get y'all space. I'm trying to get y'all,
let me ask you this though. Are you okay? Are you okay with if anybody want to come up and this, that, other? Because I know this kind of like your show right now. So you want to let me?
I didn't mean to hijack. I just want to show.
Oh no. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about like if there's anybody that's in the chat,
I'm just messing around.
If anybody that's in the chat, they want to come up. I'm saying like,
put the link in the chat. The link open up the chat right from the beginning.
Did anybody want to come up?
But I will pull you down and I will block you too, though, if you're talking crazy. This is a dictatorship. Shit. This is our miniature empire, right, DC? No constitution over here, baby.
Look, man, I am all about independent thought. As long as you come up and say what you got to say, man. And
does Iran has a constitution, don't they?
It does, but it is kind of a theocracy, because you do have the Ayatollah over there who kind of like, hey, this person's running the election, this person's not. I think they technically do. Well,
I think so.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's not gonna overrule what he says or one of the imams. So
that's a fact. Yeah, they have a constitution. Russia has one. China, North Korea. It's very interesting when you look at some of their information, because I know you get looking at propaganda versus reality.
No, one thing I did, I don't know if you saw Paradox, there was a poll that came out and actually showed that J.D. Vance is more unpopular with men than he is with women.
Really?
Yeah, I saw that this morning.
Poll that? I need to find that. That's is there any commentary around it? Just an article?
It's an article.
Someone,
it was on X.
Yeah, that's interesting. That he's that unpopular.
But like you said, DC, well, that's the whole thing about watching and reviewing things and observing, because we don't, like I keep saying, I don't know how anything's gonna really get interpreted until it starts to happen, right? Because I'm surprised that that's very surprising. I am surprised that the way Kamala's being, how she's being processed right now, right? And what's that's going to look like. Same with Tim Walz and even J.D. Vance, because I would have assumed that he would be a lot popular than he is. And I'm starting to think, in the article, I think it's going to probably back it up, is that he might not be as loved as he think he was. And you know what's so funny, when you look at his book and his press run, he did a whole lot of Democratic shows, which was interesting. Very mainstream.
Yeah.
And you know what's so funny? You have to make a choice, right? If you left or right, outside of the actual politics, just left and right in America, culturally speaking, it's funny how you can't play both sides. And I think, historically, you can play both sides, right? And I love that we live in a time where you got to make a decision, and how someone like Donald Trump wants to be in mainstream media, but you know what I'm saying? But then he can't be, but he still really wants to be. It's just very, very,
Yeah.
it's pretty funny, actually.
Yeah, it's in the back chat.
Funny.
It's a Newsweek article.
That is crazy. I'm trying to see, will it let me see anything? All right. Huh.
If anybody want to come up from the chat and share your views, please feel free to do so.
No pressure.
No pressure. No pressure. But
let me see. Where's that thing? Here we go. Let me look at this real quick. Hey man, that's popular with men and women on your whole show. I said Senate coming to scrutiny both liberals and conservatives for his comments about women. It's interesting. There's a post ABC poll, IPSOS poll. Struggling more with male voters. That's interesting. Did a survey.
Why did it say he was struggling with them? What was the reason?
I don't know.
Well, it was favorability technically.
Oh, just favorability.
Yeah.
Right, because the thing is that when because remember, everybody's people who are not into politics, which is also, we're only like 1% or 2% probably of the population, I'm guessing. Most people are only hearing seconds of things, clips of things. And so if you're not paying attention to politics, you open your phone up and you see somebody talking about childless cat ladies or people without children. I mean, you're alienating. I don't even know how many millions of people who don't have kids or tried to have kids or lost a kid or who are old. I mean, it's just who are remarried, who are older, who their spouse don't have kids and never. I mean, you're talking about millions, and it's almost that's the issue I have with a lot of the internet bubble stuff is that you're not living in the real world, period, right? And it's constantly exposing that you're not. And me and DC, we talk about it all the time. When you go out into the real world and just open your eyes up and look around and look who's with whom and look at where people are in their lives and stuff. It doesn't really match sort of this distilled, processed, sort of very, very refined reality that you're trying to create, where everything is kind of like a black and white thing. And it's like you have all, people, AOC doesn't have a family. It's weird talk. Or these people don't have a family. They don't have what is he talking about? I mean, you have millions and millions of people. I mean, it's just the thinking. I get what he's talking about, of course, right? But it's how he's presenting it is the problem. Now, classic Republicans say the same exact thing. They just know how to say it. I don't know why he's just not taking cues from that. That's the strange part, right? You can talk about people. You can talk about America. Maybe it seems like America has been moving into a space where it's more about being single than having family. That's really what he's trying to say, but he's saying it in like a weird, creepy way, in my personal opinion. Instead of just talking normal, instead of this weird internet babble nonsense that he's talking, right? Like the internet basically makes you retarded, it seems like. Instead of just saying, and I could play videos upon videos of watching debates of them breaking down what it means, how America has shifted from being more family based and now more individual based, more single based. And you can consider it the destruction of the family, or you consider it maybe the sacrifice is required for freedom for people, regardless of gender, and also a bigger, stronger economy, and the sacrifice of what that looks like in capitalism, instead of trying to use these other weird ways to try to explain why people might get married later in life and the negative effects of maybe doing that and having children at a later time. But we live in a different type of society, right? And so I know that it can get kind of politicized because everybody wants things to be like a perfect way. You know what I'm saying? But this is a man who has a family who is imperfect. He has a normal family. Never married, mother's not around, the grandparents taking care of the kid. Like that happens to millions upon millions of people, right? Divorce rates, etc. I mean, we can go down all of those rabbit holes but society's never gonna be perfect. I know everybody got hurt feelings. I know that half the society is from a divorced family or never been married family, and everybody feels so bad and everybody wants to be victims. It's funny though that people on the right, when you're on social media, when I listen to a Rogan, even though I'm not saying he's on the right, but a Rogan or a Peterson or what's my guy's name? What's the white haired guy's name? Glenn Beck or whoever, right? Pick anybody. And it's just victimhood and they're kind of like, and even if I go further out and go to the Duck Dynasty guys, and you go down that rabbit hole of people who are similar to them, who do shows who are more in a country western space, or who are more in just a different world. It's all kind of, and really tied to Christianity as well. It's all sort of tied to America is destroying itself because of X structure. You know, you need this structure to make this exist. And that did run for a while to sell it from a talking point, to politicize things and to get people to vote a certain kind of way. This society has clearly sort of left, I think, a lot of that rhetoric, maybe, I don't know, 20 years ago, 15 years ago, maybe. I'm not totally sure America psychologically is ready for that conversation now. He's trying to introduce that conversation. And clearly looking at this one particular article, obviously he's not getting the response that he probably thought he would get. And again, like I said, he's not a good salesman, in my opinion. Vivek, on the other hand, yeah, that VP would have been the right VP right there. He would have dominated Trump.
So if
they've been fighting over just on that thing.
So Paradox, you think
Vivek is the bridge to bring the colors together.
No, that's what I was going to ask you. Do you think he's like, if Trump loses, do you think is he the future of the party?
I'm gonna let you have it.
Oh, of course not. The Republican Party is a white only party.
No. But don't you think if Trump loses, you have to do that whole what they really should have done in 2012, what they talked about doing was that whole basically a detox, really sit down, look at, hey, we got to change this. You don't think that he's like the leading voice of, okay, I'm going to be responsible for like diversifying the party. Like I can get the MAGA people, if I get Trump, the endorsement of Trump or most of his sons, or work closely with them, and I can bring in enough people of color with me.
Well, one day, and we're not all too old. Well, we're all getting there, I guess. I don't think in my lifetime, based off my racial philosophy, I don't believe my lifetime I will see it, but it does feel like it's getting close, because power will make you change. Power will make you respond to certain things in a certain way. And so I don't know if the Republican Party is yet at a breaking point, because we have a lot of the Electoral College, we have a lot of districts, we have a lot of states, we have a lot of voting. I think if you see a blowout at some point, a wash, a wipeout, like something critical changes, then they'd be forced to. But I think it's going to be a forced job, because what's going to happen is it'd be a bigger version of January 6th, maybe. Because the thing is that there's white people who believe in whiteness who don't get to talk about it, right? And that monster is being suppressed. If that monster is allowed out the cage, and you can start to convert white people back to understanding what it means to be white, how to protect whiteness, what's the value of whiteness, and that rhetoric can now eat, because now they've been cut from the party. We'll get to see another version of America. You might see more terrorist attacks. White terrorism may just explode at that point. And we may have to go through a process to deal with that, and to finally transition out of this society and into some more of a racial democracy style society, where we won't necessarily activate race anymore, because the society is now, it's all blended when it comes to politics. This is the last vestiges of it. Maybe. I don't know. White people are still they're still 7% of the electorate. White folks change on a whim. I can play you 1,000 videos right now where everybody's saying what me and DC been saying for years, which is white women is very dangerous when it comes to a lot of this stuff, and they vote the way their white men vote, and white men can be swayed. Yeah. Right now it's going to be at the margins, obviously today, because everything is obviously pretty much divided. But if depending on the plans that Kamala then roll out, and they've already did one. And so I want to see some classic things take place. I don't want to give out too much though, but I want to just let this be. I want this to roll out kind of easily and just sort of watch how, as people hear pieces of information, how they're going to respond to it. Because when Americans start thinking about things in a certain kind of way, even though you're going to get 50, we'll say what, 47, and we got 6% to split, maybe something like that. We're going to see sort of who's going to be able to move that number just a slight bit to edge out their victory.
The only thing is that you only have so much time, because they kept saying
79 days.
No.
Oh, you talking about the bigger thing? I got you.
Yeah, because I always hear 2050. I feel like it's 2040 where they're like, okay, like you're talking about a white minority. And I feel like with birth rates and where things are going, like that could be accelerating even more. Like it wouldn't surprise me if they said it wouldn't surprise me if they said 10 years, 2035. Like just that when you look at who's having children, who's not, it may get here faster than they thought.
Well,
because I hear what you're saying.
I'm not gonna go down the rabbit hole of population stuff because, I don't even want to.
No. I hear what you're saying in the sense of, hey, that basically if whiteness is energized, that you're gonna peel off some of these people who are in the Democratic Party right now. They're gonna come back to the Republican Party under the guise of whiteness as well. Because
anything can happen in 20 years, depending on what the society is feeling. And the reason I'm making a point about that is that will white people, as a collective group of people in America specifically, remember, you're dealing with Western Europe, you're dealing with Canada, you're dealing with Eastern Europe, you're dealing with South Africa, you're dealing with enclaves of Europeans in the Middle East, in Northern, Western, and Eastern Africa, and you're dealing with ideologies, Western ideologies coming out of Hong Kong, coming out of Bangladesh, coming out of Southeast Asia, etc., right? And of course, Australia, New Zealand. And so there's a lot of things happening here. And so it's not necessarily as cut and dry. I mean, you're seeing a depopulation, you're seeing a population decline all across the planet, actually. But anyway, that's a totally different conversation. But anyway,
because
my thing is that you're dealing with a philosophy, you're dealing with a belief system, you're also dealing with a global system that has integrated the world, and people can be moved and make decisions to benefit themselves. So they have a lot of power. So they're 10% of the population right now. People who are trying to push depopulation fears or minority majority fears, honestly, I'm not going to totally just denounce it. It's something there, and it can be leveraged, obviously, and it can be spent certain types of ways. But remember something: Europeans are 10% of the population. England is 2% of the population. England ruled 70% of the planet. So I don't care about numbers. I care about high levels of intelligence, high levels of ability to organize globally. Is a very unique skill set. Most of the world does not have it, do not understand it. I don't even want to have that conversation right now, honestly, to be totally honest with you. I don't want to go there because people aren't even really qualified, not you, but people aren't even qualified to have that conversation. No. They're so knee deep in bullshit living in these fantasy worlds on the internet that I don't even want to even open that up right now, to be honest with you.
I was just saying, because the only thing I was going to say, because we got even a picture of JD Vance up, he's kind of a poster child of, hey, are you in that percentage? Like the people really, when they start talking about that 2040, 2050 date, do they envision a JD Vance, who's married to an Indian woman and what the implications of that are?
Of course not.
Because that whole Silicon Valley thing, there are plenty of men, they may have not been married to an Indian woman, but an Asian woman, all of these things, like how does that wrap in that, he's a poster child for that whole tech bro, that culture. Yeah.
Well, I would say this. I can envision a world 100 years from now ruled by Europeans, and you would never see a European. Oh, right. We have that in Africa right now. Oh, yeah. And in India and in Southeast Asia and China. Right. So I don't think I know what it's going to look like, and I know how it's going to be spent. But when you understand the amount of wealth that these people have tucked away, I need it to be taken from them. And then I can have a real conversation. Do not care about population growth. Do not care about fears of white people spinning it, using it to activate their people, and for non-whites to use it to make themselves feel good or think they're going to have some kind of power. I'm all for it. Enjoy yourself. But I understand one thing fundamentally. When you're holding on to $300 trillion, the numbers, the amount of resources that you have control over, and the ability for over 2,000 years to control large swaths of people who are not your people, I'm just not going to pretend that doesn't exist, right? I'm not going to pretend that's more of the real conversation, more of the real world stuff. Everything that falls below that to me is just, entertainment.
No, the only thing I would say to that is your empires can fall apart. That's the one thing you got to keep in mind. And great powers do rise and fall. Now, where those great powers go, I think.
How many centuries did I give you though? I gave you 2,000, right?
Now, Paradox. Let me handle this part. Renaissance.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a quick question, bro.
Yeah.
So you're right. Empires do fall apart. Things of that nature. Has there ever been an empire like what we have seen as of today, when it comes down to Western powers? Has there ever been anything that's that's in recorded history that's even come close to the kind of technology of advancements or the kind of the ability to kill massive numbers of people by a stroke of a button? Has there ever been that kind of technology that we've had so far in modern history?
Well, no.
So that's a significant difference between how the empires fell back in those days when they had swords and muskets and things of that nature, where you have to walk in and take it, right? Whereas now you can just send in a drone or a bunker buster and you can eliminate an empire in one day. I mean, we all remember shock and awe, right? I mean, they did a whole fireworks display.
The one thing I would say to that is some of the powers, I would say your main competition right now is China and what they're up to. Technologically, I would say the US and China are neck to neck as far as like just sheer technology and production of what ones are capable of. You have some people, you've had some generals that say, hey, we're actually a little bit behind them. Now, what that really looks like and what that, because there's all sorts of theories of frameworks of, hey, China's really not trying to be expansionist like that. They're just trying to control their area's influence, or there are other people who have a much more, what do I want to say? A much more, they see them more in the American light. That's why I think that there's a real challenge for things, because even the Trump people or even the right and the left both see China as a problem. Now, what the outcome of that is, I can't pretend to sit up here and know, and what that means for global power.
That's a game. That's a game, man. At the end of the day, I mean, me and Paradox, we have lamented this very, very succinctly as far as like what it would look like. Do you know what it would look like if somebody really tried to take America? Like let's just really just scroll it out. Like forget it. Like, America's vulnerable. America's falling, right? Like think about that. I want you to think about what that looks like for the planet. We're just talking.
First of all, China works for us anyway. Come on.
No,
don't even bring that. That's a silly conversation.
No, it's not silly. It's not silly though, Paradox.
They work for us. It's not a conversation.
Paradox. Let me talk to them, because I really want people to understand it. That's all. So, what started World War II? Renaissance. What started World War II?
Basically, the Germans, basic expansionism.
Right, but I'm saying, what got us involved?
Oh, Pearl Harbor.
And what did Pearl Harbor show us?
You could be hit locally.
Right, and what did we end up doing at that particular time? San Juan, Hawaii. But what I'm saying is that even before you can even cross certain shores or certain parts of the ocean to get over here, there will be so much damage to this planet. This planet is finite in resources.
Correct.
Global land. The water could be contaminated. All of that. And if you're not willing to end it and turn this into Terminator Salvation, or some kind of wasteland, or where there's going to be just, because the population is what it is, but our population can be taken away from us in one day. We literally can take it away in one day, where we can drop down to under a billion souls on this planet in a heartbeat. So what I tell people is, just be careful on the population conversation. It's not really a conversation.
Oh no, I'm not.
No. I'm saying, because it's not you. this is just an overall thing because people talk as if that can't be regulated by people that have the shoestrings of power. They control the hospitals, they control vaccines, they control the food, for Christ's sakes. They control means of production, militaries, ships, nuclear weapons, all of these things that are already in their possession outside of just money being exchanging hands. That's anyway. I don't want to get too far in the weeds, but what I'm saying is when it comes down to the fighting part, which is what me and Paradox basically specialize in, because at the end of the day, to take something from somebody, you got to get to the fighting part. If I go down to your hood and I try to take it from, what do those two hood factions end up doing? Nah, man, you got it, man. You can just buy the block. You got it, man. I'm gonna give it up to you. It's cool. No, we're gonna duke it out. We're gonna fight it out, right? So you're gonna have to take it from me in blood. Come take it in blood. And what I'm saying is to 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 befell this empire the way that people see it, right, is an extreme cost to the planet at this moment. Now I don't know where it would sway. I don't know where it would sway to where that won't be the case, but at the present moment, this planet would not be able to function properly if you remove the people that are ahead of this particular planet at this particular moment.
No, the only thing. No, I'm not. When I say because you're thinking sort of direct conflict, I'm talking to like you wouldn't even necessarily direct conflict, because I think you all both say, hey, there are areas that are areas of strategic influence for the United States, that empire, Western empire, you can even say that those areas that you're seeing, whether it be in the Middle East, whether it be something like Belt and Road, whether it be Africa and the strategic resources there, that you're seeing China make moves in those spaces as well to challenge Western power. So I think when people talk about conflict, we don't even necessarily have to think of a conflict on necessarily the homeland, although it can obviously turn into that. But like sort of conflict of, hey, being outmaneuvered by this chess piece on the board, or having more influence here. And the only reason I say that is just because of sort of what some of the work I do. I hear some of the alarm bells from people about, hey, this is a problem. And then just some of the reading of, hey, they're gaining a little bit too much influence in this region of the world. Or, they're looking, hey, if we're talking about needing resources to populate and continue to power, your economies, those things, that's where you're going to see a flashpoint and a clash. Some people think it's overblown. Like I said, it sort of depends on the hats you have on, and really how much you think American empire can be challenged.
But are you interpret? China's not a challenge, but are you interpreting what you're hearing as managing a piece on the chessboard, or you're saying that we're playing one another?
Oh, I think at this point, when you talk about great power, you're trying to play one another. You have people who don't want to have the full blown conflict.
No. We're the chess masters, and China is a piece on the chessboard. If you're not thinking it from that perspective, I honestly really can't talk about it so much.
It's not. Yeah, it's I get what you're saying. The thing is that they're moving around.
I'm not mad at it.
I mean, you're talking more of an economics type of position. We're not talking about that. And I'm not even talking about direct conflict. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about if you're told to be out of a certain place and then you cross the line in a certain place, then everybody knows what it is. That's what I mean.
Well, great.
But
I can't do it.
Oh, well, let me ask you this then. So China, Taiwan, that whole situation, what do you all read into that? Or, because everyone's saying by 2026, 2027, that's when China wants to make its move to take Taiwan.
China makes its move then.
So do you see that as a chess piece?
Huh?
No, do you see that you see Taiwan as a chess piece on the board?
It's not a chess piece, man. That's a beginning, but that's not a major chess piece to me. Really? That's a posture move. It's more of a posture move than anything else. That means, okay, you're serious now. Okay, so You jumping, you bucking.
No, DC. What you're saying is that now they want to get off the chessboard and be a player. Is what you're talking about. See, remember the spin in our federal government, all our agencies, all our private groups who monitor all this stuff.
They've done a wonderful job.
They're cranking out a lot of books, a lot of material, a lot of data, and they're making it appear that they're actually not on the chessboard. That they're making moves, we're making moves, and we got to make sure we be careful with that. Man, come on, man. Come on, bro. Yeah, don't fall for the banana in the tailpipe.
Do you know how many federal agencies that work covertly around the globe there is?
Yeah.
Like all over the place. And like I said, I don't.
And I'm not saying you're wrong, by the way. Anything is possible.
I'm
just asking how you view China then from that lens. You see it as just
I'm gonna say it again. I look at China is no different looking at Nigeria.
Okay.
So or Saudi Arabia or Brazil or Mexico
India.
or whoever.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's never going to change. But now, guess what? One day, they might want to come off the chessboard, unplug, and do their own thing. That's not a reality. So it's not a conversation. It's not a real conversation. When it gets there, when it gets there, we can have it. But outside that, we're just talking. We're just wasting time. It's like I said, selling books, selling clicks, selling views, fake debates, fake conversations, and the CIA, the FBI, they love it. The CIA, and NSA, and other agencies, they love this stuff. They love it, and all the backs and forths, and everybody's buying into it. And you have experts who spend their lives making a hard position that this place is going to rule and this place is going to do this. And guess what, guys? So I do it like this then, DC. How about this? How is the Soviet Union doing, DC? Hello? How is the Soviet Union doing?
I was just about to bring that up.
How's the Ottoman Empire doing? How's Imperial Japan doing? I mean, what are we talking about, bro? Come on, man. It's not real yet. But trust me, believe me, when it becomes real, I'll be the first one to be like, oh, okay, we have something here, guys.
Okay.
There's something here.
Renaissance man, you was here in the 80s, right? So you seen a little bit.
No.
You seen a little bit of the posturing.
No, I wasn't.
What I'm saying is, no, not in DC. I'm saying on the planet.
No, I wasn't alive in the 80s.
When were you born?
No, take it back. I was born in 89, back in 89.
Damn, okay, so yeah, you are very, very young. Well, when me and Paradox were just young dudes, right, in the 80s, right, like elementary school kids, that Russia was a real scare, a real thing. Like we was really. Now I'm saying hold up. Because we used to get in bunkers. Hold on, let me just explain it to him because
hold on, but go back further to how do we know it was real though? And there's a difference in how an empire or a nation or a government or its people how they respond to an actual threat. There's a different behavior pattern within a society.
Yeah. Propaganda. We had like everything. It seemed like everything we did, even when it came down to the toys, the cartoons we had, G.I. Joe, it was all posturing from Russia conflict, things being a serious situation. Red Dawn. We had a movie called Red Dawn, War Games. We was children, man. And we used to get into bunkers, man, like, like if there's like a nuclear fallout or something, like it's crazy. It's like,
right, there we go.
Get into nuclear bunkers and stuff like that. Like, you know how people have fire drills or like certain places where I guess it's like a tornado. We have like nuclear, like get into it, just in case some falls, something happens, But I would tell you this, man. I think that every generation, so we don't get directly into, because I'm not about the fear porn. I don't want to do that. But I would tell you that there is a severe cost if people really want to cross the line. You really want this planet to be in a serious upheaval where we there's a good chance that I'm saying like 3/4 of the planet will be gone. Just be Planet of the Apes. That's why they did movies like that. They're showing like, we'll take it there. We'll go there. Like if it has to end, then we'll end it. That's what war games were about. War games, the whole thing about war games, right? It was just basically saying, just hypothetically, if you know, like you send missiles to each side, right? And you just blow it up, and then there's nothing left on the planet. Like, and he was like, well, who wins? And he was like, there is no winner. You know what I'm saying? Like that kind of shit.
Right.
Like, you know, what's the other one? Judgment Day on Terminator. You know, that type of shit. Like, you know, that's just mutual destruction at the end of the day. If you're dealing with somebody that got the same kind of capabilities as you do.
Well, I consider
But if
China
you
a failed nation. That's just me, though.
right, if you're dealing with somebody that's like
I'm not
China,
impressed by it.
they're more of an economic wave than a military wave. Then, you know, that's something else. Even though they got a real robust military, don't get me wrong, but they don't want to expand in the same way as, say, like Russia,
No,
or
that,
say
like I
like
said, that's a viewpoint. Yeah,
I tell you what,
that's a
don't
view of the world.
it's not a viewpoint.
I put it this way: it's a weird thing about
Because
people underestimate.
Russia, the generation before us, they had the Cuban Missile Crisis, right? You know, the Cuban Missile Crisis is all about Russia putting nuclear weapons where? In Cuba, because they was a communist country and they funded Castro and this particular revolution. I mean, it is what it is.
They're going to destabilize America secretly and quietly by making a bunch of cheap products and sending over fentanyl. That's coming from the right.
I know trade wars.
It's going to be this. It's going to be that. It's going to be It's all.
Our economy will fall, and we will fall apart.
Blah 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 blah.
Yeah, that's not going to happen here, man. They have found a way to deal with trillions.
And one thing, in DC, one thing the UK taught me is that it ain't the size of the dog, right? That's one thing. That's what I think. I mean, look at these empires, man. How they transition power, how they reform themselves, how they reorganize themselves.
Right.
And it won't be I tell you one thing. It won't be any confusion. We won't have to speculate if it's really happening. Because guess what? Prior to what was happening in the early part of the 20th century, people were doing what they were doing, right? And then once things became real, then you had a response to it. But prior to that, now we're on the defense here now because we understand how the world has advanced and where it's at right now. So I would say we're probably more we put ourselves in defensive postures in some places, offensive in some places, and send messages in other places. And we invest a lot, obviously, in our security. But understanding that you need to do something outside of that, you're selling books, you're selling ads, you're selling fear, you're selling clicks, you're trying to move marketplaces, etc. But that's all you're really doing at the end of the day. And one thing I know is that people who live, one thing I do know, DC, is that people who live in the West, they don't want this thing to stop. So all that is just making money, in my opinion. You don't want to be in bunkers. You don't want to be in bunkers. You don't want shortages. You don't want to be forced into the military to have to go fight. You don't want what you think you want because you're worrying about just the idea to even have those kind of thoughts in my mind is crazy. You don't want to. I don't think anybody wants to understand what it's like to be in the
paradox. I would say this: the people who have those thoughts aren't going to be the ones in bunkers. That's the thing.
Yeah.
That's always been the thing. The people who really have those thoughts like that, they're not going to see the front lines. Never have. They might be. They might be a high level strategist. They might be a high level officer, but they're not the ones you send out there like that. At least historically.
But if you are a regular person, one thing you want to do is stabilize, keep things the way they are, and hope that none of those things that these goofies on the internet is wishing to happen or maybe want to happen or fantasize about it happening for whatever their own perverted reasons are. Trust and believe, and you want things to be as stable as possible on this planet. You do not want to see what it looks like on the other side. Trust and believe me on that. And just go study that.
No, America's going to go broke. America's going to go broke, and we're going to get brought by China, and China's going to hand the keys over to China, and then we're going to become
idiots. Don't drink the Jim Jones Kool-Aid, bro. That's all I gotta say.
No, that's not the. No, that's
I know that's not what you said, but I literally heard somebody say that, and I'm just like, man, I'm gonna let you have it because a lot of people do believe that, and it's just, I get it. You know what I'm saying? I get the
No, DC. What you want to do is, as an individual, in my opinion, you want to step away from it all and analyze it yourself. based off your information, the books you've read, the history that you've read, what you've understand, and take your own view of how the world is operating, and then you come up with your own ideas and your own opinions about, but not what everybody else is saying. I don't care how educated they are, historians, people who spend their whole life studying empires and whatever, whoever they are, you still want to maybe get their information interpreted on your own and have your own kind of idea about it. You know, that's a pretty big task, but have your own positions on it, because you have to know, if you turn on Fox Business, if you turn on CNBC, you have tons of folks on there pushing anti-American or pro-Russia propaganda all day, every day. That's how the world works. I just don't want people to get kind of trapped in any of those things, or even trapped in a lot of ideas that get pushed by this country, and just sort of just analyze it yourself. Make it make sense. Just make all of it make sense and understand how the world is really operating. And yeah, you have, and I think what happens sometimes is that people, you know, it happens obviously all the time, right? You got millions of people who are in poverty, billions of people who are struggling across all over the world, a lot of things going on. So I know you can get kind of caught up in, we can get kind of caught up in a lot of that stuff. Sometimes they can use that, obviously, that emotion against people, unfortunately, and use it to control people. And I hate that it's that way, because America is a propaganda monster, bro. You hear me? It is a propaganda monster. You can't really fight it. I mean, me and you, we struggle taking the fight, because guess what? The program has already been installed in y'all brains. So everybody who I know who's talking to me, I know that your brain has been programmed. Just how you're talking to me, I know that you're not giving me your information. You've been propagandized to your whole life. And now you're here talking to me and you're telling me what you have been propagandized by. And we all get it, of course. It's a hard thing to fight against, of course. I've been propagandized against. I have to check myself and question myself constantly, because I know that the information is we're just being hammered with it. And they can create realities. They can create realities for us. Right?
Yeah.
But and I don't want to get into the Russia thing, because that whole thing with anyway, I don't want to get into that thing, because I'm gonna let that keep playing out before I make my comments about what's going on over there.
I would just tell people to just really study World War II and the cost.
That's a good starting point, though, I think. But I would go back.
Well, you could go back, but I mean,
but that's a great starting point.
How things escalate around the planet and the things that was done. I mean, went from the League of Nations. You basically end empires. People become nation states. They're more consolidated now. They're more grouped together. One group of people are defining folks in a particular way. I mean, it became fairly obvious. So NATO is created. There's a lot of different things that went on. So that's the reason.
And you know what? A lot of things, and things are always going to be adapting and changing, reorganizing itself, reforming itself in different ways, etc. I just I'm not going to just take a massive leap about things coming to ends and other people taking over things. I wouldn't do that. I'll take more of a conservative approach to something. Maybe say, maybe we pull back here, or we pull back here, or we kind of get off of that, or we let that happen and let them deal with it. Let other groups of people have more responsibility of managing their particular reasons, and we kind of take a back seat and let them try to figure it out and step in when necessary. So we can have more of those maybe nuanced conversations about things that are going on, but ending things and collapsing things, that's conspiracy. That's Joe Rogan conspiracies coming from out of black folks' mouths, in my opinion. And Alex Jones conspiracy theories and the rest of these weirdos that are out here on the internet. But they say, you done totally derailed my whole flow that I had. You know what? Let me skip past. I wanted to give you something. I didn't want to give it to you.
I'm out. I'm out. I gotta make moves anyway. I might go ahead.
I was gonna give you. I'm trying to do this Jordan Peterson thing. That's what I wanted. That was the whole point of this. I want to.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do the Jordan Peterson thing, and I'll mute up, and you guys, you and Renaissance can kind of get at it, and I'll chill.
But I want to play you. I don't want to do it though, man. But I wanted to play you some little bit of catnip from Tariq Nasheed. I don't want to do it.
Oh no,
I really don't want to do it. But I said if I got you on y'all to play something.
You know,
I don't watch him at all.
15 years, man. It's like I'm like when I was listening, I'm like, you hear this guy?
It makes my hair.
I was like, you hear this dude talking crazy? Like he manifesting stuff. And you was just like, man, that's just reparation talk. I'm like, all right. That's just
that was 6 months before I figured out, before I got clarity on everything. This is not about reparations at all.
It's okay. Yeah,
big ass grift.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Your DC, antennas sniffed it out instantly. But yeah. So okay. So you don't want that. That's cool.
No. We can listen to it. No, go ahead and put it on there. I want you to do.
It's a hard listen though, bro.
Just on Monday. Just know on Monday though. Monday. Just give me Monday through Thursday. That's all I'm asking. Just give me Monday through Thursday. Then I ain't gonna hold you. You want it. You got free reign.
It's too anti-black. It's too anti-black.
No. It's good. No, it's good. It's good for us to hear it because I think
that's so anti.
I think it's good to kind of like put it out there and then to put it into proper context. And I'll let you run with it. I'm not going to say anything. I'm gonna try not to say anything.
Nah, it's gonna make me. It's gonna make me anti. So I'm not gonna do
it. Come on, man. So you make. Just can you play? Can you at least play like 2 minutes of it? And you got me curious now because I don't listen to them either. So you got me curious on what you heard.
Yeah, somebody sent it to me and said you gotta listen to this. I said, man, I can't do it. I listened to like 10 minutes of it. I was like, this is just nonsense.
Go ahead and play it there, man. Just put it in the queue. We're open minded over here. So I told you, like, just go ahead and
you got some. I don't know if you're paying attention to the chat. You got some violence in the chat.
I'm not looking at it.
Yeah, we don't really. Yeah, we gave the link out. I mean, if anybody want to come up and share their views, you can, man. But
oh no, it's not towards y'all. Yeah. It's in chat violence.
Let them go ham, man. Just respectful, no name calling. As long as respectful, no name calling. Then if there's ideas or whatever.
So this is Tariq responding to not Tavis Smiley. By the way, Tavis Smiley, we have more cosigns. By the way, the internet's going crazy with our comment as far as white women, and so I keep finding these people. I just see Tavis Smiley on Vlad. They had clipped him up talking about the white woman vote. I said, people are noticing it, of course. But anyway, Tariq is responding to what's my man name who does the radio shows? Ricky Smiley.
Oh, okay.
I know you know Ricky is. Okay, so I know you know Ricky.
He's been capping hard for his AKA. So because Ricky Smiley,
right?
He a Q.
He a Q. Yeah, he a Q. Yeah.
No, so I was gonna say, what's his name? So that video going at him too.
Divine Nine. That's a Divine Nine.
So black people. So black people with the internal fights. Go ahead.
Yeah.
You saying?
No, I was just saying that's the Divine Nine thing that gets very. They're very protective in these kind of like enclaves or whatever they deem that to be. So he's been capping extra hard for. Like I said, man, Kamala don't need your defense. You don't need to defend her. You know what I'm saying? You don't need to defend her.
I like
Let it be.
Wait, I was gonna say you didn't see Michael Eric Dyson, the video he made?
I played it yesterday.
Yeah. Paradox played it for me yesterday. I come.
Oh, you talking about something different?
This is the one where he's doing like a post. I saw it on X. I can't remember when he posted it, but he basically had the camera looking at him, and he was talking about the whole situation with Nancy Mace on CNN and him. I can't.
He talked. Oh yeah, I played the video of him.
He talked about it.
He responded.
Yeah. He made another video after the fact. I can drop it. It's about 5
drop that. I'm gonna play that.
He was just basically saying, "Hey, like this one being disrespectful on CNN."
I know so many pro-black light-skinned. Me and Paradise, we know so many light-skinned, almost damn near looking whiter than Drake, by the way.
Now look, I have a disclaimer
from the DC area. Oh man, especially from Moco County, man.
Right.
That shit, man. This just that's always been an issue with me. So I have. Let me disclaim this though. I do not support this person. I don't want to play it. I'm gonna play it. I am apprehensive about it, but I'm gonna play. I do not support this world. I hate these worlds. I hate all of it. But I'm gonna do maybe 5 minutes of it and get off of it. All right.
I just want to put that disclaimer out there. It just makes my skin. I hate anti-black stuff, man. Hate it.
woman's appropriation of our foundation of Black American culture, going out here with her fake Southern accent and all of this stuff. That's disrespectful because she's doing that as a form of mockery. Again, going back to Kamala Harris doing her presidential campaign, bringing up Megan Thee Stallion as a representative of our culture during a presidential campaign. That's mocking us. She doesn't do that with the East Indian culture. You understand? And us gatekeeping the culture, it's important because now we got the dominant society echoing our words. And boy, the Democrats, especially the Boule class, they really hate that. They hate that we got the dominant society echoing our talking points. There was a story that came out with Ann Coulter. And Ann Coulter, she's used the term foundation of Black American many, many times, and a lot of people in the dominant society. So Ann Coulter.
Pause it, please. That's
but I agree with this. The foundation.
Pause it for me real quick.
I'm trying to. Give me a second.
Listen, man. I would say this, and I know this.
Yeah, I watched her say this live. By the way, that's the funny part. When she said, I just kept on moving. I didn't even acknowledge it because you know what? Because trust and believe me, DC. If you don't understand how to divide people in an exploited position, and he does not understand what that is, that's on him.
Yeah,
I'm not here to decipher any of this stuff, obviously, right? But it's just a funny thing.
But you have someone who's a pro-black pointing to a white woman for like, come on, man. Like, but this has been
he's a charlatan. He's not pro.
But no, but this has been a that's not the first time on social media I've heard people try to like, now comment, well, she's not really black and they're a white person. It's just like, this is what y'all have done. Not y'all, but this whole rhetoric.
So I will say this. Now I'm gonna ask you a question though, Paradox. You tell me what you think. How many times have you think that Roland has tried to actually get him on his show, get Tariq Nasheed so he can get him on the show and they can have a back and forth about some of this stuff? How many times do you think Roland has actually reached out to him? Or do you think he actually has reached out to him?
Oh no, he's reached out. I think he's reached out. Because he has a serious issue with the rhetoric of telling folks not to vote.
Right. It's like and I think that I don't know because I think what
but Roland is so informed and he takes his historical knowledge and integrates it into the democratic democratic advantage that it makes him very dangerous.
He's the weapon. He really is.
Yeah.
And
he got Dr. Carr on his side, bro. I mean, imagine we had Dr. Carr. Come on.
Because he's gonna have. He's gonna have Dr. Carr there. Because he's gonna be like, okay, I got Dr. Carr here. You know what I'm saying? So you don't think I'm just going off the cuff. So
he would have to join forces with Umar to go against them two, bro. He would because he's not that informed, to be honest with you.
Now I'll give Roland. I mean, I know he's easy to crack on, but I'll give Roland his props. He is like I've seen a video of him like showing off his book collection. Dude does at the very least on the surface the knowledge. Like if you want to talk at least Black history, you can argue maybe politics in general, but his Black history is on point. I'll give him that.
Who Roland's great.
Yeah,
Roland's great. No, bro, super intelligent. I don't even have to say that. Obviously, I mean it's a given. Obviously, but
I'm
gonna dunk on him still. But no, he's great. He's fine. He's fine.
No. There are plenty of people. No, there are plenty of people who won't even give him that. You may disagree.
That's crazy. I'm not like that, bro. I'm not like that. No,
I'm not saying you. I'm saying people on the internet. There are plenty of people who they'll just be like, okay, someone can chill and be intelligent at the same time. Like
I'm gonna mess with you. Me and DC gonna mess with you. Like we gonna mess with you. We messing with Tariq. I love that Tariq did. I love that Tariq did Hidden Colors. I love what he did for Dr. Welding. So I mean, it's a lot of things I really like about Tariq. I just have an issue with a whole 90% of everything else, of course. But I'm not gonna. I try not to be anti, even if they're being anti. I try not to be that way. But anyway, go ahead, DC.
So this goes back, and Paradox know these guys like way better than I do. So like the Dr. Umars of the world and Tariqs of the world, we know that they know who we are for sure. I don't know if they listen all the time that we do content, but I know that they know who we are because of the affiliations that we have basically been doing as far as we've been online and stuff like that. Some of our actual talking points actually came directly from on how they talk about race came directly from our content earlier, especially when we was doing content about race classifications, all that. Anyway, that's a whole different you can have it. But what I would tell Tariq, man, is this, man. Just go ahead and take the challenge and go ahead and debate rolling in real time. Go on there, have a discussion, sit down, do Black Talk Radio. It ain't it's his platform. You know he's gonna attack you a certain way, but you want to be able to kind of get your point out there. The FBA, he should go up there and talk to him. He should go up there and talk to him. I think that would be very, very constructive for people to see the contrast between that
Well, the
point of
thing is
view
that DC,
and
that
Roland's point of view.
it's not important. What's important is that people like him, who has a film, who has been successful making underground films, who has millions of dollars, who has a big following, should have a super PAC. He should be investing in candidates and running them. He should be organizing with Democratic groups or Republican groups or whoever he wanted to do, whoever he wants. California, pick a state, Georgia, doesn't really matter, and actually get involved in politics. Same, and that's no different than Umar. That's a different conversation because of how he's oriented himself in this reality as well. But Tariq more so than many people, because he is professional. He also tries to do or attempt to do some conscious things, but he doesn't. But see, people don't really want to do that though, and that tells me a lot about what I'm actually seeing, because it's not that difficult to invest. Even Ice Cube, for that example. Ice Cube is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and he runs around with the black plan, whatever he called it, right? Whatever that plan was he got. I'm like, bro, why don't you just spend who Ice Cube?
No. It wasn't Platinum Plan. What was it called? No.
Just a Black America plan or something. I don't remember.
Yeah.
But anyway, I would assume that you don't got to go out here and talk. You don't got to go out here in no campaign really. What you do is take your real cash, your real money, and your friends, and you organize that money, and you run candidates, or you invest in a PAC, and you try to put pressure on certain spaces, in different states, at the federal level, etc., and really put yourself out there in a real sense by putting your money on the line and making some things happen. And then you can run that with actual human support and human capital as well, if you want to do that, because you have some influence. Instead of just, the approach doesn't make any sense when we have a system that's in place that's designed to move politicians, and you have the wealth to back it up, and you're not really doing it that way. As far as what I know, he might be doing it secretly or something. I don't really know, but there's plenty of examples out there of people who move politics to get the things that they want, and we get real time examples of it all the time. And I hate to use. No, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna hit play. I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'm gonna mute up. I'll be
culture turns interview into a racist tirade. They're trying to say this is racist. Conservative columnists and culture downplayed Vice President's heritage over the weekend, insisting that the Democratic presidential nominee was not a foundational Black American. It's not racist. That's the truth. All right, that is the truth. Kamala Harris is not a foundational Black American. Now, if Trump had said that, Trump should have worded it like that when he was at the NABJ. He just said, well, I don't know, she's Black. I don't know. She was East Indian. If she's Black, I don't know. She's not, she just turned saying the truth. See, again, this is coming from the grassroots. We're setting the tone, and we are foundational Black Americans, and these people hold on.
Do your homework. Black people. Hold on. The people that have paved the way and to stand up, and that's going to possibly get to the United States.
Hold on.
Respectful, even if you felt Black woman can become president of
let me go
research. You can.
So this is our brother Ricky talking about the Black woman, Kamala Harris, who's not a foundational Black American woman. I'm not going to give her the recognition of a foundational Black American woman, because she is not. She's East Indian, and she's always lived like that. Her going to an HBCU. Rachel Dolezal went to an HBCU. This is not a foundational Black American woman. She don't get the same recognition as that. Hold on.
See what a record is. You can see what she have done.
Nothing. Our brother Ricky, her record is horrible. Go ahead.
I think you can Google what have Kamala Harris done for the Black community.
Nothing.
Or things that Black people benefit from. I'm not.
Nothing.
We need to stand with her.
Yeah.
We need to stand with her.
No, we
She's
don't.
Great. She will make a great president. And what a blessing to be living in a time where a Black woman can become president of the United States.
Yeah, I can't do it.
You can't do it, man. I thought you was holding up for so good, man.
I try. I can't.
At least more details. And then, of course, after it was over,
can't do it, bro.
More detail. You're like, really? That's how we're gonna do this? And so that's sort of the thing that you constantly hear. So the first there you heard talking about food prices. Do we have the video fixed, folks? Okay, all right. So we're gonna try to get that because she also laid out what she wants to do when it comes to housing. That, of course, is a dramatic issue. Also, it's not moderate. It's not American Economic Liberties Project. Morgan Harper. Glad to have Morgan here. Also, Dr. Courtney Johnson Rose. She's president of the National Association of Real Estate Brokers. Morgan, I want to start with you. I'm going to start with you because I want to deal with the economic piece. I want to deal with the economic piece, the food. Then I want to go to housing. So first off, when she's talking about food, all of these people and I see these people going, oh, well, this is ridiculous. The grocery stores, they only have a 1 to 3% profit margin. They're not price gouging. What they're overlooking are all of these food companies that are price gouging. Companies that have been shrinking packages, the size of foods, but also increasing their prices. And so the way I got it, she wasn't talking just about grocery stores. She was talking about the food industry as a whole.
Exactly. And I think she was very precise in her choice of words. She said big food companies. And just like you're saying, Roland, it's like that does not mean that we are talking about our mom and pop grocery store down the street or an independent retailer. In many cases, it might not even mean that we're talking about your local chain per se. We're talking about the giants of the food industry that took advantage of consumers during the pandemic. The Kroger CEO was on the record during an investor call saying that inflation was good for them. It's a chance to raise prices on consumers. They're trying now to merge with Albertsons and get even bigger and lay workers off like they've done before. It's also the food suppliers. And I think this is a critical point. She didn't get into it in the speech, but there's some price fixing going on there too with this company AgriStats that the Department of Justice is suing, that they are finding ways to collude with each other to increase the cost of meat. That then where does that cost have to go? It's not just going to stay with the suppliers. The suppliers have to pass it on to us as consumers. And so she very much was distinguishing between most businesses, which are hiring people, supporting communities, spurring economic growth, and some of these giants that are trying to break the law and take advantage of consumers and other businesses that are in the market.
Yeah, you also have people, the other day, Donald Trump was complaining about the price of eggs, things along those lines. Well, you notice they didn't bring this up. Go to my iPad, Anthony, where you had U.S. egg producers that were involved in a price fixing scandal. That actually happened. So this idea of this was from December 2023. So to complain about, oh my God, the price of eggs is up 48%, and you leave out the price fixing scandal. Well, hello, and this involved Cal Maine. What is this?
DC, are you still there? You said you're gonna be on or off the line.
I'm still here. I was just doing something real quick, but
oh no, you can do that. You can do that. I was gonna say this real quick. This is what I mean from the left, right? Is that on the big networks, this is how you would respond. What Roland's about to break down is how you would respond to Republicans. And it's interesting that the left, at least in mainstream media, kind of like plays with that. Like I was telling someone a while back, I said, I honestly think the left is who got President Trump elected by giving him $50 billion in free advertisement, right? And we just gonna like you said, we just gonna pretend it didn't happen. Or we gonna pretend that Obama and Hillary and those judges didn't conspire. We just gonna pretend it didn't happen and blame the right because we're dysfunctional over here. Like people be just saying anything, right? But my point is that you could show something this simple would shut up the right when they're trying to run their propaganda. It's not for the right to see this; it's for the audience to see this stuff in those spaces.
Right.
Say here, the country's biggest egg producer.
Exactly. And, this idea that this is left or this is Republican or whatever, I think we're entering, and I don't know what you think, I think we're entering this new phase where who cares what you call it? It's reality. It's the reality that most people are experiencing in their lives on a daily basis. And they want politicians, they want elected officials, they want the government to be responsive to that. And I don't know. I mean, to me, that's what I heard of a lot in her speech was like, it sounded like a lot of things that I hear people talking about.
Right.
And that she has some specific ideas of what to do about it.
And again, the problem here is people don't understand these specifics. They don't understand. Listen, the average person is like, yo, I go to the store, I buy stuff, it's high. They're not realizing, okay, as you said, the distribution companies, the deliverers, the food companies themselves, these public companies, and also what all these people were trying to do is, again, recouping their money after COVID. All of these things were actually happening. Also, I want to deal with this because she mentioned competition. And you've mentioned numerous times on this show, Kroger, Albertsons, and Robert Rice talks about this all the time as well. When you have monopolies, then and not having competition, they're able to increase prices, and you can't do anything about it because they're the only game in town. And so the Biden-Harris administration has been very aggressive with the Federal Trade Commission in blocking a lot of these mergers. And you've had people like the CEO, David Zaslav of Warner Discovery, who was like, hey, I don't care which party wins. I just want somebody to win who's going to allow for mergers and acquisitions, which really means Donald Trump, because they don't want there to be more competition. They want consolidation. They want not monopolies.
Exactly. And I think another critical point with this is,
I'm going to let that slide, DC. Now, I want to be sure, were there any mergers that happened under Obama? I just want to be sure about that.
That is another one of these threats to democracy. We talk a lot about the threat of having people who don't care about norms in government, who break laws. But part of the reason why we found ourselves in this mess is once a company gets that large to do whatever they want in the marketplace, then they can also take that power and buy off a lot of politicians to make sure that they don't do anything to stop them or reduce their market influence. And, unfortunately, that's what we have heard from former President Trump talking to big oil executives in his own home saying, hey, essentially government's for sale. Pick me, I'll leave you alone. Meanwhile, the Federal Trade Commission coming out saying we're going to take on collusion of that was happening in big oil industry that's increasing gas prices. So, yeah, I mean, to me, it does seem like there's a pretty clear contrast here. This should not be controversial stuff. I mean, making sure that you don't have landlords, moving to another one of the issue areas that came up in housing, landlords that are able to price fix, just find like the absolute maximum that people are able or willing to pay and go there and then spread that information throughout the country. That should not be political. That should just be exactly what it is, which is illegal and stopped.
Okay, so let's play the rest of the video because she also got into housing and I want to move towards that. So go ahead and play it.
Yo, your kids are on their way.
I bet. Hey, Meta, look and tell me how many balloons could fill this room.
It would take several hundred balloons to fill this space.
And I operate between Big Pharma and the insurance companies who use opaque practices to raise your drug prices and profit off your need for medicine. 2 months ago, I announced that medical debt will no longer be used against your credit score. And I will work as president with states like here in North Carolina, Roy Cooper, thank you again, to cancel medical debt for more and more, millions more Americans. As for Donald Trump, well, he wants to repeal the Affordable Care Act, which 45 million Americans rely on. 45 million Americans rely on it for health care. That would take us back to a time when insurance companies could deny people with pre-existing conditions. We all remember what that was. And we're not going back. We're not going back. And we've down. And
so it talks about, so this was created under President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. This was part of the National Housing Act of 1934. Now, the press release didn't talk about this here, but the reality is this here. This same act is what instituted racism in America, okay? It instituted housing racism. And so what we saw here was with this particular act here, so I'm gonna scroll down here and I'm gonna pull this up right here. So key events. So you see right here, signed into law June 27, 1934. It said right here, 1950. The Housing Act of 1950 amended the National Housing Act to encourage the production of housing for middle class families, and established Section 213 for mortgage insurance on cooperative housing projects. Okay, I want y'all to hear that again. What I just told you, in 1950, the Housing Act of 1950 encouraged the production of housing for middle-income families. What did Vice President Kamala Harris just say? Wanting to build more homes, wanting to build new homes. Now, check this out. And y'all have heard me discuss this over and over and over again, the housing crisis in America. Go to my iPad.
You're going to love this bed. No matter how good your mattress is, you'll sleep more soundly and comfortably when.
And I've been covering housing my entire career. What you're seeing right here are the number of homes built in the United States between 1900 and 2021. So if you go to the beginning of the 1900s, okay, you saw 1.78, 2.652, 4.16, 2.67, 4.79, boom, it jumps to 10.08. Oh, I'm sorry. When was that? 1950 to 1959. So why is that important? That's after World War II. So guess what you then had? You had, of course, all of those soldiers coming back home, GI Bill, buying homes. So you see the explosion. So let's go. 1960 to 69, 9.49 million homes built. 1970, 1979, 12.37 million homes built. 1980, 1989, 12.14 million built. 1990 to 1999, 12.49. 2000 to 2009, the most homes ever built in American history, 14.56 million. But what happened? The housing crisis, because of free money, no standards, and America went haywire. What happened then? Housing crisis, 2008, 2009, 2010. It crumbled. Prices dropped. Folks, 53% of Black wealth wiped out. Folks were losing their homes because of balloon notes, all those different things. What then happened? To go back, 2010, only 6.9 million homes built. There was a housing crisis. And so home builders were not building homes. Again, 6.9 million. When is the last time we built less homes than that? Right there, 1940 to 1949. Okay, now let's go right here. So here we are, 2010, 2019, 6.9 million homes. Now, this chart was done in 2021. The problem is we are building fewer homes in 2020 present day. So now that means that we have back-to-back decades. Now we're a decade and a half, or we are so far behind of building new homes. You have significant housing demand. More people, more demand, fewer homes. Plus, private equity has been snapping up homes left and right. It's estimated by 2030, private equity will be owning 40% of all U.S. homes in the country. So when Vice President Kamala Harris unveils a proposal today saying we're going to build 3 million new units over the next 4 years, where she is trying to say we have to catch up because of the problems that we had in the housing market all of the last 2 decades. And so for everybody sitting out there and you're like, my rent went up. It keeps going up. Here's why it's going up. There are people right now who should be owning homes who can't. Not just because of mortgage interest rates going up, but because private equity has been buying them. Second of all, and my next guest will explain this as well, baby boomers are holding on to homes. See, you got to put all this stuff together. Typically what happens, baby boomers get older, then they sell homes, they might move into condos, they might move into homes with their families. That's not what's happening. They're living longer. And so all of these factors are what's driving the housing crisis. So it's easy to say, Biden's fault, rent's going up. No, it's not. Right here, when you'd had homes that were built in 2010, Obama was president. He's vice president. That was happening. And so we have to have a deeper understanding of what's happening in the housing market. And so we're going to play a video later from Robert Reich. I think it's really important as well. But let me bring in Dr. Courtney Johnson-Rose. Courtney, what you heard from the vice president today, I think speaks to where we are. First-time home buyers, $25,000 tax credit. Why is that important? Because now, if they have 10%, now I got that $25,000, that really helps. But also, you've got to build more housing stock to drive down these prices because you have pent-up demand. Yes or no?
Yes, and Roland, you are so spot on this conversation. Housing is everything. And when we look at this is simply supply and demand. And the supply and demand chain has just been off for so many years. But what we're seeing at NARAB is that it is the biggest impediment to Black home ownership is not our credit, not that we have bad credit, not that we don't have any money, and not that we don't have jobs. It's that there's no housing to purchase because the housing supply has been so low. You mentioned a couple of things. One, baby boomers are not moving. They're staying in place because they don't have anywhere to downsize to, which means houses are not coming on the market. Institutional investors, 28% of the market right now, and it's growing every single year, are being by institutional investors.
And Courtney, here's the problem. You may have customers. You may have folks that are trying to buy a home. And they've scrapped their money together, and they're like, we really want to buy a home. But then all of a sudden, private equity comes in, and they're like, buying a house in cash. So now a homeowner's like,
no inspection. How can you compete with that?
Right. And the reason I filed for bankruptcy in 2004 because of health issues, because of medical bills. But I came out of that bankruptcy in 2008. And part of the reason why I filed because they were trying to foreclose on my home. I then owned that home outright 4 years later. For the last 5 years, they have blown my phone up with text messages, phone calls, call my daddy, call my sister, call my mama. And it's like, trying to sell your home? I'm like, hell no, stop calling me. And so they want to pay for cash because I own it outright.
Yes.
And that's what's happening. So a lot of people, and the reason I'm not selling, because my parents are 77, they live in my home. I've had nieces and nephews who have also lived there as well. So that actually helps my family economically because they're not having to be in this housing market because I own it. But what we're dealing with is, right now, you have regular, ordinary people. They cannot compete against private equity with all their money.
They can't. If they present an offer, Roland, that has, we need 3% help towards closing costs. So we're using a down payment assistance program. They cannot compete against private equity firms that are cash, no appraisal, no inspection, and close in 7 days.
Fun vacation?
Amazing. I mean, he is rarely speechless.
You guys hit Emerald's Bistro?
Welcome. That's all she talks about.
What else y'all do?
Nothing.
Like I always say, no one does fun like Carnival.
All right, now let's head down to the lot where Tom Brady is trying to track down our Hertz customer.
I'm here, Vaughn, but looks like I just missed her.
Oh, so what you're saying is that she was able to check in online, confirm her car, then it's straight to the lot.
That's why you go with Hertz.
So what it makes it is that our buyers that are qualified can't find a home. Fannie Mae has a stat out now that shows that there's more than 2 million mortgage-ready Black Americans. That means they have the credit, They have the income to purchase a home, but there's not a home out there available for them. So this plan from Vice President Harris is exciting. It's spot on. It's what's needed to spur the economy. The other thing that we're experiencing is our people are paying so much in rent. It's unreal. We have families that 60 to 70% of their income is spent just for a rent.
But first of all, you just said it. You just said there are 2 million eligible Black people. They should actually be homeowners.
They should be homeowners. They should need rent.
Right. So the problem is when you can't get a home, you have to rent. Now the folks with the apartment, they know pent up demand. So they like add 500, add 800, add 1,000. Now you have no choice because you can't go anywhere. So if you're not building apartment complexes, if you're not building new homes, then this problem simply intensifies and gets worse. And so you have to have, and I had somebody in a chat like, Roland saying vote blue no matter what. No, this is affecting Republicans, conservatives, white people, Latinos. I mean, I went back and looked, Courtney, it's crazy. I went back and looked at the neighborhood that I grew up in.
Yeah.
Okay. And I've been back.
Yeah.
I'm looking at home prices and I'm like,
that makes any sense.
Literally, I'm talking about, I'm looking at home prices, houses, not even 1,500 square feet, 1,800 square feet that are $400,000, $500,000, and $600,000.
20, 30-year-old homes too.
That's insane.
It's unreal. And then you couple that, Roland, with the high interest rates. And now your monthly payments are just astronomical. The other thing that we're seeing is that the number one group that is becoming homeless are older Black women that are on fixed income. So what happens, the people that should be buying a home don't have a home to buy. So now they're in the rental community.
Somebody just posted in our chat, my studio apartment is $1,875 a month. What's crazy, Courtney? When I bought my house and I had a high interest rate, the note was $1,400.
Yes, my first house was $897. 2-bedroom, 2-car garage, townhome, $800 a month. It doesn't exist anymore. You can't rent anything for $800.
Nope. So the only way to deal with this, the federal government has to come in and say we have to spur the building of new homes. And so all of a sudden, if you now have 3, 4, 5, 6 million, she's simply saying we got to play catch up because so doing that's going to actually decrease the pent up demand. And then what's going to do is it's going to force those folks who are with the renters. Now people are going to have more options. They have to bring down prices.
It's going to take that competitiveness off out of it and bring the price. And I love your analogy, Roland, about how FHA has done it before. It's why it was created.
Yeah.
It's the tool. So now we have to use the tool to do it again. But that's what the tool was created to actually do. And her plan is utilizing the tool that's at our fingertips to be able to spur this economy. The other thing I want to mention is that housing affects so much of the economy. You have construction workers that get jobs. You have people that buy new furniture. You have real estate brokers that get paid, inspectors, appraisers, mortgage companies. It's a whole industry.
Yep.
We can also be excited about her bringing this industry back to life that has been over the past few years.
Yep, absolutely. And so I just, for people out there, they really need to understand how deep and broad this is. And it's not just so simple as, well, it's Biden's fault, it's Harris's fault, or if a Republican was in place. We have to recognize the crisis that we are in right now was 20 years in the making. And Courtney, I'll be honest, I remember, and people were mad at me because I was critical of President Obama in 2009 and 2010 when I said, don't let the banks off the hook. Because what happened, Courtney, was we bailed the bank. Remember those, it was called toxic assets. Those were the home mortgages. We bailed the banks out. They held onto those home loans. And when it recovered, They were selling 25,000 lots to private equity, and that's where we are right now, right?
Yeah, and what happens with the private equity that hurts so bad is that they buy in our communities, Roland. They get the properties, pennies on the dollar, they turn them around and they make them rental units.
Boom.
So we end up renting the same property that we should have the opportunity to buy. We end up renting them and we never get it back as part of the housing stock. It turns into a permanent rental property that these companies do, and then they collect rent from us.
And then they add the other piece, because you know this as well. When neighborhoods transform from being homeowners to renters, that actually drives down those neighborhoods because those folks are transient, so they're not taking care of their yards. Correct. They're not fixing up their properties, not investing in their properties. So the value of the neighborhood can actually go down when it becomes a rental neighborhood.
And if you're a homeowner in that neighborhood, now your value is decreased because the institutionalized investors that, by the way, don't live in the same state, by the way, don't keep up the actual property, by the way, use an outside property management company. So that value now is taken away from our communities when there's people that could be homeowners in those properties.
Absolutely. So I hope folk first of all, I guarantee our audience got way more out of this than what in the hell they could get on CNN and the rest of these people, because they're focused on political stuff when no, this is a real issue when it comes to housing.
People's issue. This is, we're so excited to hear it and to hear it being addressed in such a robust way. It is what is needed, and it is what will help communities move forward. And you mentioned this too, Roland. This is not just a Black problem. This is an American problem.
Yep, absolutely. It's in neighborhoods and cities all across the country. Courtney Johnson Rose, we appreciate it. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
DC done dropped out. I was just getting ready to ask him, did he have any commentary for good old Roland Martin and his left-wing propaganda?
No, go ahead and repeat that. What were you saying again? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I said I figured you dropped out though. I figured you was gonna have some. They're just gonna have some commentary for the left-wing propaganda Roland Martin was just spitting out.
No, I mean they did enough.
All that fear tactics and
I don't need to say anything.
Blackness. I love it though. I mean, it's good information to a degree. It's not completely honest, but I understand that who your audience is and how you're gonna give them information. You're going to leave out a lot and not give the full perspective, in my opinion, which is these evil corporations are going to take all the houses, drive all the prices up, turn everything into rentals, create ghettos. And I'm just like, you're doing too much with all that to me. Like, just inform people more about the whole system. And you talk about that all the time, which is you're looking at small businesses, medium-sized businesses, corporations, the housing market as a whole, and really giving us a little bit more information about how everything really works and what you got to just kind of deal with and make your own personal decisions on maybe where you should live, your options that you have. You know, just a lot of different things I think that you have to decide on the individual level and not try to just put everything on someone's shoulders, right? Like, the evil equity groups are just coming over and taking over everything, and they control all the markets. They're not saying that they don't. They're not saying that they don't. But it's not my job to fight. Man, I'm not a soldier. Leave me alone. I need to figure out my ways of how to navigate my individual personal lives and what does that really look like. Because I know that you understand that when we get into the details of this, a lot of this stuff, it does come down to individual decision making. Now, you do need an environment that is the best for you, of course. But when you look at housing prices, I mean, let's not get into what happened with that and why that is. And it's going to be a lot of blame that goes around. That's what I mean by how it gets kind of messy, because I could easily attach either Bush, really, you probably put it on Bush more than Clinton, I would assume, right? But you can say that they implemented things to allow people to get homes that maybe not could afford homes. And then you allow mortgage companies and financial institutions to sort of exploit that position, give out a bunch of homes. To keep it simple, right? Crash the markets, a lot of homes on the marketplace. Banks consolidate and then have to put the homes off books to manage and to release slowly in the marketplace over years. And then private equity comes in, snaps them off. Obviously, they're going to buy all those homes. At the same time, prices are going through the roof, which you never stopped, right? No one stopped that from happening. And then all of a sudden, you want to show up as a knight in shining armor and say, well, oh yeah, now rent is $3,000 in a neighborhood where it should be half that price. And back then, we used to pay $500, for rent, and now it's this much. And houses used to cost this, and now, I mean, you need to kind of explain sort of how those things work. And if you get left behind, you get left behind. And unfortunately, that's the type of system this is. And not sort of sell me on the ideas that I can bring you along, because someone needs to prove that to me. I need to see that in actual reality. Because generally speaking, unless you become a totally different country, there is no way, if you are a homeowner, the 50, 60, 80 million homes that are owned right now, whatever the numbers are, they're not mad about the housing price, by the way. Right? They're not mad at their house that was worth $100,000 is now worth $800,000. And they don't want anyone messing with that. And that's what I mean about how he's talking. It's just a strange thing, because you're not gonna be able to build homes near cities that are going to be affordable in 2024 or 28 or 32 for the next 3 cycles, right? I mean, how does that work? I mean, unless you're telling people they need to move to other places. For example, you had a big migration coming out of the tri-state up north and flowing themselves back down to the south because of what? Cheaper housing. So that drove a whole industry, right? Which also drove prices up in those areas, of course. But I mean, what would be the next place to go? Are you gonna, or do you do more sophisticated loans? Because I think the only option is gonna be that. If you give me a 70-year loan at rates that are under, say, 6% or 5%, you can say stuff like that. I mean, you can create instruments and tools even outside of the down payments to figure out ways. But I don't know if you're gonna be able to depress prices, because I'm gonna tell you something I've wanted for years is. It's a bad thing to happen, of course, not to do it on purpose, of course, but for deflation to happen, for situations to happen where all prices start to get attacked and come down. And that causes a whole nother set of issues, of course, if you do that. You're talking about depression and other things, and other things that are happening within the economy. And you're going to start to see, you will see a huge drop in price, but you'll see obviously massive layoffs, massive drops in wages. It'll be a whole calamity, basically. But things will be cheaper, and you can kind of reset from there and kind of work our way back up. But this society is not going to allow it to happen. And it would have happened, I think, in 2008. And I watched it happen. I watched a situation where if you have a run on the banks, then a run on the market, and then that sort of start to cascade into all other industries, the car industry, on and on and on, right? All through all industries. And then you sort of see a price reset where everything gets cheaper because everybody's bankrupting, systems are flushing out. We're not going to let you consolidate. You're going to collapse. And we're going to let smaller banks start to, eat up on those banks that sort of collapse and not sort of hold it all together. Maybe some people would argue even to some level artificially, which when that happens, I think you're going to get higher prices. We knew that was going to happen. The economists knew where we are right now. They knew this was going to happen once they saved our system back in 2008, 2009. They knew this was going to come from that. And then when you add the COVID on top of that, I mean, that just puts it to a whole other level, because again, we did not at that when we had that pandemic happen, we went into save mode, spend the money, save people, protect people, keep things kind of stabilized, keep things kind of where they are. And the repercussion of that is going to be obviously higher prices, more debt, etc. And so to sort of try to pretend that didn't happen, and our solution is going to be spending more money. It's just interesting. That's all. But did you have anything, DC, before I go? I want to play this Eric Dyson clip real quick.
Nope, I'm good to go. Good to go.
So for Black women this morning, for little girls, for auntie.
See, look, you got someone protecting your people, right? Right, DC?
For grandmother, for wives, for partners, for lovers, for teachers, ditch diggers, engineers, around the way girls, to presidential candidates. We Black men who have too often failed you, who have too often.
Any comments, DC? Or do you want me to go to a different video?
No, continue to play it. No, I haven't seen this, so
Often not
yeah,
said
go
the
ahead and play
right
it.
thing at the right time, who have been vulnerable to the claim that we have forgotten what you have done for us, the magnificence of your service to our people, the beauty and power of your spirit at times when we flagged. We remember all the remarkable things you have done and beg your forgiveness for us not standing up for you when times were tough or when no one else was in the room to defend you, to assert the legitimacy and validity of your personhood. Please forgive us. But no more will that occur. And so the other night, Keith Boykin and I were on CNN trying to be respectful to the Congresswoman who insisted upon misnaming, mispronouncing Kamala Harris. Do you call Melania? Do you call Ivanka? Then call Kamala. Then call Vice President Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris. And soon we pray and hope and work that you will call her President Kamala Harris. So this is a note to put on notice anybody who would come for us, who would try to stain the reputation or besmirch the character of Black women, not only the Kamala Harrises of the world, but the Shaniquas and the Jackies and the Renees and whoever else a Black woman happens to be and whatever else her name happens to be. We will stand tall for them, not you unprincipled harridans, you people who assault the legitimacy of our Black womanhood. More than 20 years ago, in 2003, I wrote a book called Why I Love Black Women. It wasn't a thing. It wasn't Black women magic. It wasn't Black boy joy. This was before there was a trend. So I've been doing this. I've been on the front line of defending Black women. I have been on the front line of saying that despite our imperfections as Black men, despite the ways I have personally hurt or harmed any human being who happens to be a Black woman on this earth, despite all of that, what I have always understood is the principled deference to their power and their spirit and the principled defense of their humanity in the face of unprincipled assault. And so this is just a reminder that we will continue to stand as Black men for Black women. We will continue to have your backs. We will continue to uplift you. We will not allow a woman like Congresswoman Nancy Mace. I didn't call her Nancy Machi. I didn't call her out of her name. I insisted that she was a wonderful woman. She proved otherwise in her behavior. And then she immediately, in a reactionary fashion, suggested, oh, you're calling me a racist. I did not. But if who the cap fit, wear it. If that's what you pretend not to be, then don't do it. Racists are who racists do. So the reality is, my sister Nancy Mace, that you must come to an understanding that you don't get the right to call women what you want to call them, especially as a white woman. Do you not understand the history of white supremacy, where white women were able to call Black women anything they wanted to, not to have to know their names? So Becky, Barbie, Karen, please understand that we will no longer silently be complicit in the erosion of the integrity, in the assault upon the beauty of our sisters. We love all the women of the world, but on this day, we unapologetically uplift the virtue, the vitality.
Pause it, please, pause it. My Lord, man, Dr. Dyson, man. This is opinion time. Listen, man. it is okay to ride for whoever you're riding for. But man, try not to include every black person in the diaspora into this. And don't turn it into some kind of political speech. I mean, he's gonna turn this into a whole book. I can see it now. Uh, call her by her name or some shit. It's gonna be some kind of weird President Kamala. Like it's just pronounce her name right. It's just gonna be some weird transfixion of words, and he's been in academia a little bit too long, man. He doesn't know how to dial it back and just talk regular. Like, you don't have to do that, Dr. Dyson. Seriously, like, I like Dr. Dyson with some things, but this is just too much, man. Way too much. Too much sauce, man. Way too much sauce.
It's a lot, and I think he's trying to. He want to invoke it. I mean, he sees an opportunity there that hasn't been tapped into.
Like
so he's gonna be the one to kind of get it going.
Yeah, it's gonna be like some kind of book that he's gonna write, or some kind of group that he's gonna be ahead of, or something. I don't know. Like it's just he's
like
just
you
doing
said, DC. I think it's a time and place for it, and I think that.
Yeah, he could have, but I'm saying you could just say, in my opinion, she did this on purpose. You could have personalized it, which is what you did. You didn't have to make it some kind of academic, paper out of it. You could just say, I don't like how she talked about the sister this way. That's how you view it. So that's what you should have said. You should have just went. You should have been transparent about what really made you upset about that whole exchange. You know what I mean? You don't have to make it into a long soliloquy.
You pick the fights you want to. Right. You pick the fights you want to pick. It's like It's like you said. I do get the grift. Right. I do get it. I get it. But I mean, bro, just use the capital correctly, though. I think. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm gonna tell you something. What really helped me out with some of that stuff is watching the Jews in this country respond to everything as anti-Semitic. I'm like, oh, that's what it sounds like, huh? Wow. Everything that you say, either if you're a Jewish person or not, right? Everything. Matter of fact, if you listen to the beginning of Trump's speech 2 days ago, when he was speaking to at a Jewish event that he was speaking to, if you look at the first 3 to 5 minutes of his conversation, technically to me would be considered anti-Semitic.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to make a point that Jews have power and Jews have money, which is anti-Semitic from their perspective.
Yeah,
that's why they went to Jay-Z for that. You know what I'm saying? So like, right. And so, for us to have to insert that language every single time in a situation like that, I don't think you need to go that hard, to be honest with you. It's a time and place for it, I think.
And I mean, he could have said the same thing, but he could have put it in a certain kind of way where, I mean, he said what he said. I mean, like I said, this is.
I ain't gonna be overly mad about it. It's just that invoking.
I'm not gonna be
every single time.
Exactly.
It's just,
he doesn't have to do that.
It loses something. It loses something in the impact.
Yeah, because when we really need it, they're gonna always be like, okay, here we go. You know what I'm saying? So
here we go.
It doesn't have the same kind of, heft or weight.
No, what I'm saying is that DC.
I'm gonna say this again. I'm gonna say this again, and I mean it. Vice President Kamala Harris doesn't need our protection. She's fine. She's fine. She's okay.
Right. She's okay.
She's all right.
If somebody's not pronouncing somebody's name correctly in that particular debate, you could just say, I think you could keep it very simplistic and say, it's not respectful, it's not professional to mispronounce somebody's name. If you was in a business meeting and you was trying to, borrow money from somebody, you wouldn't be saying the name wrong, right? I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, do better, practice that. You don't have to go so heavy-handed and trying to bring in 500 years of history on this little goofy TV show in a 30-second soundbite. Right? You could have just said, kept it simple and said, you're just unprofessional. If you don't know how to say someone, you don't know how to. You see what I'm saying? You can just leave it right there in that pocket and let everybody else sort of process that information. You don't got to do all that other stuff. It's not necessary.
Don't
Save
don't
the big
invoke
guns
the
for the big
ancestors.
events.
Right. Don't invoke
Right.
the ancestors for
Right.
something that's minor.
Right.
That's not what
It's
we needed.
small.
We got a whole.
He basically pulled out a bazooka, bro. He pulled out a bazooka.
It's,
And this is where you want to fight on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
And trust and believe me, there will be some things out there at some point. Maybe we'll see that. Yeah, it's going to require a heavy hand, but come on, man, you gotta do better. Gotta do better. But I ain't gonna beat him up too much. He like you said, he said what he said. It's all good. It's all good.
Yeah, he's just mad about it. He's just a professor at heart. Like he really is a professor at heart. Like all the way too, dog. All the way. He's just like a preacher and a professor. Good Lord. That's a double whammy.
Preacher.
Ooh, that's a double whammy.
Preacher and a professor. It's too much for me.
Yeah.
It's too much.
Yeah, because you always flying above the clouds, man. You never landing. Never landing on the ground. So you're always above the clouds. Platitudes.
I ain't mad at it. It's just that you guys, like you said, you got to be. I want you to be more measured and less emotional.
Right.
Like you said, you don't need all that. She's not a. You said it perfect. She's not a Snow White. So like you good.
No.
She'll be fine.
And that's what I'm saying. And she's not the first. She was the first. Think about it. The first district attorney out of San Francisco that was black, whatever you want to call it. The first attorney general in California, black. You know, the first state senator out of the female, black. You know, like she's used to it. I mean, they have talked about her pretty much her whole professional life. So this is something that I think she's used to it. And I think, and you know what I'm glad though? I'm glad that she's still kind of like she's kind of finding herself in it. Like, you know, she needs to just be who she is. Good or bad, people are gonna like you. People are not gonna like you. They're not gonna like you. You gotta go with it and just go. Don't try to be everything to everybody. That's the problem with Barack. He couldn't govern properly. So now, you know, the people that look like you, the people that look like you, they think that you didn't do anything for them. You know what I'm saying? They can't even see you,
you
doing
can't
something
that.
for them. Right. Because exactly, you can't break it. It's just like it's baked in the cake, you know? And that's what she needs to do. She needs to basically say, yeah, well, you know, besides the point, I have did this, and this. And then people can research it and go and double check it, fact find it, and then they'll see. Because like you said to me earlier, I think you said people will be shocked about some of her accomplishments. You don't really want to go ahead and take that.
Sure.
Yeah, it would that's what I was telling you. Remember I was telling you? When I did, I was like, oh, like stuff that she was trying to do, restorative justice and all this type of stuff, and trying to really work with black boys that was getting locked up in California. The reason why she went to the JOG programs to keep guys out of prison. I mean, you know, you know, I'm just saying, you know, it is what it is.
They knew they had Obama the moment he bent his knee to that sheriff and had that beer. In my opinion, the Republican Party knew we got him. He's flinching.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean by trying.
I want her to hold position. If you don't like me, so what? You can.
So what?
Think about this. Trump has let the left whine and complain and complain and whine.
And hold on. And while we in that vein, it's the same thing here. If you like code breakers, so what? If you dislike code breakers, so what? Get informed and do you. Period. That's it. We do not care about all the so-called likes and this and that other. So, you know, if you need to do what you got to do, you don't want to listen, you want to kind of go ahead and have your own little negativity type deal, do you, man. If you ain't coming with the correct information, you're not going to jump on and share your thoughts about it, whatever, about what we said, and you think it's all jacked up, then, you know, it's just whistling in the wind. It's just like what you said. It's just like bots. It's like bots in the Matrix. It don't matter, you know. It is what it is.
Line of code, bro. They're just another line of code, man. Millions of them too. And they come and they go. They fade in and they fade out. Some of them get deleted. Some of them, you know, get pushed up.
It's go time for the DNC. What will it mean getting around Chicago? Tens of thousands of protesters are expected in the city.
We're doing this as a intellectual speech. You're all intellectuals today.
And today we take the next step
Thank you, Joe.
And what about the message from the candidates? What are Trump and Harris saying on the campaign trail? This is The Brief. I'm Marianne Ahern. After more than a year of planning, 50,000 visitors are coming. And when we say visitors, it's the delegates, it's the media, and it's the protesters. They're all going to be converging in Chicago this week. It is a chance to showcase the city, but it will mean routines are disrupted. And that's our first takeaway of 3 from this past week. It's beginning to look a lot like a political convention everywhere you go. New flags are flying over the Michigan Avenue Bridge. Hotel entrances are decorated. Fences in place. Streets are closed as Chicago prepares for the 2024 DNC.
We have plans in place to handle the additional crowds and increase traffic citywide. The largest impacts will be felt around the United Center and McCormick Place.
One impact the near west side is already feeling.
You can't park anywhere. Anywhere.
The no parking restrictions outside the security perimeter, even blindsiding Alderman Walter Burnett.
Then all of a sudden, bam, out of nowhere we get.
There will be prevention.
Does your business need to send rewards and gift cards in bulk? Try Tremendous. It's a
Announcing that Biden would not seek re-election.
Folks,
Show place be the
when you
can we
there's a threat of international terrorism that for a time kind of waned. But there's also the Israel-Palestinian thing that's going on. And they're also down, I think, about 3,000 officers, something like that. Those are the numbers I've heard. I don't have any inside information.
So is your gut telling you, would you tell your loved ones, stay away from Chicago?
Well, I think it's just practical, and not because it's dangerous. It's just going to be annoying, if nothing else, to not be able to drive places because there's going to be big crowds. You know, there's going to be protests. They're going to shut down streets here and there. And even if it's just like NATO, where they walked around and we walked with them a lot.
Political conventions, for those who've not been to one or seen one, what are they about? Well, they are supposed to energize and also unite the parties to celebrate the nominees for president. They used to be the opportunity to actually pick the nominee, and that meant they were often contentious. Chicago has seen 25, soon to be 26 conventions, surprisingly more Republican than Democratic ones. And for more on the rich history, we visited the Chicago History Museum. Highlight the path downtown.
Second Mayor Daley and the 96 DNC.
1996, the last time Democrats gathered in the Windy City to nominate their presidential candidate. But Chicago has actually hosted 11 Democratic and 14 Republican conventions, plus third parties, more than any other city.
The main reason, especially through the mid 20th century, is that Chicago historically has been an easy place to get to.
Historically by train, but more recently with the 2 airports, according to Peter Alter, chief historian at the Chicago History Museum. He also points to the city's great venues.
We've had the Chicago Stadium before, the United Center. We had the International Amphitheater, Chicago Coliseum, and going way back to Abraham Lincoln, also the Wigwam.
Yes, in the land of Lincoln. The first convention was back in 1860 when Republicans nominated Abraham Lincoln. The party was in its infancy.
We actually have a Bible in our collections that we believe he swore to God on and sort of accepted what we would call the RNC's nomination.
Alter's favorite fast fact comes from an earlier convention, 1932, with President Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Pictured here with Chicago Mayor Anton Cermak.
Some historians believe that he first uttered the words, the New Deal here.
But the most talked about DNC was 1968. Bert Odelson was there working as a page.
To see National Guard troops with fixed bayonets on Michigan Avenue in the midst of the demonstrations, something a 20-year-old kid in college was not used to.
Police clashed with demonstrators who chanted, "The whole world is watching." Also chaos inside, with delegates fighting on the floor.
I didn't see punching, but I saw pushing and a lot of disruption when the nomination was being entered into the record and each state was starting to name who they wanted for president.
It is the paramount necessity for unity.
Parallels from 1968 have been drawn to this year because the incumbent president decided not to run. The vice president ultimately became the nominee, and there was political violence with the assassination of Robert F. Kennedy. At the time, the country was harshly divided over the Vietnam War.
We think sometimes of history as remote, but a lot of the pitched battles between demonstrators and the police happened like right outside our doors.
All of it influencing Odelson's choice to become an election and municipal attorney.
In my mind, I wanted to go to law school so that I could graduate and then make a difference, so that things that I saw, maybe I could help it to make sure it didn't happen again, because it wasn't good for Chicago, it wasn't good for politics. It just wasn't good at all.
I want to build a bridge to the 21st century.
Neither party would return to Chicago for 28 years. That was Bill Clinton's second nomination. When Democrats danced to the Macarena,
we met in Chicago,
and Mayor Richard M. Daley focused on beautifying Chicago.
What it really did is it kind of rejuvenated the city maybe a little bit in the eyes of the Democratic Party.
And now another 28 years later, with those remnants from the past, Chicago once again looks to put its best foot forward. And yes, the whole world is watching. So joining us now, Bill Daley. A lot of you recognize him, former Commerce Secretary, former Chief of Staff, lots of different titles. Let's start with a lot has changed in the last 6 weeks.
Yeah, sure is.
You've been through several.
Numerous conventions since 1960 was the first one we went to. Before the president, and they were so as the greatest police department in the country. I think it's very direct in saying we'll take, but officials get together.
What might happen after this is over, and there's to get
the yin and yang of those 90 some days after the convention, where the benefit for her is it's a short period. The problem is if there's a problem in a short campaign, it's hard to correct it.
Well, and if there is a problem, I got a feeling they might call Bill Daley. So thank you.
I hope not.
They might. We appreciate your take on all of this. Thank you so much.
All right, have a good day.
Great to see you.
Thank you.
When we come back, we'll hear from Cook County Commissioner Donna Miller. She not only shares the same university, but also the same sorority as the presidential Democratic nominee, Kamala Harris. Joining us now, Cook County Commissioner Donna Miller, who has an interesting tie to Kamala Harris, a couple of ties. Both Howard grads, both members of the same sorority, the AKAs. You lived in California when she was in politics there. So give us your short spiel, your elevator speech on Harris and why you are so energized by her choice, by having her as the choice.
Well, clearly, thanks for having me here today. I mean, her being soared into this position was perfect. Actually, in 2020, I was a Kamala delegate as well. So then when she became the vice presidential nominee,
Misha Cross, who will be with me at the DNC next week. So we'll get the benefit of her contacts and tea, and a former top communications aide to the Trump 2020 campaign, Erin Perini. Erin, first question. How is it Perini when it ends in an E? What kind of name is it?
It's French.
And it's Perini that way.
Yeah.
I thought you were one of
make it
mine
complicated.
and hiding. I thought you were one of me and hiding in phonetics. All right, Erin, it's good to have you both. So, no, not at all. It's great to have you. Amisha, where's Michelle Obama?
Michelle Obama is obviously going to make an appearance. She's not listed on this mainstay conversation, honestly, because she has never held political office. I think one of the things that we're looking at here is individuals who have been known and shown to bring votes, and they're trying to bolster not only the Obama coalition, but also the coalitions that Democrats have enjoyed for quite some time at this point, in addition to this new invigorated ticket. So I do believe we're going to see a lot of Michelle Obama. She's currently not listed on this scheduled speakers list because they're focusing on those who have held elected office before. But I definitely think that she's going to be a very big part of this. And it would be crazy not to. Chicago is actually her hometown.
Yeah. Or is she mitigated, not because she's not an elected, but because she stands in stark contrast to Kamala Harris as a second choice if you wanted your first black female president?
I think the only people who are prognosticating about the chances that, or the idea that we would see a Michelle Obama candidacy are Republicans. Democrats have known for a long time that she doesn't want to run. She's been saying it for years. She's made jokes about it. Her kids don't even want to run. They want to stay as far away from public office as possible. They want to do the work on the campaign trail for those who are running and to invigorate the Democratic ticket, get people excited about this process. But running is not in her future, and she's made that painstakingly clear. She's going to do what's necessary to get those votes out, but there is no indication that she will ever consider running for public office.
I just mean in terms of the optics. But Aaron, let me come to you on this. Obama and Bill Clinton, I won't include Hillary Clinton in the analysis. I think that charisma, star power beats Dana White, Hulk Hogan, and Kid Rock, even though they're not celebrities. But what is your concern as a Republican about what you don't want to see the Democrats pull off in this convention?
One of the biggest things that Republicans are going to be watching for to see if Kamala can or cannot pull it off is really this kind of biographical phase. How much more are they going to be able to make her likable when right now she's really on the rise very highly in polling? What you're going to see in this Democrat convention, just based on the little bit of information that's out right now, because it is under such lock and key, is it's going to be celebrate Joe Biden night on Monday, and then you're not going to see him the rest of this. And it is going to pivot very heavily to laying out the groundwork about who Kamala is and why she becomes the next generation of Democrats. The bigger question here is, who are they bringing on during the day to do daytime speeches? The RNC, they used it for family members of fallen soldiers.
Today, North Carolina Vice President Harris unveiled her economic agenda. It includes measures aimed at economy.
You know, this is supposed to be Donald Trump's bread and butter, right? So we're going to look at polling from Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, battleground state polling. And what you see is that Trump's advantage on the economy, while still existent, is shrinking. So against Joe Biden, he held a double-digit advantage in these three states. Against Kamala Harris, the advantage is still there. But look at that. It's dropped to just 6 points. And this is part of a larger picture of Donald Trump on the issues in which he leads. He still may lead, but the issue leads are shrinking. And you see that right there on the state of the economy and issue. He should be leading by double digits like he did against Joe Biden.
And when people are asked about what can...
With Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket, the presidential race has...
Yeah, let's take average across the same pollsters. Look at Biden versus Trump, women and men. What we see is the gender gap is working in Donald Trump's advantage. He holds a 9-point advantage among men against Joe Biden, and Joe Biden only held a full 4-point advantage among women. But take a look now. Look at how the race has changed. Instead of having a 4-point advantage among women as Biden did, look at Harris's advantage. It leaps up to 11 points. In fact, men haven't changed their voting patterns at all, at least in the national polls. A 9-point advantage for Donald Trump versus Joe Biden, a 9-point advantage against Kamala Harris. What has occurred is women voters are flocking to the Democratic ticket. Look at that. Look at that. 4 points versus 11 points. That is the reason that Kamala Harris has turned this race around.
You said this is nationally, right?
This is national.
So what about in swing states?
What's going on in the swing states? So let's take a look at those Great Lake battleground states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. This is among registered voters. What do we see here? It's a very similar picture. Biden versus Trump, women. Biden has a larger advantage in those Great Lake battleground states, according to those New York Times Siena College polls, at 10 points. But again, that surge among women, we're seeing the same thing in those battleground states as we saw nationally. Kamala Harris up 17 points among women. Men, very little change. Donald Trump doing a little bit worse, but still a very clear advantage. But the same story in the swing states as we see nationally. The gender gap was working for Donald Trump against Joe Biden, and now it's working against him against Kamala Harris.
Is this the same, smaller, or bigger than? Can you put it in context? I mean, is it the same that we normally see?
Yeah. All right. So let's take a look. Let's go through time, particularly here. All right. This is the Democrat versus the Republican for president. Again, these are these key Great Lake battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. 2020 and 2016 are final. These are the exit polls. Yeah. 2024 is now. Look at the women margin. Look at what's going on here. Look how much better Kamala Harris is doing among women voters. It was 11 points Hillary Clinton back in 2016, 13 points in 2020. Look at this margin now, 17 points. Interestingly, the gender gap becoming wider over time. It's much wider this year than what we're normally expecting. Because in fact, Donald Trump is winning men voters, by 15 points. That's better than he did in 2020 in these same states, and it's even better than he did in 2016, although just slightly better. But the bottom line here is Kamala Harris is winning this race right now, at least in these key battleground states, because of what she's doing with women voters. Women voters are energized, and it is the reason that Kamala Harris turned a deficit that Joe Biden had into a lead.
And also, just really quick, when we talk about we do not know, because there's a lot that goes into it, that this is because she's a woman. It's just their support for her.
Correct.
Yeah.
We don't know that. We don't necessarily know the reason. We just know she's doing better with women voters, significantly better than Joe Biden was, and better than either Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton did back in 2016.
Fascinating. Great stuff, Harry. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Sarah?
All right, for more on this, I'm joined by Lance Trover, former spokesperson for Republican Governor Doug Burgum's 2024 presidential campaign, and Democratic strategist and consultant Simon Rosenberg. Thank you, gentlemen, for being here. As of July 2024, prices are 20% higher than they were in February of 2020, which is, people say, look, it's crushing their personal economies. So Simon, what does Kamala Harris need to do today in her first big policy speech, which is on the economy?
Yeah, I mean, I think she has to remind folks how much better the economy is today than it was when we came into office, and to lay out her agenda for how she wants to continue to create growth and opportunity for the American people. Her basic phrase.
Nebraska! Let me try a man out of Nebraska. You know how this goes, but you can't take Nebraska out of the man.
Yo, DC, there's black folks in Nebraska.
My name is Gwen, and I am so proud to be on Team Harris Walls. I've been married to Tim for 30 years.
Oh, that's his wife.
Yeah, that's my first time seeing his. Can you hear me?
That prepared me most for life in
Can you
politics
hear me?
was being married to
Hello?
a Nebraska football
Yeah, I'm here.
coach.
Oh, I was just trying to see if you could hear me. Go ahead. Keep playing.
Did you see that? Did you see that Clinton map I showed you real quick? That 60 seconds.
Yeah, I saw it.
Not yet.
So
Yeah. Be careful.
And I can't think of a better team than Kamala and Tim. Right? They've both spent their careers fighting for.
I won't lie though, man. Democrats do have this weird glamoring effect. You got to be very careful.
Middle-class families. Yeah? Families like the ones they grew up in. They want to give everyone a chance. Absolutely.
Is the wife from? Is she from Nebraska? Do you know?
I don't know.
To
I
chase
don't
the
know.
American dream.
I don't know.
I tell you what, though, she got something, don't she?
Yeah.
I'd only seen 20 seconds.
Kamala and Tim will fight for a future that all of our children
I wonder what her.
deserve.
Let me look her up right quick. What is her situation?
She's a
Now, it's
teacher. I know
been
that.
just a little more than
She
a
was a
week
teacher.
since Tim joined the ticket. So I wanted to give you just a little bit of an introduction.
Right, but where
I
is she
know
getting
it has
this
been
confidence
quite a
from?
week,
She's just
I
a
have to
teacher.
say. Yep. Like all of you, I wear a lot
Oh,
of
she's an
different
administrator.
hats.
Okay.
Or in my case, a lot
She
of
worked her
different
way
shoes.
up.
She's from Nebraska or Minnesota.
I'm a sister, a friend,
She's born in
a retired
Minnesota.
military spouse. Right
That's what she
now,
is.
I'm the first
Yeah, I can hear it.
lady
That's
in
what I was about to
Minnesota.
say. Like, damn, like,
You can hear it in the
you sound like a
accent.
Minnesota. Yeah. Like Minnesota. I'm from Minnesota.
Yeah, Minnesota.
But for much of my life,
Right.
I've been a teacher.
I'm from the Dakotas, North Dakota.
Right.
You know, that's those. I don't know if those Mennonites that came over from Europe. I forget. It's a. You know, it's that group that migrated over here back in the day. That's where the accent's coming from, actually.
So I was going to ask this
I forget that
question.
European
I think you might
country
have
that it
answered it,
is.
but I'm asking it anyway. Are there any teachers here today? I would just like to say thank you for your work. Yep.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now. You know they're gonna put her. Clearly, they already know, right? But I can guarantee this is real time. I think he just finished a speech maybe an hour ago, right? This is gonna get snipped, and she's about to be very famous very quickly. She's about to get about 50,000 calls to be on 50,000 shows, and they're gonna put her in the campaign. The same way they did when do you remember when Michelle first showed up? They were like, "Oh my God, who is this person?"
Yeah.
She's better than Barack. Do you remember that? It was crazy.
Of course.
I said, "Oh man, don't tell me they got another one, DC." And
Why?
she a teacher?
That's why we.
No. Oh
That's why
no.
we still. That's why we still holding on to the fact that she may actually run when she clearly says that she don't want to. She clearly don't want to be in politics at all.
Nah,
Like,
she's not doing it.
yeah,
Well, you
she
never
just
know.
don't have
You never know.
stamina.
Sincerely.
Yeah, I mean things could change.
But I will be a Democrat on that day.
Now that's how Tim and I first met. We were both teaching in Nebraska. Yep. He taught social studies. You might know that. And I taught English.
DC, by the way, this is what I meant about the JD Vance. This is the guy you pick this is who you pick. Remember I said that on the left, on the right. This is the guy you want. I need him and his wife. Could you imagine? Just put this perspective. We talking about the Midwest, some of the South, the Northwest, right? We'll just say that region, right? Imagine if this man was a Republican with this wife. These two right here, instead of sort of that very polished, Mike Pence, very conservative, sort of very tight, and more of this version of a right group with Trump. But I mean,
see it right now. Fox will have a propaganda machine working overtime. Tim Walz, a real American, 24 years in the National Guard. I'll be wife for teach every day.
He'll be a god, basically.
Oh.
They'll be demigods, basically. They're darlings of the right, the new right populace, the new right coming back, we're no longer a flower state. We're no longer. I mean, they would reshape the whole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it'd be funny, man. That is true. It's just amazing because they have been able to they have problems trying to weaponize against him, and they have to go, and figure out some things.
The reason why they did not trust Barack Obama, or they're not going to trust, you really can't trust Tim Walz from a right perspective, because remember, the right fundamentally is based off of protecting the right the white civilization, white culture, white identity. That's fundamental. And so if you're gonna do that, you know, you cannot really have that wife, in my opinion, unless something has changed, of course. Maybe we'll see. Because how does she connect to your Midwestern middle class white woman? Right? How does she go into those neighborhoods? I remember if you look at Vivek, I don't know if you've seen those videos, right? But I follow Vivek intently because of the racial dynamic. And I want to see when they're smiling in your face and shaking your hands, right? And they see you and they see your wife. But then when you start having those one-on-one conversations and you get to hear what they think about you because you are a threat. You're so delusional in the realities of America, you don't even understand the true pinnings of this place. When they see you coming in, it's not going to connect correctly. It just doesn't connect because you are a danger, really. You are the problem. You are the minority coming in, right? Everything that we're preaching from the right's perspective, you're the problem. So how are you going to have JD Vance attaching himself to the problem? And then they're going to try to go into these Midwestern places, Southern places, these rural towns on the East and West Coast. How does that sell? Because I want to see, who does the wife talk to? Is she gonna go? I mean, who is she? Where are you sending her to?
In fact, two of my former English colleagues are right here with us today, up in that box.
Matter of fact, DC, I don't know if you ever seen it. There was a movie that came out with Denzel Washington and what's the Irish boy that's real popular? Mark Wahlberg. I don't know if you remember seeing it. It was like kind of I forget this. It's kind of a silly comedy, not a comedy, but kind of a funny movie. They had the goofy hats on the cover, right? And do you remember when they was
Las Vegas or something like that?
Yeah, like Las Vegas, and they ended up having to go to Mexico for some stupid stuff, and the car got destroyed. He had to walk back across the border. Denzel had to walk. Remember the two goofy white dudes that showed up on the little ATV thing that they pulled up in? Remember that? And they was basically questioning his citizenship.
I haven't seen the movie in so long, but I know
I don't even care about the movie. I just remember certain things because I know that Hollywood, they slip stuff into stuff, in my opinion. So I just remember that one scene, which was their position was, you not us, right? I mean, like, it was a very powerful, in my opinion, even though it's a movie, it sends a message. Why is that even in the movie, right? It shows a message that people who believe a certain way in this society, they don't really see you as, you know. Now, it is obviously propaganda, but it's interesting, though, right? That you're not one of us, basically, right?
Now, Tim and I even shared a classroom. It was the old choir room. And in the school, they were short on rooms, so they just put a divider right down the middle. And it was thin. So his class was always just a little louder and a little more boisterous. That's right, isn't it, Aubrey? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. There was just so much energy in that classroom. But what I knew is that Tim and I.
DC, and I hate to say it, I'm starting to have like flashbacks and like nightmares now. These are our teachers. Do you want me to go? Do you want me to go in on that, or do you want me to leave it alone? Well, I know y'all love these people, but do you want it? You want it, or you good? No, I'm gonna say that for you. Since y'all love them so much, but I'm gonna say that for you, right? Right. We love them, right? On the left, right?
Love who? What do you mean? Love who? Teachers?
These are if you are under, I mean, it doesn't really matter your age, actually. These are the people who taught you. Not only in America, but they also ship these people overseas. I met this person. You know, I'll talk about that later. But these are a lot of the schools in inner cities and rural areas. A lot of black schools. These three right here. These are your teachers.
Yeah, these are your teachers primarily. Yeah, true.
Right.
True.
And trust me, they wasn't making you conscious either. They weren't making you aware of who. Come on, man. I don't know. I can't do it. Y'all love Democrats, though.
Shared a belief that education can be transformative. And we saw it firsthand, and we still see it firsthand. There was a student named Waylon, and Waylon was a football player on the team Tim coached and a student in my English classroom. Guess where he'd rather be? That's my story. He was brilliant on the football team, but difficult in my classroom. I soon learned that Waylon was reading way below grade level, and he was acting out, and that was actually an attempt to hide that from his peers and from me. So I asked Coach Walls to huddle with me and make a plan. We asked Waylon to stop by my classroom for a few minutes, and I told him that a student who was failing a core class could not participate in school, or in football. That was a school rule. And I had a plan, and Coach Walls was on board. And Waylon said, okay, what is it? And I said, Waylon, if you would come in for tutoring several times a week, before school, lunch, whenever we could make it work, football field, in my classroom. Waylon's reading began to improve, and he continued the tutoring even after the season ended. We never discussed it, though we just kept reading. And Tim would often cross that thin divider in our classroom to read with Waylon and to cheer him on. And at the end of the year, Waylon had confidence in himself. He graduated from high school, and educators, you know what that feels like. You know what that feels like. It is what we live for. And he had a shot to succeed. He had a chance. One of the things I love most about Tim is that he believes so strongly that every student, every child deserves a chance to get ahead. As we build the future for our children, let's be proud of that, and let's take pride in our work. Now, you might not know my mom, but I bet you kind of know my mom. And she used to say to me, Gwen, do the work that is in front of you. And when I was in 6th grade, or about that time, I thought that meant the dishes. But I learned that wasn't exactly. Let's bring volunteers together, bring a friend, donate. One very Aubrey Herman Faustman had Mr. Walls for Coach Walls. We're so delighted that you're all here today, and especially that she's here with us today. So let's give a warm Nebraska welcome, like you know how to do, to Aubrey Faustman.
DC, this, and like you like that, this is why when you're doing politics, this is why you recruit and put this type of person on your ticket, right? This right here is exactly why you do it. Man.
Trying to get to 270. That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah, but this hard. Like you said, I don't know what you could say. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what you could say to turn. He could be under investigation. You can try to paint him as a communist. You can try to do whatever y'all want to do. We can play that game. It's fun to do it, right? But when you start to see stuff like this, though, it does make you think like, well, you got to do more than that. I don't think that's gonna be enough. Because they're right here, right?
And that's
it's
what
like
I'm saying. So
authenticity is everything in 2024, bro.
And that's what I'm saying. So think about.
Thank you so much, First Lady Walls. Hey, Nebraska!
Just so you know, your phone went out completely.
As you heard, my name is Aubrey, and it's such an honor to be here today to welcome Governor Walls back home to Nebraska.
Is he born? Maybe he's
Mr.
born
Walls,
in Nebraska.
as I used to call him when he was my high school geography teacher. Now, Mrs. Walls,
Yeah,
she was my high
he's
school
born in
English
Nebraska.
teacher, cheer coach. She helped me raise that pesky ACT score, and she was also my speech and debate coach, which I think is part of the reason I'm able to stand here right now and talk to all of you. As a teacher, Mr. Walls really
he's from
challenged us as
Nebraska.
his
There we go. I knew something wasn't.
He was
They were
incredibly
talking like they're
supportive,
from there.
understanding
He's
with
from
all of us.
Nebraska.
His humor and excitement kept us engaged. That same energy. The first buying abortion. Perfect.
prouder than to see the success of one of your former students and to have Aubrey here. So thank you, Aubrey. And can I just say, Nebraska, my God, Jade Dorsey's voice, holy smokes. I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but maybe she will need to do something in January too. So. Wow. Wow. Special thank you to somebody who's been a friend of mine for a long time, who does the hard work to make these types of things happen, the Nebraska Democratic Party Chair, Jane Clabb. And her husband, Scott, who's along for the ride. So incredible. Look, it's incredible. You saw it here. It's great. Someone I've gotten an opportunity to know, the person who's going to be your congressman come January, Tony Vargas. So. Yeah. Up as all of you, bleeding Nebraska red and true Brew Husker fan. But now, but now I'm the governor of Gopher Nation. So I know. Look, I'm gonna play it safe. Go Mankato West Scarlets. Never close the yearbook. Never close the yearbook. To help make Kamala Harris the next. And then as the Attorney General, for all the things she. The guard gave me a start college. My wife's parents are teachers. 3 of 4 of her siblings are teachers. Thank you all. For 20 years, I had the privilege of teaching in our public schools, teaching high school social studies and coaching football. To a state championship too, so. But it was my students and my players who really inspired me to run for office. They saw in me what I was hoping to instill in them, a commitment to the common good and a belief that one person truly can make a difference, each and every one of us. So in 2006, 42-year-old with little kids teaching, I took a leap and ran for Congress. I didn't know it at the time, but in that district that I ran in, there had been one other Democrat since 1892.
Well, the dream was dead, and it is dead. It's dead as a doornail. They'll never bring it back unless we win. If we win, we're going to have the American dream alive, all for your beautiful children, your grandchildren. We'll have the American dream. Will be back with us. Her radical liberal policies, of course, horrific inflation, decimated the middle class and gutted the finances of millions of American families. And you know what I'm talking about, because everybody in this room has been devastated by what they've done. They have no idea. They're grossly incompetent people. Real incomes are down by over $2,000 a year. Think of that, minimum. And ours up 5 times that amount, more than 5 times that amount. Her price hikes have cost the typical household a total of $28,000, and that's called the Kamala Harris inflation tax. She was there for everything. You know, her policies are so bad. Her policy, remember, her father was a Marxist economic professor. He was a Marxist, an avowed Marxist. This is not what we want in this country. And think of it. Does anyone here feel richer under Kamala Harris and Crooked Joe? Is anything less expensive under Kamala Harris or Crooked Joe? No, it's been devastating. Inflation.
Hey, DC, are you on?
Yep, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Right. Don't you always, isn't that always a strange statement though? Do you feel richer? Either you are richer or you're not richer. You're poor or I mean, like, what do you mean feel richer? What does that mean?
I don't
We're
know,
doing
man.
it.
Maybe
We're doing
you
it
gotta
based off
explain
of
to me.
how we feel when it comes to wealth.
I don't know. I don't
Sheesh.
know what middle class means. I don't know what that whole thing was. I mean, I don't know what both party means when they talk about economics in a certain kind of way. I mean, it's just
Right, because it gets weird because you can do the academic stuff. You can even talk to the economists and the experts, but that doesn't
Right.
necessarily translate down to different people in
Regular
different
people.
situations.
I think you got to talk that way to kind of make it hopeful. I think that's more of a management type of communication, and the way that the Republicans are oriented, they're oriented
Because
to attack. So that's why he speaks that way.
there's certain income anyway. I
It's
won't
like
say
a
that.
lack. It's like he's saying it's lack. So you're not doing as well, even though that's not true by the numbers. You could just say it because at the end of the day, that's the general public's view on the economy. So that is the reality of it, you know, or what's
Others
been allowed to be the reality of it, the
for people
situation.
that have no idea what the hell they're doing. Are you better off with Kamala and Biden?
You know what would make Trump great? Do you know what that is?
Ooh,
You know what would make him great? If he stood on the stage as a Republican, right? And he said, I'm going to dismantle every single corporation in America. I'm going to make America the most competitive place that the world has ever seen,
ooh,
right?
free market,
We're
free
free market.
enterprise.
We're going to open it up. You know what I'm saying? We're going to put so much pressure on large corporations that have consolidated. But that's not what he's talking about. He's basically trying to be a
That's
populist
not.
hiding. He's really a
He's a
corporatist.
populist.
He's really a I think that
He's a
I
populist
think him and JD
slash
are trying
corporatist.
that they're pretending to be something to keep control of these people here. But in reality,
Right.
they are corporatists.
Monop- monopolizes.
And
It's
that's not
probably
even
the
the
better
right
word.
word. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think of a word because
I'm,
he
I'm
runs his
saying
own business, quote unquote.
monopolizers. Trying to run a
Right.
monopoly, trying to be the ones that can control different groups, different markets, you know.
People claim on the right that they like Donald Trump because he knows how to play their game. But that's not the right conversation. You want someone that can dismantle that game, not play the game. The game is bad from your position. Trump cannot introduce anything to make your life better outside of dismantling oligarchs, monopolies, putting
I thought
pressure,
that's what.
dismantling, attacking, and going after
Right.
huge global conglomerates that basically control and price set everything. Really, you're going to talk about price
Right.
setting and price fixing and all that stuff. And the
Right.
Democrats don't do much, and Republicans pretty much do nothing. But if he claims that he's for the people, what I don't understand is, and I know these common people are telling him, you need to do X, Y, and Z, but it does not get hurt. It's more about his fandom than about them saying, well, he had 4 years. Did he break up one company or one industry? I mean, something that will shake the markets up. Remember, everybody's playing within the space of the marketplace. You don't want to destroy markets, right? So you can talk crazy, but you're not going to necessarily destroy markets. So my thing is that if in my mind, the way he talks, if he actually talked that way, but was actually attacking businesses and attacking big government and how they collude, that to me would make more sense, right? In my mind. Because big government and big business, that's more of the problem than a lot of other things that they're actually talking about. And I'm not really hearing them really because on the left, on the right, we're going to go after government, right? On the left, we're going to go after corporations. But in reality, big government and big corporations work together. So I mean, who are we going after again? How does this work? What mechanisms are you putting in place to reduce their power and influence and to promote more power spread out across the nation, among the states, among the citizens, among the counties, etc.?
Biden than you were under President Donald J. Trump? I don't think so. They do polls and this stuff, and I'm at like 93%. I said, so why are we having an election? They didn't have an election. Why are we having an election? How would you like to be Biden? He's working, he's spending money, he's trying. They wanted to have a debate. That's the thing that started it all. If I didn't debate him, he'd still.
Bruh, Biden's not
Is
running,
this?
bruh.
That's what I was about to say. Is this recent? Is this today?
This is real time. This is right now.
Oh my goodness, man.
Because he went back. He went back to Pennsylvania. He's back in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, but I mean, what? Why? I don't know,
Indoors,
man.
indoors, by
This
the
is
way.
just, yeah.
But I believe she will be easier to beat.
He said something kind of crazy. I
Anything
want to
but,
see can I find it or
that was a
not.
wise
I'm gonna
choice.
move on to
Beautiful,
something
but,
else.
how do you handle it, right? How do you handle it? But they're great women, and they've been with us from the very beginning. They were with us from the beginning in 26 points. 1305. We're at 1305. So why isn't she doing it now? Why doesn't she get away from her nice little place with her wonderful husband, go to Washington and do it now? You can do it right now. Why does she go to the convention? Because it's a rigged convention, obviously.
By the way, DC, you hear what he's saying, right?
You're talking about Kamala, right?
So right, their first debate. That's going to be the main attack. Everything they what I hope she understands is everything that he's talking about right now. We're going to hear this same rhetoric in the actual debate, which is
Oh yeah.
why didn't you do it now? Do it right now.
Oh yeah.
Get it done right. He's going to hammer her
Mhm.
on that. I mean, it's going to pretty much be. I think depending on how they structure the debate, if they don't have control over the debate, he's going to do it. I guess I'll put it that way. Because that's
Yeah,
gonna
he's
be his
gonna
name.
run
That's gonna be
over.
his name. But he said, "You've been here for 3.5 years. What have you done?" Now her
Mhm.
counter to that is just the role. Is just the basic bulldoze it like he does, right? We're doing this. We're doing this. Just keep hammering it, keep hammering it, keep hammering it,
That's what I.
and
That's what I.
kind
That's
of
what I
talk through
said.
him. You got to
Say
talk
that
through him.
we get him to talk about something that he's not really that versed in. I mean, people
Right.
talk about him being more about economics and talking about policy. I mean, even if he is, he doesn't know how to actually communicate it properly. So I would get her versed up on that and to kind of get them to kind of get some quick hits in where she can kind of get some quick point counterpoints in about what he's saying right now, and then be like, well, why didn't you do it? Well, we did do it, and that's what we did. Boom, 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 and then talk about how it juxtaposed to when they was in office because she was directly after him. So you can compare and contrast that real time. She
Yeah.
can do that.
She got no votes. He had 14. Sleepy.
Because he's gonna hit her with that too. By the way, you're not legitimate. He's gonna pull it all out, bro. Trust me. I'm telling you this right now. He's gonna
I
come.
agree.
They're gonna hammer that. You was not a. What are you gonna say? Because you was not selected in the primaries. You never
Right.
got a vote. You were terrible 3 years ago. I mean, he's gonna go all. He has no
He
choice.
he got to go. He got to go there. He got to drag her on
He's going
down
supernova, bro. He's going supernova,
to
bro.
the dirt and make it a sling fest. And then
They
like he
won't
can
have a
just kind of
second
go.
debate.
You don't
They
think they'll
think
have
they're
a
gonna
second
have.
debate?
They think they're gonna have a second one. They're not gonna have a second debate, and they're not gonna have a vice presidential debate after when they do their first one. That's how bad it's gonna be. Like I said,
Oh wow. Okay.
depending like I said though, depending on how it's structured. If it's controlled, like the
Yeah.
Biden debate they did, then I'm not gonna put that out there. But if they wherever they go, if they just let him just go, then they won't have. I would be shocked if they did another one or a VP one because he's gonna really go. Because what his goal is, unlike with even with Hillary, if you go back and look at some of the debate he had with Hillary, the goal is to crush her.
Yeah, to
On the
discredit
first
her.
go around, I need to rattle her. I need to attack, and just hammer her and try to throw her off completely. And her response will be everything because remember, I believe he's gonna go supernova. That's what I think. He might be measured. I don't know. I think he's gonna go all the way. If she's able to sustain it, that will be the end of this. By the way, in my opinion.
That will be the end of it.
You know what I mean by that? Because he's gonna literally, because if he can't rattle her on the first one, then
Right.
he's not gonna want to do a second one. What's the point?
And not only that, he ain't gonna want to continue either.
Of course not.
He's gonna go. He's gonna evade, joke around, talk to the crowd. Hopefully, the crowd is there. Try to play to the crowd, stuff like that. Like he's gonna pull out his greatest hits. But you're
Right.
right.
Well,
If he can't hit her first and just pummel her and kind of like get her stunned a little bit and kind of get her on the ropes, then yeah. But they're gonna have some people that's gonna really know how he works.
Hillary was
to
too
point
worried
out
about
his weaknesses.
Hillary was too worried about optics. She was too worried about
Right.
optics.
Right.
I'm
Right.
hoping the black side of Kamala is not contained.
Right.
Because the way you counter a white man like him, in my opinion, is a black woman with an attitude. That's
I
just my
agree.
own personal thing. When it comes to just social life,
I
one
agree.
thing that checks white women who are out of control is a black woman turned up. I've seen it too many times in my life, from school all the way out into the real world. Is that we have 500 years of history with these fucking monsters. And the thing is that if she gives a little attitude, oh my God, bro. You know the world gonna go crazy. You understand the whole world. Do you hear me, DC? This will be the highest rated event. It might be Super Bowl numbers, bro. I think it's gonna be Super Bowl numbers. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's
And what's gonna
gonna
happen
be
is
interesting. That's for sure.
whiteness will be on trial. America will be on trial. Women will be on trial. Race will be on trial. Everything, the whole history of the West, in my opinion, I'm gonna hype that up, right? It's gonna be everything, bro, in this debate, in my opinion.
Okay.
And the thing is that, remember something, with Obama, the world was still a certain kind of way, but he gets elected. The world changes.
Twice.
Right?
Yeah.
So now we're here again, which is not all of it, obviously, but a portion of it is going to be, white male. How do you say it? White male hegemony.
Yep. White male hegemony. Yep. Hegemony.
And so the thing is that you're dealing with, in my opinion, all that's going to be at stake. It's going to be a battle royale if they let that happen. And so if her attitude can come out where she can kind of bring it, but if she can manage the attitude, right, and kind of fire it with, you know what I'm saying, like snipe it with them, right?
Yeah.
Not give
It's
too much,
measured.
just sniping with it, right?
It's measured. Yeah, measured. Right. Discipline. That's why I keep coming down to.
Yeah, discipline.
Who's going to be the most disciplined? Yeah, I agree.
I don't know if his bravado will be able, because it's not real bravado. So I don't know if it can sustain itself because it's artificial, right? He's pretending to be something that he's not. I don't know if he knows who he is. He's been rich for so long, been successful so long, been patted on the head for so long. I don't know if he knows what or who or what. You know what I'm saying? He didn't even want to be German, right? He wanted to be Swedish. So I don't know what he thinks, how he really truly thinks of himself. And so there is a vulnerability there if you don't respect him, and she needs not to respect him. Hillary was doing some weird stuff when you watched that debate. I'm like, bro, you could have just went left and went crazy with it if you wanted to, but you didn't do it. It is what it is,
Can you hear me?
14 million votes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No, I was going to say Hillary was scared that he was going to say some things that may expose her even more so than what she was actually exposed during that debate. So I think that she had a real fear of that, a real fear. You can see it on her eyes. Like,
he brought Bill Clinton's
my goodness.
hose to the show, bro.
Oh, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I mean.
But what is she scared of? She's a monster. Just do what
She
monsters
is.
do.
But she was trying. She was so worried about trying to get to 270, and she took a lot of stuff for granted too. That Kamala's not taking for granted. It's a different.
Hell no. Kamala's definitely not taking this shit for granted at all.
No votes.
Yeah.
She failed. She was the first one out. She failed. She never got to Iowa. Great state, Iowa. We're going to win it big. The farmers love Trump, and I love the farmers. But she never got to Iowa. She was the first one to quit, and now she's running for president. Somebody does it just throw a hat. I don't know that that's true. We know it's not Biden. Every attack Kamala makes on us is a fabricated. It's a lie. She's sort of a bad storyteller. She doesn't know how to tell a story very well, but she gets caught. She gets caught up in her own words. She's not a very good wordsmith, they say. I don't know. We're going to find out. We're going to have a debate at some point. They gave me the worst network to me is ABC. Worse than NBC. Worse than CBS. Worse than CNN. The home of George Papadopoulos. A nasty guy. I said, George, I've had you up in here. So, he's a nasty guy.
He's priming the audience. He's priming them too, isn't he?
He probably, yeah, he is, man. He's just tenderizing the meat, man, before he throw that slab on the grill. I'ma still stand on it. I think he's making a mistake by debating her, bro. I think he's making a mistake. He got to do it, but
he got to do it. His numbers aren't strong enough. So he's gonna have.
Right, he has to do it. Yeah, I mean, so he's stuck in a place where he has to actually debate her. So
It looks
That's
like they're gonna
true.
have nothing but riots out there in Chicago. It's really a sad thing. But they
What
turned
did you
him
hold
down
on? What did hold on? What did you just say?
various reasons. No, they turned him down because he's Jewish. That's why they turned him down. And I'll tell you this: any Jewish person that votes for her or a Democrat has to go out and have their head examined. Because if you see what's happening with Israel and Jewish people right now, there has never been a more dangerous time since the Holocaust. If you happen to be Jewish in America, there's never been anything like it. I'm seeing things I can't even believe.
Boy, that's wild right
Unity
there.
and peace and everything else.
Wow.
It looks like they're gonna have nothing but riots out there in Chicago.
He just.
You hear that?
He'll say anything.
Oh,
This
that's
just.
what he said.
This is
Riots in
something.
He will say
Chicago.
anything.
I wasn't. He said
Man,
riots in Chicago, so I wasn't sure about that.
that's
Okay, I thought he
crazy,
said something
bro.
else. Then DC, remember I
Wow.
showed you the video though of Chicago. See when we were talking about that before?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I thought you see that, right? So what I thought Chicago was this horrible, scary,
I know.
dangerous. Right. That's why I played that video, by the way, just so you know.
Did you see the two pictures that they showed? Like if Kamala wins, this is what your city gonna look like, and if I win, this is what it was when
I
I was.
saw.
I'm like,
Yeah,
what
I
in the
saw it on
world? Like,
Instagram.
oh wow, really? That's crazy.
Now, what he's saying about the Jews, though, the Jews believe him 100%. By the way, they all in on that. They all in on that talk, 1,000%.
Well,
They're committing
the
genocide. They do
propaganda
not care,
machine.
bro.
Yeah, the propaganda machine of them do. Yeah, absolutely.
A nation wrecker who is more liberal than Crazy Bernie Sanders. You know Crazy Bernie?
Here we go.
She is substantially more radicalized than Crazy Bernie. You cannot have her as your president.
Bernie Sanders, the same person that was going to probably be president, or at least challenge you and get close to the same amount of votes that you got, right? In 2020. No, 2020, 2016. 2016.
She ruined San Francisco. She ruined the state of California. No, she was a district attorney and she was the attorney general of the state. I heard the other day, and this is
And
ruined
hold on,
California.
pause it right there. Now that's where he's gonna get crossed up. When he goes in the debate doing that, says she ruined San Francisco, she ruined California, and then she gets to expand on her record. I think that's where he's gonna get in trouble because he's not gonna be able to counter with anything substantial outside of just repeating what he just said. And it's not gonna land
Right.
because it's not landing now. It's not gonna land as hard as he thinks it's gonna land in the debate stage. And when you repeat that, when you don't have no factual information about what she did per se to ruin San Francisco, what she did per se to ruin California as an attorney general, because of what you're gonna talk about her locking up black people. That's what you're gonna see. That's what you're gonna use against as a counterpoint.
Yeah, he is going to use
or,
it.
you know,
He is going to use
I don't
it.
think so, man. I don't think he's gonna say it. I don't think he's gonna say it at all.
Man,
I think he's
look,
just gonna talk about
if he
he's just gonna talk
said
about her
here,
hiking up prices and stuff like that. He's gonna bring up some other kind of gouging and trying to change pricing and going after big companies without no general record of them doing any wrongdoing to their employees and stuff like that. Going after big businesses, drill baby drill. He's gonna try to lean on that side of it. I think you may be right though. You
I'm
may be right.
telling
You
you,
may be
I'm
right.
telling
You may be right.
he
You may
pulled
be
in
right.
Tulsi Gabbard for a reason. And just as sure as he said on stage that Shapiro wasn't picked because he was Jewish, why wouldn't he say anything he could possibly say to Kamala?
All the Jews are saying that too, by the way, just so you know. All the Jews on the right in all those spaces. So he just it doesn't matter. He just pick. I'm just explaining it to you. He's just picking up what they're already putting down, bro.
Correct. He's taking the generalized.
Your phone is you went out completely. We can't hear anything.
Okay, how about now? Better?
Yep, you good. You good.
Yeah, you good.
All right. So what I think is that they're not going to fact check in real time, and they're just going to let him run wild, just like he did at Biden, and that's what we've established Trump can do. So.
Yeah, there is an anti-Semitic running narrative in the Jewish world right now that Shapiro was not picked because he's Jewish. Remember, you're talking about a heavy victimized group of people, so they'll take anything and run with it.
The other day, anytime I hit too hard, they say he was rambling. You know, I get up and I make a speech. I go for sometimes 2 hours.
He said rambling.
You know, people are waiting outside for 3 days, 4 days. You guys were waiting out there for a long time. Front row Joes are waiting out. I don't know how you guys do it. And I feel I have an obligation to speak and speak in a certain line.
They know you're playing this at 1.5, right?
Yeah.
I think it's a beautiful phrase, although I don't like the topic very much. I don't like what it represents, but there's a certain beauty. All of a sudden, all of these candidates, including Republicans, are saying we are a nation in decline. We are a failing nation. And I say, you know, what the hell do they have to copy me for, right? But they have a lot of words that they copy. Many of our words, we were in the plane before coming in, and our people said, we went through a list. I think we're going to release a list. Let's release it. But so many of our phrases they copy. I should be, really, that should be a nice thing, not an insult. But crazy Bernie Sanders has said a lot of things, and one of the things he's arguing about is who's more liberal. And after about 2 minutes, he gave up. He said, "This."
The last time I checked, nobody hates Bernie Sanders. Even as a democratic socialist, a far left, whatever you want to call him, people don't. People didn't reject. People did not reject Bernie Sanders on the right or the left. People on the right was going to vote for Bernie Sanders. I don't know why that's not going to. That's the,
yes, they were
off the Bernie Sanders thing.
Trump would have lost by a large amount. Bernie Sanders was the nominee.
In Minnesota, when they were burning down the state, and
here we go.
Minneapolis, they were burning it down. Remember the CNN fake reporter? He got up, the one with the nice shaved head. He got up. This is a peaceful rally. This is a rally of love. Behind him, the entire city was burning. It looked like World War II, right? And by the way, speaking of World War II, she will bring us into World War III, and it'll be a war.
World War III is coming. In DC, that's what I've been talking. That's what I keep talking about with the whole internet weirdos and freaks on the internet. Forever, right? And even before the internet, all the AM radio stations and all the dark stations that are out there that people were pushing that World War III, everything is coming to the end. The world's coming to it. You remember that? It's just nonstop. And he feeds that monster.
Race war shit. Yeah, race war. Yeah, stupid shit.
Going back and forth shooting. We've left a lot of our, I rebuilt the entire military, and we left a lot of that in a place called Air Base. Do I care? That they're American. Ordering as a personal order. The order doesn't come. The supply chain is broken. Whoever thought of it? We never even talked about supply chain. Supply chain just worked. And because of what they've done, they've broken our supply chain. On election day, we're going to tell her that we've had enough. We said, Kamala, you are a horrible vice president. You're going to be a horrible president. We're not going to take it anymore. Kamala, you're fired. Get out of there. You're fired. Not going to take it anymore, Kamala. That Sophia Loren, I couldn't. Who might that be? Is that Elizabeth Taylor? They say she was a beautiful woman. Let's get you. But here's the problem: the things that she said yesterday don't work. They have never worked. They've never been used many times before in many other countries. They've never worked. It's never worked. They've been used oftentimes, many countries, and in every single event, it ruined those countries. It's a communist system. It's what her father, a Marxist, he was a Marxist. It's what her father taught her from a young girl growing up. She's promising to hand out things she can't deliver. She can never deliver them. She'll never get them approved. Just like when she and Crooked Joe tried to give away student debt. Remember, she wanted to pay. How did that work out? Not too good. The students said, I love him because the student debt got rejected. And this will be rejected even more so because what they're doing is a communist takeover of our country. Her plan is very dangerous because it may sound good politically, and that's the problem. And we have to be very careful because when somebody gets up and says, we're going to give you everything, $25,000 for a house. We're going to give you all sorts of little goodies, free healthcare. We're going to give you everything. Universal healthcare. Sounds so beautiful. I told my people, you got to be very careful. I told the Republican Party, you have to be very careful. She's giving all this away. And somebody that really isn't into it, we're largely, even groups like this, we're into it. We think about it all the time. We want to take back our country. We want to save our country. When somebody's giving, and you understand, they won't have enough. And by the way, how courageous were our justices of the United States Supreme Court? What they did, they're saving our country. They're actually saving our country. What they've done is, they passed things that were so important. They did it for the right, not for the wrong. They did the right thing. They did the right thing. And I just have such respect for the job they've done against, and the radical left plays the ref. The great Bobby Knight, he supported me. He used to fight with the referees all the time, scream at him, Bobby, please don't do that. It's not going to work. He said, you're right, it's not going to work. It's illegal what they do. And I'm trying to give you things that you've never heard before. And this is true. I believe they are playing.
Doing in some form or fashion since 2017. It was really designed originally as a response to Trump's American Carnage speech in 2017, which I felt really talked down America and told a story about America that I felt was not consistent with the data and our own lived experience at the time. And so this is now the great-great-grandchild of that original presentation. It's updated and new every time. And so if you even saw it a year ago or 6 months ago, it's going to be a little bit, it's fresh and updated with new data every time. I originally called it patriotism and optimism, rejecting Trump's poisonous pessimism. And in many ways, this presentation became the foundation of what became Hopium, and is very critical to understanding my whole worldview about where we are as a country and as a party, and the work that we do together at Hopium Chronicles. So thank you for being, part of all this. Our presentation today starts in 1989, when the Cold War ended, and a new era began. Doesn't even really have a name. We called it the post-Cold War era. I call it the age of globalization. And when what happened in 1989 is that when communism fell, we had the opportunity to complete the job that FDR began in the 1940s, which is to try to stitch the world all together around one global system, around American values of freedom and opportunity. And so much has changed during this period since 1989. This is just my list here. You can read it quickly. But we all know that the world has gone through extraordinary change. The most important is what Fareed Zakaria called the rise of the rest. And also in recent years, the challenge of Russia and China and Iran and other countries to this global system that we worked so hard after the Cold War ended to stitch everybody together, that we're in a time of conflict now and attacks on this global system that America imagined and built starting in the 1940s. But we've seen so much change during this period. And what I want to do today in this presentation is look at the performance of the two American political parties since the Cold War ended, with the idea being, how have they governed given all of these changes? How have they what they call managed against change? And I think this is a very important way of looking at American politics. For me, it's an important window into understanding where we are today. And what you're going to see throughout this presentation is that there's one party that has governed well, responded to these opportunities and challenges in this new time, and another one that hasn't. And let's just start with this basic measure of job creation, where you've seen huge job creation under Democratic presidents and anemic or even job loss under Republican presidents. This slide, I built this slide originally in 2017, and I added then the Trump presidency and the Biden presidency now, and you can see that in 2017 when Trump took office, Democrats had already created vastly more jobs than the Republicans had during this period, but Biden has had this record job creation rate during his presidency. And one way to look at this, when you aggregate it, is jobs per month, which is one of the things we started using.
Yo, DC, that Clinton Obama number is crazy.
The cycle, and Biden has created job creation rate under Biden has been 40 times what it was under the three Republican presidents. I just want to put an exclamation point on this, right? The last three Republican presidents in this age of globalization saw jobs created at 10,000 a month. That's 120,000 a year. That was the amount of jobs created last month in what was considered to be a slow job creation month. And so last month, which was slow, was 12 times the amount of jobs created in a year under the Republican presidents. It is hard to even put into words the scale of the repeated failure of the Republican presidencies on fundamental economic issues. I mean, there's been one party that's been good at this capitalist thing over the last 40 plus years, or 30 plus years, and it's been our party and not the Republican Party. This is the unemployment rate. It goes up when Republicans are in power. It goes down when we're in power. And then when you add all that up, we've had 52 million jobs created since January of 1989.
Hey, can you pause it real quick?
A million of them.
Now, what did I say yesterday? Didn't I bring that up yesterday? Didn't I say that yesterday? Last night?
Yep.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. So go ahead. You can continue.
Have been created under Democratic presidents, essentially all of them. It's really a remarkable thing. And to me, we could probably end the presentation right here, but let's keep going. I mean, this is a very important thing. I've often talked about how every Democrat should take this data and like put it on their front door, or it should be with them every time they canvass anywhere, because it is a shocking number. And I think it really tells the story that we've had a party that's governed well repeatedly when they've empowered, another one that hasn't, simply. GDP growth over time. This is a measure Republicans really focus on. This is in their sort of understanding of economic issues. GDP growth is very paramount, and you've seen, Biden and Clinton have had by far and away the strongest GDP growth on their watch. And this is, an average per year, right? So I'll get back into it during the Q&A. It's more than 3 times, because it's 3 times 4 years is the way to think about this. And the Dow, one of the great success stories of this age of globalization is that America's become far wealthier than it had been, and both of our wealth and then incomes of workers compared to our G7 and our advanced economy counterparts we've put enormous distance between us and the other advanced countries in the world in recent years. And you've seen the Dow, when Bush came into office, the Dow was 2,200, and it's 40,000 today. This is in part because globalization created an opportunity for American companies to reach all the consumers of the world, and our companies were better positioned to do that than any other country in the world. And we've seen an explosion of wealth creation in the United States during this period, probably the greatest wealth creation in any period in our history. And so this era has been very beneficial to us as a country. And when you break down the gains in the stock market over this time, this is just using the Dow, you can see that that virtually all the wealth that's been created during this period, or the vast majority of it, has been created under Democratic presidents. And Biden won't be able to match Trump, but this notion that Trump had some kind of super spectacular performance of the Dow, in recent history, it's been middling or even at the lower end, right? And we've seen enormous wealth creation when Democrats have been in power. And this is median income, and this is important because I think there is an enormous sort of very kind of Trumpian myth, the "Make America Great" core is that we have somehow fallen behind as we've moved forward, and the exact opposite is true. This is median income based on various races, the racial breakdown of median income, but you can see that people have made more money. All people have made more money. And by the way, median income has started coming back up. I now realize I need to update that because we have 2023 numbers, or we will very soon. But this idea that people are less wealthy today than they used to be, or are making less money than they used to be, that's not true. There's been a huge increase in both wealth and in incomes. It just isn't keeping pace. It's not at 18-fold, but people haven't fallen behind. And this is
DC. Are you still on?
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. You see where
Hello?
there it says it? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You see where it says? I don't know if you can see that your screen or not, but it shows black, then it shows Hispanic, and then it shows any race, and then it shows white, not Hispanic. Like I told you, I always find that funny because can we do black and then do parentheses any race? You can't do that, right? Because of the word, because black is a race. Can we do black? Can we do black, comma, not things though? Since we can't do obviously black is the race, unlike Hispanic, it's more of the what do you call it? The nationality, I guess, or the not nationality. What is it called? Ethnicity. And I guess you would say
Yeah.
black would be race, not ethnicity, or is black both? I don't know, but
No, black wouldn't be ethnicity.
so
Hispanic falls under ethnicity. That's why they say white, not Hispanic. And then
right,
Hispanic kind of like mixed
right,
in there with ethnicity and race
right.
all at the same time. You know.
So can we do black, comma non-Hispanic too? Are we able to? How did
I
that?
I
How does
don't
all that work?
know. I'm interested to know what data they use for all races though. I'm curious
Oh,
on that.
I definitely want that one. What
Yeah, I
is
don't know
that
what they
data?
mean by that. Are they talking about just all of the people that are like mixed or beyond, or I don't
Yeah,
know what they mean by that.
I think all races is Asian, white, Hispanic, and black combined.
Huh?
That's what I'm guessing.
You mean just like
The
multiple
average.
races, multiracial people?
Yeah, I think all
I
races.
don't know.
Oh, I see what you're saying. You're not thinking all race. I think all races was meaning everybody on this category combined together as for an average on this sheet.
Oh, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. I really would
But
like
that's
to
not.
know.
I'm just
Yeah.
guessing that. I mean they might mention what the
No,
actual
like
breakdowns are.
if you do a median of all, yeah, because it's like, oh, that makes more sense to me than to do it that way, because then you would just put other or whatnot, because you wouldn't just do, yeah, because Hispanic can be, because when they say Hispanic any race, that's why I was kind
It's
of
all of
confused,
it.
because yeah,
Right.
because Hispanic, that's of course both Hispanic can fall in both categories of being black and Hispanic. You know what I'm saying? You could be
Or
Hispanic and black.
multiracial. It could be Native American
Just
too.
like just like you could be, but see, that's what I'm saying. You see how they don't make the distinction between black, not Hispanic? They just got
That's what
black
I just
there
said.
because yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I
Because
don't know. I don't
Hispanics
know.
because Hispanics don't identify as black, even though they are black. See what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's
So
true.
it's a funny, which
So
means that
that's probably
we would get a
why.
bump.
Yeah,
We would get a bump in our number.
but not really
Uh,
though. I guess.
right.
Not
You're
really.
bringing out. Well, we would get a bump. What are you talking about? We would literally get a bump. We might get a
Okay.
5,000 average bump. To be honest with you, they're up
If you
there
include the
above us by
black
10,000.
Hispanics.
Right.
Damn, I didn't know. I didn't know it was that much of a separation between the two. I knew it was, but
And
not
remember,
that much.
but they're doing Hispanic any race. If you break out Hispanic in this four categories, which would be native, Spanish, uh, uh, Europe,
Right.
white, Northern European, I guess, and African, and you actually
Yeah.
broke it out, which obviously will be impossible to identify, of course, because of how crazy this place is structured when it comes to race. Hispanic would be four categories, and black would be probably three or four categories as well. Am I wrong about that part?
Yeah, there would be about three. Yeah, I would say that. No, I agree because
Because
yeah,
because
we fall in multiple
if
categories.
we
Yeah.
do black and we say black African immigrant and we do black Caribbean immigrant and we do black Hispanic, and that Hispanic black would include all people identifying as black regardless of their phenotype, but they may have a percent of African DNA in them, which is tricky because we can also include black and white, which will make it more confusing. So we'll leave that off the table, right? We'll just do black Hispanic, black maybe black immigrant or black immigrant Africa, black immigrant American, and then black American, and then black Hispanic to see what all those numbers kind of fade out to. Because we probably maybe even do a mixed black category as well. That'll be more interesting to me. Because like you said, white drops into white, comma non-Hispanic, but how are they breaking out the white number, right? So which white people? Because I want to see their number broken out as well, by the way. But anyway, I digress on that. It's just a funny category. Funny what they decide to pick to make this chart. Because I know that you can break out the white category as well and look at how different white people are doing in different class scenarios and
Did
also in
you
different ethnic
did you hear me?
scenarios.
Did you hear me just a few minutes ago? You didn't hear me at all.
Uh-uh.
Okay. No, what I was saying was I was just saying that I think that it would be interesting if they did separate some of the white people, but that I guess they just made a decision to kind of like just make the demarcation between Hispanic white and non-Hispanic white to kind of like go that
This is
route
the
more so with
well.
the demarcation?
This is the bullshit graft. I want to see the other graft.
Because what?
I want to see
Because
the
why wouldn't
whites
they
only
do?
graft.
But why wouldn't they just do Jewish the same way too as they do Hispanic? They could
Exactly.
do that.
Exactly.
They
Exactly.
can separate it,
Because guess what?
and then that Asian number, you want to really see that number go out the wazoo. I bet you that number's out of here. That Asian make more money kind of deal,
Of
that probably
course
would
it
go out the
is.
door because it would be around the same amount of number. It would be a limited number of people, not that large, right? Not that large is the regular general populations like white,
If
black,
you pull
Hispanic,
that
of
white
course.
Jew
These are the
number out
general
of this number,
populations.
their number
Yeah,
collapses, and the Jew number jumps over the Asian number.
it's good. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Hence the hiding. That's what I'm saying. Hence the hide because you're incorporating all of the so-called poor white people that's in that graph too.
Of course.
That's making up for it. So that's why I say it's hidden. That's why they playing with the numbers on us. They playing with us. So you use a
Right.
smaller group like Asians and say, well, you see there are more because look what the Asians are doing. They're making like because that number is what 20,000 more, 20, 30. Is it 20?
Double.
It's around
Oh,
20.
for
It's around
blacks, 30 more.
20,000. No,
For
no,
whites,
from
30
us,
more.
they're out of, yeah, that's what I mean. So they're like close to 30. Okay. So
Yeah,
they're close to
28.
30 more.
Right.
So if you incorporate Jewish, not, and you can still have white, but you can say Jewish, white or Jewish so-called, attached to white because that's the ethnicity part. That's why
No,
it's good to make that
I want it.
demarcation because they did it with Hispanic,
Yeah. Yeah. And then I want to see,
That makes
and like you
sense.
said, that would be the first breakout. But then I want to see how well white Germans are doing versus white Italians. I want those.
Right.
I want to go even more granular. But if you just pull the Jew number out, the white number drops down 20,000.
Yeah, I think the Jew number is more specific to what I'm speaking about because I think there's too many mixtures between the groups of Germans
I
and
know. Yeah, I know.
Polish and Italians. They're gonna be like, that'll be all over the place. That'll be us. That'll be like us doing the same thing, sort of, kind of, in a way,
I'm not mad.
with our racial
It can
group.
be done though. And if you take the Asian number
Oh, of
and you
course.
pull and
Oh,
you
it can
pull
all
out
be done now.
right, and you pull out
It
the
can all be
Indian,
done.
if you pull
Yeah.
the Indians out of this number who are not really Asians, in my personal opinion,
Right.
if you pull
Yeah.
them out, that 108 drops down as
Yeah.
well. And then I want to see
Yeah.
Asians in Northern Asia and
Agreed.
in Southern Asia, and that number is
In
going
their
to
own group.
also change.
Yeah. That'll be South Asian.
Yeah,
They'll be in their own little group. Yeah. Because there is a
yeah, I want to
distinct
see
difference.
it broken out because
History, culture. Yeah.
because I want to know what the high. I want to know what I want to know who are the salaries that's driving the numbers.
Yeah. Because
I want to
including
target
South
that
Asian,
number.
including South Asian with people that's from Korea, China, and all these other places, that
Yes,
doesn't really do justice to this number. That's kind of like a over encompassing. That's oversimplifying who these people really are. Now,
of
the
course it
black number
is.
has a lot. Black people has way more in the diaspora, way more common because we are all attached to that landmass, the continent, slavery, and all that. We was traveled, we was moved, but the Asian thing, that's a little bit different here. I don't. Yeah,
Well,
that's a little
not
bit.
only
That's
that,
tricky.
break out the numbers, DC. I
That's
want to
tricky,
know.
bro.
I want the Asian immigrant number, and I want the third generation Asian number.
Yeah, that's tricky right
I
there.
want
Yeah,
the
that's a
Asian
tricky
number.
one.
I want the Asians who. How did they get over here? Asians, because remember something. You're talking about 2 billion people, maybe 3 billion people, and you're
Yeah.
creaming me. You're basically giving me the cream off the top. For the
Hmm.
most part, you're recruiting the high minds
And
with
these people are from
with some low end
massively,
labor.
and they're
Right.
from
Even Hispanic,
massively poor countries and poor situations, man. It's not
right, they
even
don't even
close.
they're not
Like
even
this
they don't
is
even come over here.
this is crazy.
Because remember
Yeah, that's what
something
I'm
with
saying.
even
That's
with the
what I
Hispanic
mean. Yeah,
number.
like exactly.
Yeah, we brain drain Asia. That's why that number is so high because they're here, not there. But the Hispanic
Right,
number is going to
right,
be is
right,
going to be suspicious
right.
because that number is going to include highly impoverished people coming over here as very cheap labor. So that number isn't even really honest even for Hispanics people, in my personal opinion, because the
And if you want to
multi-generational
talk
Hispanic
about,
people is going to have a number separate from the immigrant Hispanic people that come here, and you can kind of break that down a lot more as well.
and when you mix in that tricky age immigration into that too,
Yeah, I think Hispanics are probably way more successful to be. I think their number's probably higher, to be honest with you. But I think they're having to take on first generation people over here who are
yeah,
coming from very
that's
impoverished situations,
exactly,
doing extremely low wage work. I'm surprised
exactly.
the number is that high.
So you I know people are mad at the Latinos for coming over here getting, some of that bread, but I mean,
They're not
you
coming.
want to
They
talk
already.
about opportunity.
This their land, bro. They fought for the land. I
You
don't
know
see
how,
it.
you know how I feel
That's
about
crazy.
that. Yeah, I already know how I feel about that. So,
The land
that is what it is.
was Spanish and Mexican land. Prior to that, obviously native land. It's like
Right,
it's not even a.
right.
It's
And
not even a
their
debate.
blood, their blood is tied to the soil here too. That's. I mean, people say that that's important. I mean, okay, that's cool. Let's keep that a bean. Then let's keep that consistency. They're tied to the soil too.
Once Spain took it
Good and
all,
bad.
once Spain took all of it, there is no separation between California and Mexico. It's the same place.
Right.
It's just Spanish country
Right.
to me. It's the Spanish Empire.
Yeah, I
That's how
mean
I see it.
the big three. I mean the big
Yeah,
conglomerate states: California, Texas, and Florida. I mean that's the same
yeah,
shit. Yeah, you're exactly right.
yeah. So you can
Texas,
call it whatever you want to
Texas in
call
the
it. You
middle,
can
Florida
rename it
on
however
the
you want to
east,
rename it. You can try
California on the west.
you can try to pretend
It is what it is.
and whitewash your history all you want to, but I'm not. I can't do
Right.
that. That's crazy. That's insane.
Right.
I'm gonna demonize the
Right.
people who've always been here, was here before you. Make it make sense.
It's a sort of foundational
Just because they
understanding
lost the
of
war, like
where
the
we are as a
Confederates lost the
country.
war, but you're still here though, right? Get
And
out of here.
then in terms of the
And you got
deficit,
statues of them. Ooh,
Right.
the deficit has
nasty,
risen under
nasty word.
Republicans. It's fallen under
Nasty word.
Democrats. If there's one party that has been fiscally responsible, it's been the Democratic Party over this period of time. And I think I just want to show you the scale of the deficits created under Trump. Because as a guy who has had serial bankruptcies, it's not surprising that he's comfortable spending other people's money recklessly. And this is the deficit as a percentage of GDP over time. And as you can see, it is under Trump, it went crazy. I mean, by far and away, the biggest number in the post-World War II era. And as a reminder, if you see this up here, if you can see this little thing, that's under Clinton, we actually got the deficit. We went to surplus, right?
Hey,
We
Paradox, can you
eliminated the
pause it real
deficit
quick?
altogether.
Just pause it real quick for me. Is this Alan Lickman? Is it Alan Lickman by any chance? Who's the speaking on the video?
Simon Rosenberg.
He sounds like Alan Lickman for some reason. Okay, go ahead.
And then it was Bush who took the surplus that he inherited and turned it, another trust funder, right, and turned it into a huge deficit. So, we have consistently gotten the deficit smaller. They've continually made it bigger. And one of the things that is so incredible that we've seen over the last 2 years is the fundamental argument that MAGA has been making is that we shouldn't be spending money in Ukraine. Stop it, Democrats. We should be spending it here at home. And then, we're like, hey, yeah, sure. I mean, we just passed the three biggest domestic investment bills in many decades. We agree with we should be spending it here at home. And of course, their response to that is to cut all of that, right? So, I mean, the economic, one of the themes of my writing and my work is that the Republican Party is economically illiterate, which is one of the reasons why they've continually
Pause
seen
it real quick. Now, not for me to belabor the point, because I mean, like when you're up, you're up. I'm just going to say that, and I'm just going to let that hang out there for a second. But what I will say, just like I said yesterday, and I've been getting pushback on this, and I'm just saying, dude, like, you see how calm that he's deconstructing this? Like, this is stuff that's known, by the way. And like I said, it's Democrats' fault for the messaging. I'm not even putting this on the Republicans, because at the end of the day, why would you let them gaslight you about your successes? You're saying that you got to sit up there, you let Big Brother go through and spill some juice on the floor, and then you going behind them to always clean it up. And then not only clean it up, you're going to remodel the floor. You're going to make the floor nice and pristine. You're going to put some tables there. You're going to make it probably a restaurant. You're going to make some people some money. You're going to make them some money. You're going to make them win at the end of the day. Because guess what? Where the win comes when they win from your own policy. They're winning from these policies that you drop. So my thing is, why not just do that? Run up the score. That's why I'm like with Kamala. don't run away from what you're trying to do. If it does fall apart, like I said, some of it is crazy. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that it isn't, because yeah, how are you going to pay for it? But my thing is that if you're going to stand on it, and then let them clean it up for once, because that's what needs to happen. Because it doesn't need to work where you're doing all this fiscal responsibility in one administration, right? And then you tear it down during your administration, being reckless, doing whatever you got to do to kind of like feed into big interest just because. And then all of a sudden, when the next administration come in that is basically democratic or liberal or whatever you want to call it, they got to be the fiscally responsible ones. It doesn't make sense. Either take credit for it or do what you want to do and then let the chips fall where they may. If you fall on your face because you actually got some of your policies done, then so be it. So be it.
No,
That's just all. That's where I stand on that. That's where I
no,
stand on
no, no, I was gonna come back and say, I just actually came back from eating. I saw y'all playing this. No, that's Simon Rosenberg. He actually is I will say he is a Democratic pollster, so he does obviously have a bias. I just saw this because I know this is more so. I know people have sort of been taking shots at the channel and this and that. So that it was more just for them, like those first few charts where he just really lays out like if graphs and data, like, hey, this is the narrative, and that people in other spaces who like to take shots, like that's your response. And to your point, DC, no, the game you really play that you've really highlighted is kind of the Obamacare game, because people were kind of like, Republicans were like, hell no. And even some Democrats, a lot of Democrats run away from Obamacare. We shouldn't do this. We shouldn't do that. And you heard Republicans make all this noise of we're going to repeal and replace and this and this and this. But at the end of the day, once it caught hold, like you couldn't really take it away. Like, because that's the thing, that's going to hurt your base as well. That's the same thing with some of these domestic programs. If they actually take hold and people actually, I like this. And, it's benefiting me. Republicans are going to be in a world of trouble if they try to take it away, because it's going to hurt their base.
Do so poorly because their basic strategy towards the economy, which is to cut taxes for wealthy people and to spend less than everybody else, tax and spend, it's a social policy. It's not an economic or fiscal policy. Companies don't grow by cutting, and I think that what we have to recognize is that so much of this is based on Southern strategy, this sort of exploitation of racial fear, and that when you take this social policy, this sort of soft white supremacy, and you try to apply it into this vast thing called the American economy, it continually fails to produce the results that they anticipated, because it really isn't about economics. It's about something else, right? And so let's go do a deep dive into the Biden record. We've seen the GDP growth here since the pandemic has been far higher than any other advanced economy in the world. Significantly so, by the way. We've even got more recent numbers showing this even bigger. We've had the best job market since the 1960s. It's been easier to find a job in recent years than any time in America since the 1960s. We saw the Wall Street Journal just recently had this survey of economists who said in the United States, the US economy is the envy of the world, right? Because of our performance relative to many of the other big economies. We're also in the midst of an historic startup boom. That I think all of us are still trying to get a real handle on this, and whether this is remote work and Zoom that has contributed to sort of a sense of entrepreneurship and new business
Nothing right
formation.
now.
We're
We're just
seeing
streaming this
highly elevated
this
levels of new business
conversation this guy's
formation in the
doing, some
United
data.
States. So
Wait,
exciting
Paradox,
because
your mic is
the
open.
bigger the base of this.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Say
I was just
something?
telling you. No, I was just telling you your mic was open. You could
Oh,
hear
okay.
you. Yeah.
No worries.
Businesses, the more businesses that will emerge, that will power us in the decades to come. We've seen we are more energy independent today than we've been in many, many decades. America produced more oil last year than any country had ever produced in the history of the world. We also produced more renewables than we'd ever have before. We're taking control of our energy destiny. And we're seeing just historic advances in every type of renewable here and around the world. It's incredibly exciting. You know, we're moving to, with this Joe Biden, one of his greatest legacies will be that he's dramatically accelerated the energy transition so necessary to prevent the planet from warming, something that Donald Trump has promised to reverse if he's in power. We've seen this huge explosion of construction and manufacturing that will be creating plants and jobs and opportunity for American workers for decades to come. This is a direct result of our policies. This is what I was saying earlier about new business formation. We're, seeing very, very elevated levels now of new business formation over a long period of time. This is incredibly encouraging stuff. We also have the lowest uninsured rate today that we've ever had in American history. Fewer people are without access to quality, affordable care than any time in American history. And we also know, I realize I didn't update this one. I updated everything else. I forgot to update this one. It hasn't changed all that much. It's only come down a little bit. But also, even though inflation was high, wages have outpaced inflation in recent years. And this is really important. I got asked about this on CNN this morning, and I now realize I didn't give the answer that I would have given if I knew the question was coming. But yes, inflation's been high, but wages have gone up more, as has the stock market. I mean, Americans have not fallen behind during this period. Wage growth continues to be, very, very high, based on historic.
And you know what I was thinking, DC? That's the challenge. What he just said, though, that is the real challenge. Is that people who engage a lot of this data, it doesn't feel human enough. And politicians, when they're running for office and they're running countries and states, it's really about them trying to connect to the people. A lot of this stuff, someone looking at everything kind of personally in a lot of ways, even though people want to act like they're looking at the whole country and they're so concerned about everybody. When you start thinking about everybody, when you start thinking about America as a whole, we're obviously a great nation. The economy is always booming. We're always moving in the right direction. You just look at the history of the country, right? As far as just looking at the math, the money, everything. But when you start digging into actual people's lives and all the horrible things that happen to people, atrocities, from the prison industrial complex to the poverty issues to crimes and neighborhoods that struggle, and to individual people that struggle to pay bills or have to file bankruptcy because of a medical issue or whatever, those things don't necessarily, like what he says, it doesn't necessarily connect to those people. And that's where your politician comes in and they kind of play on that. And a lot of times that gets sort of mixed back and forth when people are trying to debate over who's right and who's wrong as well.
No, I was going to say that. See, the thing with this is a very academic type of presentation.
Yeah.
And see, that's why I was kind of like, you can show people this because you can overwhelm them with data. Now, whether they believe it, that's where you get into, like, if you work in a more corporate setting, they always talk about, if you give this presentation, you can't really give this to like people. You can do maybe 3 of these slides, but you have to have a very compelling story to go with this, because that's how you make it land. Because what you're talking about is, all these numbers, you got to connect people to a story. Like I thought Trump was going to do that at his press conference the other day when he had all of the groceries on the table. But see, I was like, they still didn't get it, because I was like, if I was in that situation and I was trying to push Trump, I would have literally had 2 different tables. I would have had a table of, hey, this is where $100, this is what $100 of groceries got you. My administration. This is what it gets you currently. You got to break it down like that. Trump and them just had stuff for him to point to and reference and all of that. And I was like, y'all still aren't getting it.
Yeah, tic-tacs for bad breath, man. Tic-tacs for bad breath. Small tic-tacs against big tic-tacs.
Which he got that from Biden, by the way. That's the funny part. What is it called? Shrinkflation or whatever they call it?
Yeah, shrinkflation, greedflation. Yeah.
But I would say this, though, what's funny is that you talk to an individual, this as a politician, right? You go to an individual person, they're gonna say, well, I don't see that. I don't feel that. I don't like you give them the overall data, but when you actually have to do that face to face, those individual interactions, those small rooms, those small spaces, people that actually give you their personal stories, and you're telling them, but you're doing great though, because the data is saying you're doing great. You know what I'm saying? Because of where your particular position is. It's just very
That's when that's where you either have to have a Trump or like an Obama or a Bill Clinton type who is extremely charismatic. Like, and
but that's what I try to
like,
explain to people on the internet though, is that people get so butthurt about things. I'm like, do y'all not understand how politics works? Regular people don't interpret this information because that's not what they're here to. They're not even designed to do that. They're not even trained, obviously, to even try to understand this stuff. So it's like it is about trying to figure out a way as a mayor, as a county executive, as a governor, whoever, to try to get people to understand it and try to understand it as, you know, from an overall perspective. You know,
But
and your life,
just trying to make the information digestible.
Yeah,
you're just trying to make the information digestible.
You're going to tell me, Trump is going to tell me my life is horrible, and Kamala is going to tell me my life is great. And then you're trying to figure out, well, you're trying to understand as an individual, which one am I going to lean into? At least as far as this particular campaign, because Trump is hitting you with fear. I mean, just heavy onslaughts, and it worked in 2016, and not even really that. I would argue that was a Hillary issue, honestly, more than his push for the end of the world of everything. But here we go again, right? We got the word invasion for the native, for the immigrants. They're invading, and then we got World War III, and now we got communism. Those are the big three, right? So far that they're running.
Yeah.
Just think about that. You're in a country I'm not saying we're the most free when you look at the top countries that are the freest in the world based off how they define it, but we are a free nation. We have open economies. You can set up certain things. You can live a certain kind of life. You can also take advantage of certain things that when you need assistance to go to school or whatever. We have a lot of things in place to bring people along. You know, even if you make a mistake or whatever. Anyway, not to be preachy on that stuff, but I'm just saying that to just do the end of the world stuff, and I know the internet loves it. Of course, they love it. I'm sure the internet loves stuff like that. But in the actual real world, that's not what you want to be preaching. I'm still astonished that rhetoric connects. That people are truly convinced that they're in the worst time of their lives. The world the economy is the worst that it's ever been. People have been left behind, which I'm not going to argue. It is tough because, you know, a lot of it is the more successful you are, you can target people to say, aren't things worse than they've ever been for you? And it's the distance, because some people are so much more rich. I wonder psychologically, is that what's at play on some level?
Well, the other thing too with this is obviously with data, you can mask like other trends. So this is just looking at hey, if you're looking at the big picture, this is how things are doing. Now, I will give them this. Some of these places that are rural, like they are struggling. Now, granted, like there's another report that came out that kind of showed, hey, some of these rural places under Biden are actually recovering to like ahead of like where they were, like even pre-pandemic, even back to like pre-Great Recession.
But some things we got to be honest about, though, right?
But it's not enough for people to really see it. Like,
no, what I'm saying is that some things we got to be honest about in this country, and they can't really. The politicians can't do it.
Yeah.
Right. The honesty is what if y'all had to give advice to people in America. I mean, and again, if we went really radical with, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole with it. We went radical with, I would probably close down some states.
Yeah,
you know, and that's just me though. But that's a different conversation. Different conversation.
No, that's very.
But I'm just saying,
if you were truly talking about looking at America like a business, some of these states that, if you look at, well, the population is less than 1 million people.
Right.
It's a bunch of federal land
Let's
out
just move
here.
them to the city.
Like it's like, yeah. When I start looking at what I got to spend, like actual what I get best bang for my buck for a federal dollar, you got to relocate. Like we're gonna just turn this into like farmland or something like that, or like wind turbine fields.
Yeah,
whatever. Like
anything.
Yeah.
Are we gonna buy it up and maybe build a new city or build a whole new area, whatever you want to do, right? Like you'll find new ways to invest in that particular area, but you may want to close these towns. I mean, people know the truth. People know that a lot of places are not viable. They're not viable. It doesn't fit our economy, and people are just holding on to to their
Oh, yeah.
culture, and to their history. And so in those cases, you have to just kind of placate those people, which is what they're doing. You go into certain areas
You got
and
to
you
shut the
just need
entire.
to tell them what they need to hear. But they're not even, I don't even think they're really that much even a part of the data, because when you're running numbers, a lot of times I will leave all them out. I don't, what's the point even what's the point of even
Well,
including that into
the
my data?
first the first state probably that falls in what you're talking about, West Virginia. You
Sure.
you just got to be like, hey, you know, y'all
I
got.
would integrate West Virginia into Maryland and into Maryland, PA, and into Virginia, and absorb it. Probably Ohio too,
Yeah.
and maybe parts of Kentucky. I can keep going, to be honest with you, but I'm just saying, like, you could really remap the nation, but that's obviously a far out thing, of course. But I'm just saying that a lot of these states, I wouldn't necessarily say everybody's failing, but does it make sense? And for business people on the right to pretend that these places make sense to me is insane. Now, if the argument is long run, if we have these places in a suppressed position in the future, we'll be able to take advantage of those places when say a new economy comes about, or some new technology comes about, or we want to do something, whatever it might be. You could say, well, we're saving it maybe for the future because the infrastructure is technically still there. Things can be set up in those places because we do still have rail, we do still have obviously highways, etc. And some of those places have infrastructure that we just got to kind of upgrade. You can maybe make those kind of arguments. We're just kind of sitting on them places, so y'all can look at them as being negative, but we're really kind of just sitting on them until we need it. It's going to be suppressed, it's going to be cheap, and we can sort of take advantage when we want to take advantage of it.
But that's the ironic thing, is that the argument you're making, that's the argument the right should be making. Because if anything, the Democrats have said, okay, we're going to go and put infrastructure, we're going to go and put high-speed internet in these rural areas. The right argument is like, listen, y'all have to move. Y'all need to move to a major metro area. This is not a cost-effective way to be spending money.
Right.
And that's just going to basically be no man's land out there. Because even I don't even, to be honest with you, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't even know because everyone's always like, oh, well, if you bring manufacturing back, I don't know, like, the lifestyle in America seems like it is so biased now towards the big cities and the major metro areas.
For sure.
I don't even know if you could bring like a decent factory. Like, I don't know people who, if given the chance to go live and work in a major metro area, or to go, live in a suburb, maybe a townhouse in the city if you're more a city type of person, maybe even an exurb, versus like live in the rural and work at some factory, even if it was union paying, good paying. Like, I don't know how many people would really want to do that, in the sense of, like, mainly I think you get more pushback from the women of like, hey, what type of education are my children going to get? And some men, like, am I just basically going to be locking them into, hey, if I move in this small town, it's just going to be another generation of people just working at this factory for the next, 4 or 5 generations.
And that's the problem with culture. But I will say this: if some of our smartest people could figure out a way to put or let me not say, maybe not micro is not the right word. Maybe that is the right word. But because we do have virtual stuff. If there was a way to put pieces of Silicon Valley in small towns, then I'm fine with small towns. I mean, if you want to maintain that culture and that lifestyle, but be paid high wages, then it would have to integrate our new stuff with those environments. And that's just not here. That's not viable. It doesn't exist. It's not happening at this point to something, for the most part. As a matter of fact, we noticed during COVID, when you brought in people from the cities, they blew the housing markets up through the roof in those, actually, in a lot of rural places.
Yep.
And of course, they're not from those places, obviously, so it's a different scenario. It's a different scenario when it comes to that, of course. But if you look at the price in Nashville, bro, it's just insane.
Yeah.
But anyway,
no, I was gonna say real quick. I was gonna say the only thing I can think of, and I've only seen this in Europe, has been like, you'd have to have like major public investment in like public transportation, because in places like Switzerland or other European countries, you can at least get to the rural area by at least, there's
that's how it should be in America. We have a rail system already in place. It's been around for 100 years. It's just funny that, like you said, the problem is that would make sense, but we can't force people in this system, right? So it's kind of like, well, we could do that, but there's no true belief in that, or no true, like you said, it would have to be a government push, because I don't buy that people have energy to put their all into anything in a lot of these places, to be honest with you. I think it's a lot of people just talking historical stuff about how great we were, and but I said, but your grandfather worked 16-hour days with no benefits.
Yeah.
and die from black lung, or die from a engine falling on them, or whatever it was, right? Or die from fumes, or die from silver mines, and all toxins from poisons, from all types of situations when we were building out global, national infrastructure.
Coal
So,
mines and black.
right, it's all of it: coal mines, diamond mines, steel mills, and we can go on and on and on. I mean, people, a lot of those grandfathers and great grandfathers sacrificed for it to exist. So it's hard, like you said, it's hard. And like you said, most towns are based off of a lot of those industries. So I just don't, those grandchildren aren't working.
Yeah.
You're not going to make them work. I don't care what nobody says. It's not, it's fantasy talk. It's all fantasy.
No. It's like if you go to Appalachia, you can't turn on the television without hearing, oh, did you have so-and-so that worked, a family member that worked in the mines and between this and died of black lung? Like, please call our law offices. We have a class action suit. Like,
all the time.
That's all that is run out there. But to your point, no, people really don't want it like that. And
they're looking for that. America's looking for a fantasy of boom towns.
Yeah.
And I will give you this though. Now, if you found I don't know, like you said, we have that to some degree when some oil was discovered, I think in the Dakotas.
Yep.
Recently, the last 10, 15, a lot of people just left their homes and just ran to that place.
Yep.
Because it was crazy money. A lot of folks didn't go to Iraq. A lot of money in Iraq, by the way. Could have went there, but people,
No.
People weren't that brave. Some of them went, but people weren't that brave.
No. If you can get, those contracts, people got million.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy.
And sometimes, a lot of times, they didn't even do what the hell they were supposed to do. It was like, okay, you did 3/4 of it, so here's your payment.
Here's your pay, and they was getting crazy money in Iraq, bro. Crazy. But that's what I'm saying is that I don't believe in the American worker. I don't know how much that's a con job. And who are we really talking about? And what areas are we talking about? And where is that energy really? And do these school systems that's cranking these kids out, are they ready for that? And I'm not saying they're not. I just need more. I need to dig into it a little bit more and look at more of the data. I'm just curious about stuff like that.
I think it's two things. I think it's one, you got to admit the role that like cheap labor played in this, and that people want to jump to the front of the line because honestly, the sentiment you're describing, there's a sentiment like that after slavery ended. You literally had had former white slave owners who were like, they're not farming if they can't have, like, we cannot do this work without these slaves, and unless there's something like a sharecropping type of system, like we're getting out of the industry. So there was a lot of that of, hey, whether it be Chinese building railroads, migrant workers, black workers who were doing the most menial of jobs. But then I think the other thing is you have the internet. So when people can see that, like, it's going to be hard, in my opinion, to get people to go back to that mentality of, oh, I'm going to go slave away at this plant, making next to nothing. Hey, my kids may be good. Like you said, I may get some debilitating injury or something like that, but I can turn on a YouTube channel and see that, Marquise Brownlee is going to be a billionaire by 2028.
Right.
And it's going to be like, I don't think people can deal with that in their psyche of, wait, what am I doing here? Like, that type of information, that type of market, that type of economy did not exist 20 years ago.
And then like you said, then the politicians just fearmonger the rest of it, as if your lazy ass is gonna get up and work and kill yourself and work 7 days a week somewhere. I don't believe it. Not no 4th or 5th generation American. I just don't believe it. Not on scale. I don't see it. And I don't even think our schools promote that type of labor behavior anyway, really. It really is to go to college and get you a good job and keep it moving. It's not even that. They don't even make it that there is no desperation there.
Oh, you got remote work too? Come on.
Right, and you're at the remote work, exactly. So I don't really know if the Democrats or Republicans are being really honest about a lot of states, a lot of towns and cities, and and what's really going on in these
That's
places.
why when I hear the Kamala in this housing plan, I'm like, can y'all read the tea leaves? What that means? So you're talking about 3 million new homes on top of, like, they've already got local initiatives. People are talking about they've got another initiative out there. I'm like, they're saying get rid of the immigrants, but I'm saying if you're talking about building 3 million new homes over X number of years, who do you think are building these homes?
And immigrants aren't going. That's not. I think that's shit. I can say, like I said, all that pretty much is fear mongering. You know what I'm saying? Because remember, the energy and labor is going to be immigrants, not Americans. That's where the energy is going to mostly be coming from. At least for hard labor.
Oh yeah, no, you'll have
Intense
plenty
labor.
yeah, oh yeah, you'll have plenty of general contractors and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But if you're talking about people who are going to be out there laying the brick, pouring the concrete, framing the house, come on.
Right. And trust me, Trump hasn't mentioned yet. He has, he brought a lot of things back. I want to hear him. I want to hear him try the whole. I'm bringing manufacturing back again. I want him to try that one again, and see what that looks like. When people say, "Well, what did you really bring back, buddy?" You know, how many companies did you force to come back? 'Cause I remember he was trying to force companies to come back. Was he trying to like make Apple or somebody to come back at one time? And Apple kind of made a half-ass promise.
I think it was Carrier was one of them. Like he did that on.
No, Carrier was one, but he was trying to get Apple to come back.
Oh hell no!
Built here. I don't know if you remember that. So,
oh no, I forgot that one.
I said I'm waiting for that one. Now, if I've seen a big power play like that happen, but it's not happening. I mean, shit, China's even sending manufacturing to fucking Mexico. That's how well northern Mexico is doing right now. And so I'm like, we're not even. I mean, I just don't. I don't. Like I said, you're trying to figure out ways to, and I guess time will play a role in it. Because like I said, I think as boomers and people below that, once they start to move on in life, some of that language will disappear, I think. And we're not so trapped into like what it used to be during the boom times of America between 40 something, 1950 to 1973. I forget that window, that little 25-year time frame, 63, 53. So yeah, 48, from like 48 to like 73. And so you're not going to get that. You're not going to get those windows of time back, really.
No,
but as those people pass on, then as we get older and other generations come along, then that language will pretty much fade out. And most of the society, probably 80+% of the society, won't even really care about manufacturing. They will have no real connection to it. You know.
Not in the traditionals. If anything, it will be high tech.
No, it'll be
like robots are doing 80% of the work.
Yeah.
You know, I may be tightening a screw here and this, but it won't be, oh man, we used to build the car from scratch, you know.
No.
And
you always will have boutique shops. Like I follow this guy up in Maine. I think it's either Maine or Vermont. I forget which state up there. And I think there was a big shoe manufacturing state. I forget one of the states up in the upper Northeast. Big time manufacturing. They did shoes. And so a lot of the plants are still there. And a lot of the workers are still there. Even they're like 70, 80, 90 years old. And this guy and his wife brought this company back. What they started doing boots first, then they're doing other items as well. And it's all, of course, American made. Everything is American, basically, right? But that's a boutique place, high end, very very expensive. Not crazy expensive, but expensive boots and other items.
Oh yeah, no, you're gonna
very wonderful story. And I would love for it to exist in America, even if it was just boutique based, and they would just invest in just doing certain high end products. And we do that to some degree anyway, of course.
But once again, the internet has also, because I don't know if you've ever seen something like a Beckett and Simeon.
What's the biggest? Go ahead. I'm sorry, my bad.
No, I don't know if you've ever seen something like a Beckett and Simeon like shoe company where it's like, okay, you can buy these handmade leather shoes.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
$150 out of like South America, and it's like, oh wow, these are pretty decent quality. It's like, but you do have the alternative, which like an Allen Edmonds, but you're talking about shoes that retail for $400.
Right, but trying to sell the dream of buying something in America, I think it's a joke. That's all I'm saying. I hate it because from a rights perspective, it's a constant beat of a drum. Buy American, or buy local. I think it's great as a concept, but I can't help myself from going to Amazon or Temu or going to Walmart. Now, Walmart has 1.5 million employees. It's the largest employer, right? Not a manufacturing company. I want to know all the manufacturing jobs combined. Is it 4 million in America right now?
I'm not sure. It's probably not much. Like,
and I'm like, how many employees does Amazon and Walmart got combined? Is it 3 million? Probably 2.5 million.
Probably something like that.
And that's just the big retail. We can add all retail, and it's probably closer to 5 or 6 million people, maybe more.
But people are only thinking like at the storefront, because I'm like, you have to look at the supply chains, like
the whole thing, the truck drivers, everything.
Like how much of this is really quote unquote made in America when you start talking about materials. And then once again, we all know, like I said, Americans like cheap goods. Like people are complaining about inflation, but then want to buy American. I'm like, okay, you know what you're really asking for here. Like you're complaining about inflation now. Like, okay,
That's
like
what I mean about the trap. It's a dangerous conversation. It's dangerous in so many ways because we have already sold our souls to so many things. You know what I'm saying? Like I would love for us to mostly buy American and keep Americans employed. You know what I'm saying? The whole
yeah.
dream that we have about it. But like when you start digging into it, it's kind of like, bruh, we didn't already move. But we're so far down. We're so far down the road.
Bring
From
on
some of
those
this stuff
10,000.
on such a global level, like it doesn't even. Man, stop. Let's stop dreaming. Let's get in reality.
Oh yeah, people complain about car prices. It's like, okay, we can continue to have, the $40,000-$50,000, imports, European imports, that, or we can let the $10,000 Chinese EVs in, and
I want them to come in so bad, bro, and suppress these prices, bring them prices down, bring them in. But yeah, you don't want like you said, if nobody trying to do why Trump's talking about 100% tariff though, right? Because they know if China cranks out cars into Europe and America, we know what's gonna happen, right? I know it's gonna happen.
Oh, it's going it's gonna be the same way Toyota and Toyota, Honda came in the market, 70s, 80s,
Yeah.
and now like if you want a car that lasts forever, that's the car you're buying. Yeah, give it.
And
Give it 10 years.
but my issue with it is that let corporations be corporations, though. And I know you're trying to protect American sovereignty and you're trying to protect different systems you have in place. But if it's capitalist and I'm trying to get the best price and we're globalized and you're letting the companies eat off of globalization and become ultra uber rich, then why can't the consumer say, well, you can have all the paranoia you want. We have a military, you can protect me. If let everything roll. Because you're trying to dictate what can be here and what cannot be here, but you're price gouging me and putting me in heavy debt to buy cars that is way overpriced. And I know it's tied to the borrowing aspect of it, I believe. But China would correct our market, in my opinion. I want that correction because what it would do is it will force European and Asian manufacturers and American manufacturers to bring their prices down or go out of business or however they want to do it, whatever it looks like.
Yeah.
Figure it out, join together, whatever you need to do, it is what it is. And I know that Japan is calling, Korea is calling, Europe is calling, saying, do not let China in. You know what I'm saying? Do not let them in. Because they don't want the pressure as far as the very wealthy people, they don't want the pressure of that particular good coming in. I'm like, no, we need that. Because I want the pressure on you because America had to be bailed out and then actually the corporation wanted to actually then start to focus on quality. And you purposely, because you're greedy, disgusting pigs, you purposely put out a shitty product and you leverage America, made in America. You leverage that in the American worker, the American manufacturer, even though you put factory jobs in the South and gave them no benefits and and destroyed the unions, of course. So that's a whole nother conversation, of course. But you did all those things, and then you're gonna sit around. I mean, come on, bro. You put out a bullshit product, blame the union. I mean, I have people telling me my whole like, oh, it's the union's fault. I'm like, no, it's not. It's executives, it's shareholders, it's investors putting out bullshit product. Don't blame the worker. I always do rule number one. If you're blaming the worker, that means that you're an evil, hateful person and you're stupid.
Well,
you never ever blame labor.
It's the greed.
They didn't go to Princeton and Harvard. They're not the bean counters. They're not these sophisticated accountants. It's not them. Same thing with the housing stuff. You're doing all the sophisticated stuff with derivatives and stuff. Nobody knows what you. We don't know what you do. We don't know what you do. Shit. If you show me you said you're gonna give me a house. Right? Yeah. So you're gonna give me a house for $500. I'm taking the house. Shit, you're supposed to be responsible, not me. Shit, I'm the consumer.
See, that's where you're going to put pressure on the white elite who run these. Well, you're seeing more and more. You're seeing more Indians come over here and run some of these companies. And I don't know if that's just I don't know if that's by design or in the sense of these people are just shooting to the top because they're more innovative.
India's been integrated with the West. Especially England, and they have 1.5 billion, 1.4 billion people, whatever it is, right? They have a big pool of people, and the relationship that they have with the West has been there forever now. And so, like you said, I mean, shit. The reason why fucking Microsoft has been so successful because they was able to outsource high-end labor in the 80s into India.
Yeah,
and it saved them like $40-50 billion back then, bro. by
But
using Indian technology and the Indian schools that they had over there, cranking out engineers and programmers and etc.
No, but yeah, so that's in the sense of, but that's sort
So
of
India's
old.
been a very good friend. Same with China. China's been a friend of us for maybe 100, at least 100 years, not longer than that. And they've had labor practices like this that they would exploit forever out of that place.
Yeah, I'm talking more about like the senior leadership, because you've seen like
Of
it's still,
course.
for the large part, it's still a good old boys for the most part. And I'm like, that's going to put the
But
pressure
you
on y'all.
you want innovation. You don't want monopoly. The big three were it was a massive monopoly, and they stifled out 300-400 other car companies that they just basically destroyed. And the government allowed that to happen. Unfortunately, it did not put out any protections. I mean, it is what it is. But then you allowed these to become basically monopoly oligopolies. And now, and oh well, you know what? They do employ 10 million other smaller companies. And I said, yeah, you're fucked now. Now you can't do anything about it, right?
No,
but you allowed that. Go ahead.
No, that's what I mean. Like in the sense of like the white male who could fail up to the top of the hierarchy in the organization. That's getting a lot of pressure at this point, because now you're talking about global competition. And when you make
They should have allowed, Obama should have allowed the big three to disappear and bankrupt and be gone and sold off to the highest bidder around the world. I don't care if Saudi Arabia would have bought GM, for all I care. And then you allow new innovative companies. Tesla is literally a beautiful example of how America operates. But
you know,
because you have so many people who have so much power to hold on to markets that you basically suffocate small. That's why I always find it hilarious when Democrats and Republicans talk about small businesses, when I know what Elon went through to get that particular a real company started, not a tech company, not a virtual company, not a just this kind of like you can't really see it, almost like the finance industry, right? You really can't feel that the physicalness of, I forget the word they kind of use, like you really can't attach anything to it, right? But when you're building and making something, it's a lot more physical, right? You can actually physically see it and kind of understand it better. But it's very difficult to bring things like that into this environment because of how it's structured, unfortunately.
I was
not
gonna
only
say
the red tape, but also big boy corporations that's actually killing you as well. You're being attacked on both ends.
Now, have you listened to Scott Galloway before?
Galloway, maybe.
He's the bald white guy, glasses, one of the leftists. I have to send you one of his clips. He basically makes that same argument that you make of hey, essentially, anytime the government is coming in, stepping out, bailing out these companies, that's essentially older people.
I know him. I know Scott.
Yeah. He was basically saying, hey, that's essentially the government taking opportunities away from younger people and like people with new ideas, because instead of letting
they're integrating them into they're basically integrating them into corporations and giving them positions, really, in my opinion.
Yeah, because he was like
stifling really kind of stifling entrepreneurship, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah, that's what he was saying, because he was like, that's an opportunity for someone new, young, with ideas to come buy that out, turn it around, do all these creative things. And here you come, basically bailing these people out and giving money and backup basically to the same people who failed. And they're disproportionately older and boomers.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. But not to spend a lot of time. I didn't mean to go down that rabbit hole that much. My bad. Let's see. I'm gonna play about 2 or 3 more minutes, and then I'm gonna get over to the main event here. If DC still got some energy left.
We've seen, because the stock market has boomed so much, and because people have been employed, and which means they didn't have job loss and they weren't paying down on their savings and so on, that we've seen a huge explosion of wealth in America in a typical family. I mean, look at these gains for a typical family in their median wealth, right? These are huge increases in recent years, and people who are young have seen the biggest gains. And so again, this kind of basic argument that Americans have fallen behind, they're struggling, I mean, it just isn't true, right? Compared to, yes, we can do better and we need to do more. And that's part of what the vice president is doing today in North Carolina. But I think there has been a lot of red wavy kind of an economic analysis in America in recent years that has exaggerated, I think, the struggle of everyday people. I mean, we've made enormous progress as a country, and we should be loud and proud about it. On inflation, we've just seen incredible inflation news. I mean, inflation was 0 in May and it declined in June. And just this month, we had the inflation continued to stay at the Fed target level. Inflation over the last 6 months has been 2%. Using the PCI or the CPI way of the CPI number, which is the Fed's target. I mean, we've hit the Fed's target on inflation. We are where we want to be. We've achieved the soft landing that we all hope for. The Fed has been late in cutting interest rates because there's often a lag when you cut interest rates. They should have been cutting in July or even in June. They didn't do it. They will cut in September. And let's just hope that we don't see, the slowdown continue that we saw last month. The Fed has been, I think, a little reckless in the way they've approached this period of their management of inflation. This is my opinion. And as I said earlier, we've seen inflation was up. This is the statistic that was thrown at me this morning, but wages have gone up more. And so, yes, inflation has been high, but people are also making much more money. And by the way, they know this in polling. When you ask people, are you making more? There's an awareness. There's enormous satisfaction with life satisfaction, job satisfaction, income satisfaction. We have very, very elevated levels of all these measures of life and job and income satisfaction in the United States. And this is the conference board, and I didn't update it. They just came out with last year's numbers, and last year's numbers were even higher. So we're looking at the highest level of job satisfaction that we've had recorded in recent years. And again, if people were angry and they had pitchforks and they were pissed off, then Democrats wouldn't have been winning all these elections over the last, few years like we've been winning. There isn't this sort of massive economic discontent in the United States. And one of the ways that you know that is through this data. Okay, this is the question of, is the economy, has it gotten better nationally or in your state? And nationally, people believe that other people are doing poorly, right? That other families, people that live in other places, that they're the one, things are not good nationally, but in their state, which really matters for this election, voters in these states have overwhelmingly say that things are better in their state. And this is one of the reasons why we have done so well in elections and why Republicans haven't, because I think that the media and the sort of the data analysis of all this stuff is not getting this right. There's far greater life, job, income satisfaction, awareness that things are moving forward. Our job now with Vice President Harris is to connect people's sense of progress and forward movement to our policies, and which is something that I think we can do. And in terms of other measures that this is now becoming much more well understood. We've seen every time a new report comes out this year, violent crime and U.S. murder rates are way, way down. And they're half of what they were 30. This is violent crime rate. Violent crime rate is half of what it was 30 years ago. We're far safer as a country today. We're certainly far safer than we were under Donald Trump's presidency. We also know that murder rates in the United States are much higher in red states. You're far more likely to be murdered in a red state than a blue state. And we also know now that the flows of, this is just a new CBS story just from a few weeks ago. The flows to the border have plummeted this year because of Biden-Harris policies. And the flows to the border today are lower than they were in 2020 when Trump was president. And so, yes, the border has been a challenge. The Republicans have refused to help us fix the border. They wanted the problem. Donald Trump wanted chaos on the border to help him get elected. But we are, because Joe Biden went it alone without the help of Congress and the Republican Party, and we've made significant gains in terms of getting a handle on the border. And I want to just use this slide for reference, is that this notion that Democrats are for open borders. Under the Obama-Biden administration, the number of undocumented immigrants in America fell dramatically, and we weren't for open borders. And even the people that are coming into this country now are not undocumented. They're going through the legal immigration system, right? When you present yourself at the border and you claim asylum, you go into the interior of the country, you live at your cousin's house, you have to record where you're physically going, right? Where you're going to live, you have to have an address. and then you have a court date, and so these immigrants that have come in recent years
Tell
are
you one
neither
thing though, you need to
illegal
make sure
nor are
these
they
numbers match
undocumented.
reality though, man.
They're we know who they are, right? They've gone through the government immigration system. It's just that because we have this massive court backlog in the United States, that people end up staying in the country for many, many years before their court dates. And that's something the Republicans could work with us on, is to fully fund immigration courts to make this process far more humane for people who come into the country. And part of the reason why we could just start to port us, Kamala Harris has a very strong record to run on. And it's a reason why I think we're going to win, because things are really better in America today. And they're better in America today because of the immigrants that have come in, not despite of them. I mean, all these things that are going right are happening at a time when immigration is also at very elevated historic levels. And I think we have to recognize that Donald Trump's fundamental argument that all these immigrants have made the country worse is exactly wrong, right? Immigrants have made things far better. We're stronger today than we were 30 years ago because of immigrants, not in spite of them. And Democrats should be leaning into this with everything we got. We also know that people in our party are very open to globalization and migration. I'm going to go through this a little bit quicker because I've taken a little bit long. I've been, with the some kind of structural decline.
All right, DC, you there?
I am here.
Oh, okay. I ain't want to. I can watch that. I can watch that all day right there. I gotta say that after I get off the call.
Yeah, he ran up the score though. That's for sure. I mean,
Like I said,
mean,
that's for people who like to come and take shots at code breakers. That's what I really had in mind.
Ah, gotcha. No, I like it. Let's see. So DC, this is it right here. So
okay.
I set this call up just to go through this. It took 5 hours.
Okay.
But I really wanted you. I really did it so you can, when you had some time. I figured you'd be on at some point. You can. I'm gonna play this Jordan Peterson video.
Okay.
He's with Mark Halpern, and they're gonna
Damn,
talk
that's
about
right. We haven't even we already 5 hours in. We ain't even get into the Jordan. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was
That's crazy.
I was saving this for last.
Wait,
Paradox,
what is
do
he
you
doing
want to
now?
do you want to do that? Do you want to do that like on a separate thing, or you want to kind of like sparse this out, or what do you? What do you think?
You mean drop out and then do a new stream and just do a separate? Well, we could do that. That makes sense though.
Yeah, because we could just kind of put this with like general topics or something, like, and then the Jordan Peterson thing is a whole nother deal. You want to
So
say
you
that
like
to
to?
like later tonight or something, like maybe 2 hours from now?
Yeah, that's
We
a
could
good.
do that
I'd do that. Yeah, that's a good idea.
because we got to
What were you
get
saying,
into that Jordan
Renaissance?
Peterson thing.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that crazy, but maybe an hour, hour and a half.
Oh, damn. Okay, so he really goes in.
Well,
Yeah, he does.
it's gonna be more discussing probably race and gender and how it's gonna trigger, depending on how you see the world. It's gonna show you some, if you're paying attention the way we're paying attention, then it should trigger a lot of different emotions and thoughts on
I
how.
mean, it's Jordan Peterson, so I already know what to expect. This type of stuff has to drive them up. Like I said,
but to be able to mass power as a Canadian or an Australian or a New Zealander or a German or a Frenchman, and for people who aren't those people, who live under those people, it can be a challenge seeing it.
Oh,
and he's a master at it.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah, he's a master. He's a master manipulator too. Yeah, he's real good at manipulating people.
No, I was
especially
gonna say
white people.
Also, for them too, I'm sure they look at the U.S. and that's kind of a refuge of hope, because the countries you just laid out are way more progressive. Like,
absolutely,
in terms of the gender dynamics, like social dynamics in general, than America. So if you're in one of those countries, like, you're probably looking at, damn, can we ever get this country to be like America, or can I ever, commute immigrate to America, because his viewpoints are not going to be like accepted very mainstream in a lot of those societies. he's gonna be viewed as fringe.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a part on it that y'all gonna really, really, really like on the left for sure. That's what made me want to even do it, is because not just what he said, but also a person who had called in to kind of challenge him. I thought that was very very
Mm-hmm.
interesting. But
Yeah,
I'll wait.
let's
We'll take a
reconvene.
break. We'll take a
Yeah.
break and pull up a stream in a couple hours or whatever.
Okay.
But anyway,
Okay.
all right. We appreciate the Renaissance. All
Appreciate
right,
you,
this is
man.
the code. This is the cold break. Did you have anything before I shut it down? I put a lot of content.
Nah. Just the same thing before, man. You know, if you like code breakers, so what? If you don't like code breakers, so what? Get informed and move accordingly. That's it.
Oh yeah, for sure. All right. Well, this is the code breaker. This is Paradox.
And this is DC. Until next time, peace.